2 seconds for the stream to warm up, I suppose. In that time, I will click around a little bit. And we are here for a bad time and a long time. Let's go over here. Today we are going to be doing our 10+ hour stream. It is the anniversary of the 1-year invasion of Ukraine. This is a charity stream. The #1 link in the description below is a link to this charity for Project Hope, specifically the Ukrainian Crisis and Global Relief Fund, although they do have one for Syria and Turkey as well, if that would interest you in a general heuristic. What this stream will be is us playing as Ukraine and conquering all of Russia in the game Victoria 3. Let's quickly pull up the game. So this is what we'll be doing. Let's go back here. Also, what we will be doing is every hour on the hour, I'm going to drag Putin. If you're not interested in a political stream that talks about Putin and oscillates a little bit, I suppose, between, a very serious appreciation of what's going on and also, poking fun where we can and making jokes, then this is probably not the stream for you. There's probably going to be bad language. Really hate Putin. As far as charities go, if there was a Kickstarter for like a Putin assassination or something, that might be what I'd be putting up here instead. Very much don't like the guy, but I will have to wait until, well, why don't we do it a little early? So let's start off with a bang and start talking about why we don't like Putin here. Now let's go in here and image slideshow. Gotta go to the start of the thing, and here we go. It's going faster than I'd like. So, let's just start talking. So, most of what I'm leaning on here in order to talk about Putin, we will be talking mainly about, his rise to power as well as stuff pre-2018. There's a lot of information available on, what's going on now, and so I decided I'd rather not cover that. Instead, I would lean primarily on Garry Kasparov's book, Winter is Coming. Now, Garry Kasparov is a former world chess champion. He was champion for about 20 years. He's from the USSR slash Azerbaijan slash Russia, however you want to look at it. That's him in the top right, being arrested for demonstration against Putin. He wrote this book called Winter is Coming, which covers, the tagline should kind of cover or reveal what it's about, why Vladimir Putin and the enemies of the free world must be stopped. He very clearly kind of has 3 central arguments here, which is that first, Putin is illegitimate. The elections are a sham, and he uses various coercive methods to keep power, and he's accrued power in the hands of his cronies / others, and he just controls the state. It's a authoritarian state. It's not a real democracy. When you have some people getting over 100% of the vote in some early polling, that is an indicator that your democracy is not working. Secondly, that Putin is evil and an enemy of democracy / freedom. It's like, you can look at examples of countries like Singapore, maybe, where they're highly authoritarian, but they're not, Singapore is repressive, but Singapore wants to engage in the rest of the world in a productive way, and it's not about looting the state in the way Putin has done. And also, and this is the final point that he really, really rips on the US and the West, that is, Kasparov does, for both engaging with Putin and being complacent in Putin's rise, which is an assessment I overall agree with. Let's take a look. I wanted to kick this off. Every hour on the hour, we're going to be doing one of these, and I wanted to kick it off with 3 quotes, 2 of which I've written about a little bit, and I think that they correctly capture, these 3 things that we have in mind here, which is that the first one is from the late John McCain, former U.S. Senator and war hero. Russia is a gas station masquerading as a country. It's kleptocracy. It's corruption. Okay, so first of all, the quote's just kind of funny. Gas station masquerading as a country. But what this, in my mind, kind of speaks to is the fact that Putin sees the media. The media is entirely run by Putin, with a couple of exceptions of, media outlets that are allowed to, as Kasparov puts in his book, release the steam. There's a few that are allowed to be critical, but they're not allowed to be big mainstream ones. The particularly big one that stands out is NTV, which was one of the news networks that was quite large at the time Putin took power. That was seized from Vladimir Guzinski, because Guzinski was covering, I hope I pronounced that right, gonna miss on a lot of these Russian names, But Kaczynski was, you know, ripping on Putin, and Putin didn't like that, so seized the media asset under the pretext of, you know, this is the way it works. They seize the assets and they resell them. You know, it's the looting of the country, selling at a small price, and it's all the resources get redistributed to the oligarchs who are loyal to Putin. And if you're not loyal to Putin, they get seized by the state for unnationalistic activity. And it's this perversion of capitalism and communism where the costs are public and the profits are private. Although some people would argue that's communism in essence. Anyways, so let's go next. This is a Stalin quote. And in my mind, Putin is very much... There's a lot of parallels between Putin and Stalin. The quote is, "It takes a very brave man not to be here in the Red Army," which might sound weird. It's weird because it's a joke. And the joke is very, very dark in my mind, which is that you are more concerned with what Stalin will do to you than you are concerned with what the enemy will do to you. And so it takes a very brave man not to be as heroic as possible because Stalin's going to kill you. He killed like a double-digit percentage of his own officers, something like this. Just absolutely horrific, 100% a dick. And Stalin, interestingly, followed like a reformer who used a lot of like authoritarian means to seize power or to get into power in Lenin. So Stalin followed Lenin, and Stalin was basically Lenin's thug. And much in the same way, Putin followed Yeltsin, and Putin was very much Yeltsin's thug. And so, okay, we have... Oh no, I was supposed to have a different splash or different quotes on the side, but this is the idea. Alright. And finally, this is a quote that is referenced by Garry Kasparov in his book, which is Winston Churchill quote, "An appeaser is one who feeds the crocodile, hoping it will eat him last." And this kind of just speaks to how Kasparov, and also in my estimation, the West has dealt with Vladimir Putin, which is that they have fully engaged with financial institutions. They, up until recently, at least, and then also they kind of engaged economically, just buying all the exports, and so this state was very much propped up in a way that it could not be if it were just running solo by the West. And then at the same time, the West just turns the other eye when, like, Putin invades Georgia, Putin bombs his own people, you know, Putin, we'll get into all that. Putin invades Ukraine the first time, and it's like, oh, he's just kidding. It's like, he's not kidding. And then it takes the second invasion of Ukraine for the West to finally, you know, get a move on. And then the performative legitimization, you know, our presidents like call him and congratulate him on winning his sham election. You know, the Sochi Olympics should have never been hosted in Russia. And there's like a little bit, Kasparov really goes off on George W. Bush being like, I knew the measure of the man and I knew him to be a good man type of thing that George Bush did, which, to be fair to George Bush, later on in his memoir, he's like, yeah, I think I fingered Putin wrong. Not such a good guy. Anyways, let's get into what we're here for. Although we're here for dragging Putin. If you don't want the dragging of Putin, this is going to take place every hour on the hour. Except I forgot to set my timer. And so if this is not your cup of tea, then I don't know what to say to you, because this is what we're going to be doing. So let's switch to this. Alright, so Victoria 3, we will be playing... We will be starting through the Egalitarian Society tab. This way we can start as Russia and potentially get Egalitarian Society achievement. This is not necessary, but it is necessary that we start as Russia. Very awkward, we're starting as Russia. By the way, I'd just like to make abundantly clear that I have no sort of animus towards, how should I say? I have no animus at all towards Russia. It's not a nationalistic thing. The animus is entirely towards Putin. Okay, so the first thing we're going to need to do here is we're going to need to go into diplomacy, release subject, we're going to select Ukraine, and we're going to click play as Ukraine. And we're going to click release. I think actually construction's been buggy. We're going to exit to the main menu, especially because this is patch 1.2.2, which I have not played on at all because it dropped while I was sleeping. So we're going to go game rules here, and we're going to turn on the autonomous investment pool, and we're going to click apply. And the reason why is because construction's been a bit buggy, and I do not want it to ruin the run, because then I will be big sad. Although there's ways to turn it back on. Alright, let's get into this here. Alright, so you need to start as Russia, go to the Diplomacy tab, go to Release Subject, select Ukraine, select Play as for Ukraine, don't just release them, and click Release. Now, in patch 1.1, you used to immediately run into absolutely huge problems in regards to how much paper you have. This seems to be a little bit fixed, but we currently have a weird economic situation. Ooh, new shortage thing. We have a very tense economic situation here in Ukraine because we are running shortages of a whole bunch of stuff. Let's take a quick look at the economy and talk about it. We currently build a bunch of ships and that's it. This is the ship we do. There's food industries as well, but this is for the most part, we are highly agrarian, so it will be hard to get the landowners out of power, but this is fine. Someone wanted us to join US's market as part of the early run as a meme, which I actually thought was really funny, and I was going to do it. If you are going to do it, you can't puppet anyone first, because you can't join the US market while you have a market of your own. But we are not going to do it, and the reason why is I want to release a bunch of states from Russia and then form like a giant federation of them in our market, and we can't do that if we join the US's market. Okay. So let's get into spending our authority first and taking a look at government. Landowners are in power. Landowners are going to be in power for a very long time. We get really lucky to roll a Jingoist because Jingoist is ideal to have powerful. We are going to not reform the government at all, and instead we are going to try and pass colonial exploitation first, which is going to eat a ton of our bureaucracy, and so we are going to have bureaucratic problems, most likely, and we're going to run a paper shortage. This is kind of what I'm talking about here. So let's get into that. That, of course, our landowner supports that because he is Jingoist. Normally they do not support it, but Jingoists will. So that's a lucky roll. If you wanted to re-roll continuously, this is generally like what you want your landowner on at the start. You can also, I think, pass professional army easier off the back of it, which normally the landowners prefer peasant levies. So we're going to try and do both. Let's see, we wanted to spend our authority and we want to empower the Intelligentsia. So we are just going to empower these two groups. And then we actually have a decent amount of consumption. We have a decent amount of pops. You, of course, can't read the pops. Apparently there's no one here in Ukraine. But there is a decent amount of pops, so we will go into the budget tab and we will add some consumption taxes. Now, we want to primarily tax goods that are luxury goods or sin taxes. So this is what we will do, and we will spend the rest of our authority. You can float authority to make laws pass faster, but I don't think it's quite worth it. We actually get quite a bit from our consumption taxes anyways, and so we'll do this. Services, I guess. And so now we're making a ton of money. We can afford a ton of construction. If you want, you can also downsize the military. Actually, we will downsize the military. Specifically, everything that's not in the Dnieper, and I apologize for the pronunciations. Everything that's not in the Dnieper strategic region, we're going to downsize. Because we don't quite need this big a military. Actually, yeah, we'll just downsize it. This might be a little bit of a mistake because we kind of want to early on. So if we go for... The AI's gotten very aggressive at joining stuff. If we go for Circassia, the Ottomans will join, and we kind of probably wanted that military for the Ottomans to handle them. We will see what we can do. For diplomacy, let's just improve relations. Oh, we can't improve with Russia. Let's improve with Austria and them. And then we will need to declare our interest. We will declare an interest here in South America, because that's a good place to expand. Hey, Not, how's it going? We'll declare it here, and then we will declare it here, and let's see, here. And I'll also explain some of these interests, why we're declaring them there. We want to, well, UK has an interest everywhere, so we'll be able to improve relations with them no matter what. The UK is really the person we want to play nice with as much as possible. I suppose this is kind of the main stuff that we want. And so, let's see. Maybe we want an interest up here and here. Okay. The main reason we're doing these interests is expanding through Zulu, Oranahe, and Transvaal very early is good. So is puppeting these guys down here and going after little guys over here. We want to take Beijing early on, and so this is what we're doing. How you doing, not? Or how you not doing? Bam. All right. For our tech, it's not super important for us to rush, what is it? Atmospheric engine pump and railways. It looks like they've updated the way that this looks in 1.2.2. But we're going to go stock exchange first, and then we're going to go into lathe. And the reason we're researching stock exchange first is because we want to enact free trade, because we are going to provoke corn laws at the very start here. So we're going to go into this, and we're going to prioritize export of grain, which we have a lot of grain, so this will make a lot of money for the people, the landowners, but our regular pops will not like it very much at all. And then we'll take a quick look at our PMs. I think we want to be on sweeteners, but we have no sugar is the problem. That is a problem. We don't have any glass, we don't have any gas streetlights. So we'll just do this into tools. Kind of a bit of a standard thing. We actually probably can build a few more construction centers. Let's build 4. And by 4, I mean 5. And then we'll take an unpause. We're going to lose our power rank, I think. Because if you wanted to join the US's market as a meme, you could delete more military to lose more power rank. This would be fine. Let's see how people feel about us. Disinterested, disinterested. Once we get new interests, then we will solve all of our trading stuff. We do not have interests currently in any region, really, because we just got released, and this is how the game mechanics operate. We are doing the Corn Laws event chain here, which will eventually give us a market liberal for a landowner, which will speed up reforms. We have a revolution brewing. Don't think this is going to pop. It is extreme. 97 is a bit spooky. That's actually really spooky. Come on. What is that about? You really hate... Why do you hate it so much? Did I just roll, like, uber pacifists? Oh, yeah, they're both pacifists. So that'll do it. So maybe we come off this. The problem is they're not going to like... Or they'd be fine with professional army. Why don't we swap to professional army? Because I don't want to scuff this run at the very start here. It's probably best to still go colonization, but we're going to do pro-army, and then maybe we'll do not colonial exploitation, but colonial resettlement, which will make them less upset. Oh, it still radicalizes both. That's unfortunate to roll 2 pacifists. And we get interests everywhere, which means we can solve this stuff. The most important one to solve is the paper, because otherwise we will start to run a negative bureaucracy. I guess also doing armed forces first will give us a chance to fix the paper. For almost everything we have a shortage of, importing it from Russia is going to be best, because it worked before we left the market. We'll also import a little bit from the Ottomans. Trish trying to do a little bit of trade route. Why can we not import this? Oh, I'm blind. That would explain it. And we don't mind having a trade agreement with Austria and Russia. Actually, we're probably going to play nice with Russia at the start. Why are all these smiley faces? What? This is a very experimental build. Alright. Well, wasn't expecting all that, but good shout, I guess. We're going to be importing from, I guess, Prussia. Would not mind getting a trade agreement with them as well, and they kind of are the only ones that are super productive. Let's also do it from Qing. It's wild we're importing tools from Qing, but okay. I think we already handled this. Oh my god, this UI is killing me, Smalls. Because it's popping up the import trade route thing, which only has smiley faces now? Okay. Well, this is what I get for playing on the public beta. Maybe I should have done this We gotta get rid of that to get the import route, and now we have smiley faces again. Alright. You know, it is what it is. Ukraine has so much coal, it's ridiculous. Ukraine does have a lot of coal. Thank you, Butter My Pickle. Quality username there. Love it. And then that should fix all that. We will wait for our shortage to go away and probably go after Circassia at that point. We can't get Russia to help us with Circassia. Kinda don't want to go against Kebab here. That's a really good way to scuff the run at the start. I suppose what we could do is we could land and go after Argentina first. The biggest thing to look for is there a play here? We want to go after Beijing when the UK is clapping Great Qing. The rhyme is not intended, and so this is kind of what we'll be doing. Alright. So maybe we want to Dominion these guys first. There's a decent chance that the UK will join against us. And so... yeah, I was very, very tempted to do the meme run where we joined the United States' market, but I think that the meme run of releasing all these states and incorporating them from Russia is more important. Let's improve relations with the UK. If my Spain run is at all indicative of how things might go, it is very important to keep the United Kingdom not mad at you. I guess we'll do this. Something like that? Okay. And then we're going to need to recruit some generals. I think I'm going to recruit one on 40 and one on 20. Defensive strategist is okay. We don't want to recruit any from certain groups. We don't want to improve the clout of the groups we don't like, and we are running goods shortages. So, we are importing a bit, but maybe we import from Kebab as well. Be off on our way. Now, everyone's going to import grain from us, which is actually going to be quite uncomfortable while we have the Corn Laws event. Yeah, I know. Also, 1.2.2, this... this wigging out is absolutely wild, and making smiley faces instead. Oh, do we have to be looking through our market? How did we make it look all smiley faces? I forget. Now, the UK will often join against us, which is not ideal. So they're not going to be cooperative anymore. I don't know why they're joining if they're cooperative, but we can comfortably just land them and enforce on them anyways. So this is not a big deal. We'll go to the Navy, we'll recruit an admiral. I guess this is the guy, because we don't want to recruit a landowner, nor do we want to piss off the landowner. What is our heirs IG? This is kind of important. He's landowner. Look at that Chad with the monocle. Oh, baby. Sign me up. Oh my god. 20 minutes in and I already feel like I gotta piss. I turned off this automated queue. And it's giving it to me anyways. We're gonna go through. We're gonna keep going, but this is not what we tried to do. We will put in war reps as well on Argentina. Oh my god, this 1.2.2 thing is so scuffed. We really don't want this. Maybe we could roll it back to 1.1 or 1.2.1. I think everyone would prefer the madness, though. Do we have iron? We do not have any iron right now. We have some in Ukraine, if that's what your question is. There's quite a lot in Ukraine. I don't think we have much sulfur, which is a reason to expand in South America, because South America has a decent amount of sulfur. I think we actually might have 0 sulfur potentials. Yeah, we have no sulfur potentials, but we have a decent amount of iron potentials. What is this? 60 total? But, oh, they declared a rivalry at the UK? No. This is such a bad way to start. No. Please, no. We're gonna promote this boyo so he can lead all 25. But, our plan is to get Transvaal relatively early, which has another 60 iron, so this should be good. This is like, I think one of the best places to expand here. Freaking tragic, man. We are going to be... Yeah, we tanked our standard of living with all these consumption taxes, and maybe we want to tax tobacco. I also think that with the automated construction queue, subsidies to try and force certain things to build is an interesting thing. Restart, we're not restarting. I have discovered that people seem to prefer me being in pain. Or they think it's more amusing, which I think is fair. And so, there is Iron and Greater Poland, which is Russian land, so we will be taking it. Although I kind of like the idea of having a massive, like, federation or whatever. Where do I put my drink? Alright, 2 arms. Yeah, Poland has a ton of resources. I was kind of a little bit shocked when I first saw it. How much resources? When we did the Poland run, we will, of course, empower them. And professional army is about to tick. Increasing enactment chance by 15%. This is really good for us because we are going to run a bureaucratic shortfall at some point. And so, yeah. So Poland has... They also have lead, which is something we can run out of fairly early. But they have so much coal. Like, what is this? Like, 200 coal? Yeah. That's a lot of resources. Unfortunately... yeah, we're going to need to figure out sulfur relatively early. I mean, we're probably just going to import it to start. We're currently not using it, but... Maybe we should have gone for Chile first, because Chile gets the stuff. They get the things. And, oil in Galicia? You mean here? I don't think we're going to go after Austrian sand. As, in terms of being in the spirit of the run. I think we're going to mainly go for colonial overseas land. And we are going to not mess with any European state other than Russia. Unless people really want me to. But, I thought about actually conquering 0 land other than Russia. But I thought that would be a little bit, too restrictive. I mean, currently we're playing nice with Russia. Which, to be fair, I guess that's what Ukraine started out as. In about 40 minutes, we'll be dragging Putin. But that'll be then. Yeah, the similarities between him and Stalin are pretty striking. God, people are importing stuff from us that normally we want cheap, but it's like 100%... Great Britain is landing. Oh, no. I don't think they're going to succeed, but we're going to mobilize our other force. Yeah, they have too much of a penalty. We're keeping this 20 stack at home to defend. But the AI, the improvements they made to the AI in this patch 1.2 have been fantastic. The AI is so much more aggressive, and it's not just like roll over, do nothing. Does that make Yeltsin Lenin? So, Yeltsin was, like, a reformer of sorts, and Lenin was a reformer of sorts, so yeah. That doesn't make Yeltsin like Lenin, but reverse Lenin, because Yeltsin wanted capitalism and democracy. But, like, Putin did not start getting... He stayed in line a little bit, sort of, while Yeltsin was still alive, and then it was really after Yeltsin died that he really seized power. Yeah. Like, but like, Lenin wasn't a dick in the way Stalin was, but Stalin was Lenin's thug, and then when Lenin died, he seized power, and then Putin was Yeltsin's thug, for putting down the Chechnyan Revolution and dealing with that. We get the modern conservative event, which is the whole point of doing core laws, which is why we export it. We get a new leader for our age, so let's take a look here, just so we can illustrate what's going on. Right now he's a jingoist, which unfortunately is gonna, actually we really should have passed the colonization first, but once we do this, he'll no longer be a jingoist. Instead, he is a market liberal, Which I suppose makes going pro-army. We're not going to do this now, because we want to... how close are we to our tick? We're pretty close to the tick. We're going to take this 25% tick, but then we're going to switch on to the market liberal stuff, which is we're going to get rid of serfdom. And normally the landowners don't support this, but the market liberal guy does. So, yeah. So we'll finish taking the tick of this. And our landing fails. We'll try again. I very much like that they're decaying faster. Now this must be because they have taken more casualties than us as a proportion of their military. Yeah, did not want this automated construction queue, but here we are. Does not let you do it manually in 1.2.2. I'm ready for the hot mess, though. Let's see if we're still running, or what we're running shortages of. Did we not import anything of this? I think long term, us having a trade route with Venezuela will be nice, so we'll take care of it that way. And is the kebab cooperative? Oh, we forgot to turn off the corn laws. Whoops. We might protect our own... Here, let's just do this. And now the corn laws will end. End of the corn laws. We let the grain trade begin. And hopefully this landing pops off. Also got to keep an eye on this situation. Because we want to declare war on them at the same time Great Britain does. I think Great Britain will not declare war on Great Qing until we do that. We get pro-army. Very lucky to get the tick. And now we're going to try and abolish serfdom with our handy-dandy landowners supporting that. The core laws is so overtuned now. So in 1.1, they used to not want to get rid of serfdom. Which made, like, fully reforming everything difficult. But now, in 1.2, the market liberal ideology specifically, helps you get rid of serfdom as well, in terms of this. Which is huge. Could probably keep expanding construction instead of doing the tooling workshop. We're just going to expand a couple more in other spots. Yeah, difficult landing here. Eventually we'll get lucky, but this is not the bee's knees. It's also not the end of the world. We're not decaying very quickly. It'll be wild if this war causes the UK to not go to war with Great Qing. Normally they always do. Yeah, this landing's not going to work out. Landings are so tough. Also makes fighting Great Britain in a general sense really, really, really rough. Huge loyalist uptick from the getting rid of the grain laws. Sometimes you get the double battle from a landing, or you get 2 landing attempts. I'm not sure exactly how that mechanic works. I think most of the time you don't. I'm not sure if it's a bug, but we will wait and see. Really love that they fixed the forever battles thing that was present. Well, we don't get the double battle, so let's try again. We could try with our 20 stack to not be running as big a penalty from landing, but I think I'm good with this. Try making one landing after another. That's what I'm going to try and do. What we need for them to do is to roll, like having a smaller, us having a larger portion of our army starting, and them having a smaller. And then once we land, it's like pretty comfortable. I mean, they're decayed. They're like full decayed, and we're not very decayed at all. And like, they've taken a ton of casualties relative to their max forces, and we've taken basically none. Intelligentsia are happy with us. Hell yeah, brother. Love to see it. Great Britain no longer rivals us. Thank God. Really don't want to have that situation. In fact, we might rival their rivals. Just to try and... We're gonna rival their rival here. We could join Russia's customs union, maybe? Yeah. Well... I mean, the UK is not going to get a landing off on us either, which is bliss. Which is fortuitous. We did, like, so I finished the entire Spain run for people who are, like, following the other runs. And for the Spain run, we just had, like, this forever conflict with the UK. And this being here is actually, like, a huge thorn in your side, because you have a land border with both France and Spain, so they don't have to, they don't have to land you the complicated way. They can just push you normally. One thing, also, when you're starting off with very little construction, this private construction queue, government construction queue split is so painful because it takes forever to finish buildings. We're gonna actually build a couple... Or build one more of this. I should try playing Russia. I think I might play Russia. I want to get do the central or whatever, the Great Game Achievement. Hello, you're from Russia? How are you doing, person from Russia? I hope you don't mind us dragging Putin, because that's a big part of this stream. Every hour on the hour, we will be dragging Putin. Or talking about Putin in a negative way. It's not necessarily dragging if it's the truth. Alright, we will get rid of traditionalism. Now, since we have... This game is bugged and it won't let us choose to be in control of our queue, we're not going to go laissez-faire, because I think laissez-faire is worse with the bugginess of the queue. So we're going to go interventionalism. You love the USA? Alright, cool. Not saying you necessarily have to be a fan of the USA, by the way. Just not a fan of Putin. If you're a fan of Putin, this is not the stream for you. I should try playing Russia when 1.2 becomes more polished. So we're actually on 1.2.2, and it is... seems like more buggy. Or, like, there's some problems with the UI. Maybe we can replicate it at some point. But, like, all of the goods turned into smiley faces instead, which was very amusing. Alright, this tooling workshop should get finished in a timely fashion. Eventually we'll be able to land them, I hope. Maybe we should try landing with the 20 stack. I know the 20 stack will incur less of a penalty, and if we get the full landing with the full 20 stack, it'll be a bit better. And so maybe this is what we should be doing. It's currently not what we're doing. I'm not sure exactly. Man, our SOL. Our poor people. All I want is more construction. We should probably up construction some more, even. Ooh, I forgot to do something. Let's get rid of one of these. Forgot I wanted to encourage manufacturing in the capital. Whoops, whoops. Very important. Although I think it becomes less important with the automated construction queue. So... I think with the automated construction queue, like you have less control over building one place tall. And we have a lot of different states to build in, right? So, we're still going to do it, because we do have some manufacturing here. It affects arts industries, if I recall correctly. Which to me is... Oh, it doesn't anymore. Or I don't have eyes? Nope, it doesn't anymore. The idea is we're trying to get as big a throughput bonus as we can. So, yeah. What kind of game is this? This is a like 4K strategy game, but it's like a very sweaty strategy game. Where it's basically economics in the Victorian era from 1836 to 1936. And this is, let's see how our landing's going. Yeah, we finally get a landing off with a big stack against, to be fair, this is kind of a big stack of theirs, but we should enforce almost instantly after getting this landing off. And so the goal is to expand your economy. So like most strategy games, the military is kind of around to, the economy is around to support the military. In this game, the military is kind of around to support the economy. It is a line go up simulator. Our line doesn't go up very much right now. I can't read Cyrillic, so I don't know what that means. Is there a formula for convoys per army unit? There probably is, but I don't know it. So you get, I know you get a penalty from, we can actually probably just look right here. He is taking 65, and he is a 40 stack. So my guess would be it's, I imagine it gets more expensive as your PMs get better too, though. But at this juncture, it's a little over 1.5 times. I think it's tied to your PMs. So, and also to distance. So I think if we land China, it takes more convoys than if we land like Spain. So I think there's multiple. Yeah, look at this, minus 20 per tick. Hello, Doomed. How can you donate? You could donate by clicking in the link, the first one at the bottom of the description. It is Project Hope. Unfortunately, there was no GoFundMe or Kickstarter for Putin's assassination, so instead we have to help the Ukrainian people. How are you doing this morning? Alright, we are losing some money. We got negative convoys. That's okay, though. We kind of want to have a trade agreement with Austria. This would be really nice if we could get this. We get interventionism here, which means now we can go after... we want free trade, but we don't have stock exchange yet. This is why we research stock exchange first, by the way, so that we can hopefully get that before our landowner dies. Yeah, we will be dragging Putin every hour on the hour. Let's go dedicated. Well, no, we don't want to. We don't have enough bureaucracy. So each of one of our institutional levels is going to cost 150. So we have to keep that in mind. So no new institutions, I don't think. Property to women, you'll love to see it. So I guess we just chill for now. You wonder if that's a TOS violation? I don't think it is. It might. I think they might make an exception for Putin, to be honest. Also, I'm not asking you to do... Well, I guess I'm kind of asking you to do it by saying, whoa, what's this about? I think... Did we just lose approval with the petite bourgeoisie? No. Don't know why this is suddenly negative, but that is actually very uncomfortable to have. So we will expand government administration, someplace where we have insufficient tax capacity, which we do in Kyiv. So we will expand here because this increases the throughput bonus, and so overall they will be the most effective here. We'll put them secondarily in the queue. You're doing good, still waking up. How's your morning in the stream? My morning in the stream is going well. Unfortunately, like, I started having to pee, like, basically as soon as I started the stream, but luckily, I got the pee bottle. So we're good. Alright. We will just white peace out. Them, it used to auto white peace. Is it still going to? No, it doesn't. We're just gonna white peace them. Hopefully they go to war against Great Qing. And we might rival their rivals. We really don't want Great Britain to dislike us. So we're gonna take a look at diplomacy and see if they have more rivals. They are rivaling us. They are rivaled by two Sicilies and France. So we don't really want to rival France because we don't want France and England sticking their finger in our pie. That would be the absolute worst. So why don't we rival, see if we can rival two Sicilies? No, we can't. We could. I'm not sure. I love how it says France would accept the rivalry, like they have a choice in the matter. Just pop a bucket under the chair. Amen, brother. You got to get that bucket chair, you know what I mean? I'm not sure I have enough exit velocity to just put it under the chair. I would definitely need to construct a chair out of it. So we could go after Circassia here. I kind of, well, Russia's genial. Do they still have a truce with Circassia? It ends on the 41st. We do want to go after Circassia, but I kind of don't want to fight the Kebab. And I'm pretty, well, now they're just cautious, so this is kind of good for us. We'll improve relations. We could do a large volume of trade with them. They canceled the rivalry. Perfect. Alright. I think we want to try and trade with the Austrians a bit more, though. Why don't we add another construction center, and then... Crimea, very Ukrainian territory. Oh. We are thinking about starting another war. So we have 0 infamy right now. So we should start another war. I just don't want to... In my testing, this war against Circassia, like, we actually encounter some pretty significant problems generally with the Ottomans, with the Kebabis. So I guess maybe we go after Kutai here. And we could probably just conquer the state, because we should decay like this 4 in the time. And this will give us access to dyes, which is going to be nice. And later oil will appear here in Kutai. So that'll also be nice. And if Great Britain joins against us, that kind of sucks, but we will again just be able to get the landing off in force and then chill at home with our other army. And so prevent them from clapping us, hopefully. Yeah, this is so uncomfortable here. This is the real problem. Like, when you release, you have bureaucratic problems just at the very start. RimWorld... RimWorld does look different. We do like dye. Dye lets us use the better PMs in our clothing manufactories. And you know what they say, better PMs. Big feet. We will see if we can import iron to do wrought iron tools here. Because that is a better PM. And we'll just quickly, we'll explain why in a second. Which one's most productive? Austrians. Perfect. We want to do a large volume of trade with them anyways. Of course, we don't like this. We really can't wait until we research stock exchange so we can go free trade. But the reason why this is so nice is because it switched us to privately owned, which is owned by capitalists instead of merchant guilds, which is owned by shopkeepers, which is going to empower the Intelligentsia and the Industrialists. What's your favorite dye? Mine is death. They have this, so they have an event in this game that's so good. That's like a Dye Works explosion or whatever, and it's like, oh, so many people were died in the Dye Works explosion, but it spells it out DYE, die. So, your favorite PM is feet? Yeah, you'll love to see it, brother. Sorry, I don't have a foot cam. That might be against the TOS as well. We'll just call it a cat cam instead. Just go, shh, it's a cat cam. My door is closed, so the cat can't get in. They shall not have died in vain. Exactly. That's my favorite event. And then in like 1.1, they took out all the puns, which was freaking awful, and then they put them back in for 1.2. So... hopefully they keep it for the live patch 1.2. We're also going to ask for war reps from these boyos. We're going to try and ask for war reps. Oh wait, we're annexing them. Yeah, okay, that's fair. So much dice. Please get a foot cat cam. This is what we're here for, the foot/cat cam. That would really, you know, fit the overall theme of my dragging Putin stream and playing this sweaty strategy game. It'd be like the cherry on top, the perfect, the cat and foot cam. Could I get a fart mic? Baby, if you fart loud enough, this is a fart mic. Every mic is a fart mic if you try hard enough. Alright, looks like the UK will not be joining against us, so we should get a pretty easy war. I don't know why they're just uncertain. Would be annexed if they back down. This is a new modifier. That is interesting. And they back down. But that is interesting that now that modifier is in place. And now we can build dies here. Woo. So hopefully this place finishes up. And now we have the split construction. No! Food industries in Rostov. Can it not tell that other industries would be better? I'm pretty sure tools would make more money. Maybe not. Maybe we swapped too soon. Alright, so we gotta think about declaring a war here. We want to go after Circassia. We don't want to fight Kebab. We want Kebab to fight Egypt, and then we go for it. And we want the UK to go for Great Qing, and then we go for them as well. So maybe we just chill? I don't like chilling, though. Probably expand construction some more. Victoria 3 players only want one thing, and it's fucking construction. Yeah, every mic is a fart mic if you try hard enough. General game. Indeed. Like, it's just the truth, you know? You just need more beans. Scratch the stream idea for a charity. We're doing a bean stream. Everybody bust out your beans. We're gonna let it rip. We could mess around with this and try and increase construction even more. Maybe we want to do this. We are on land tax. I mean, I really do like construction. I got a Russia in chat. I don't have a problem with Russia. I have a problem with Putin. More legumes, bean stream. It almost rhymes. Bean stream. It's just so close. I think we go after Circassia here. I'm just scared of Kebab. Every time we've practiced it, the Kebab goes after us, and the way the front's split... Well, first of all, our army's weaker, but secondly, the way that the front's split is just so terrible for us that we just get absolutely wrecked. It's been my experience. I mean, I guess we can go after, like... I think just vassalizing Sulawesi is probably fine. In the interim. Just land their capital. I'm shocked at how many people have come in that are Russian. By that I mean they're in a hurry. They leave too early. Terrible. That used to be my favorite pun when I was teaching chess to kids. Just tell them a player was Russian, so he was in a hurry. Russia's annexing in Central Asia. Russia's doing Russian things. Although they do just annex, like, the stuff normally. It's pretty standard. I guess we could have gone for the annex on Tulu, but I think that it would have been actually kind of expensive. So I think there's a minimum value for annexing. Kind of doing alright here. Really need to get the government administration. Really could just use a trade agreement with Austria. That would be fantastic. They're just cautious, though. Oh my god. I'd have to use that piss bottle. Yeah, what's crazy is how much more infamy the population of Argentina and Chile, and just kind of these places in general in the New World, just explode over the course of the game. So if you're going to be naughty against them, it's so much better to do it early on. Let's also add war reps, which I think makes them more likely to back down. That was kind of my impression, but maybe they've recalculated it for 1.2.2, because normally they would never back down in Kutai. So maybe that -50 modifier was always there. They're just displaying it now. I don't know. We are also now major power, so we'll accrue a little bit less infamy, but we'll get worse interest rates on our loans. These are kind of the two bigger factors, I think. We also get like less Diplo influence. I think we can rival like two Sicilies though. They're cooperative, which we definitely want them to be friendly with us. Can we rival two Sicilies? No. Or maybe we can, we just don't have an interest in the region. So maybe you should kick this up to speed 4. Sulu backs down, and they are now our dominion. So we want to look for another war here. We are reputable. Alright, so here we have this. We're going to go after Beijing now. Let's take a little quick save here. Don't want to scuff the run, but we are going to go after Beijing, because we should be able to take it relatively easy. Nice that UK somehow doesn't have an interest here. But we're just going to land and try and hold Beijing. It's really a nice state to have, because the Forbidden City gives you plus 50 authority and plus 20 legitimacy from having had a state and government, which is insane. Maybe we can expand construction even more. Kind of want to turn on iron frame buildings and start progressing towards that. And so maybe we build up iron mines instead, which, like, the end goal is more construction, but we just kind of work our way towards it. Where's our other place that has iron? Alright. Guess I'll have to use this thing. Crimea. Cool. Do a treaty port? I generally don't I don't really like the return on investment in terms of, maybe I'm missing something, but 8 infamy. Well, first of all, this will take us into a new bracket of infamy, which I don't want to do because I don't want to go over 25. But it just doesn't seem worth the return on investment for taking a treaty port versus like taking an entire state, you know? I could be missing something. Because I have kind of always been a position, I should probably take more treaty ports or just double check exactly how they work. But, hail Putin. If I had mods, I think I would ban you. Can I ban you? I'm gonna time out. 0 tolerance for that. If you're enjoying the stream, can I get a I oppose Putin politically and then I fell down some stairs in chat? Alternatively, fell out a window will also suffice. Alright, we get our war with Great Qing. And we will try and land Beijing if they have not full occupied it, but they probably have. Oh, nope, we can land this little... Oh, no. Let's land there. And then, now that we've researched stock exchange, we can finally switch to free trade, which will also free up a bunch of bureaucracy for us. And Russia annexes. Ooh, that was a big shift. Is that because our investment pool is growing? Interesting. Or drank radioactive tea? Yeah, I opposed the government, so I drank some radioactive tea. Also a very fair one. We are coming up on the 10-hour mark, at which point we will talk about Putin some more. Or sorry, not the 10-hour mark, the 10 o'clock PST. But taking Beijing is just so OP. Like, every starting steps, opening strat, I think going for Beijing is the thing to do, and you just piggyback on the UK, like, declaring war. And so... yeah, would really love... yeah, I can't wait until we get free trade. Hopefully we can get it, and our boyo doesn't die. Hopefully he doesn't get assassinated by Putin. Our market liberal... oh my god. Too close to home. Hopefully our market liberal boyo doesn't get clapped. Alright. Probably gotta set this up a little bit. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, I can't set it up without switching the stuff. Okay, fair enough. Oh, we get a landing, baby. I think we can just advance the front. Wow, they put so many guys on our front instead of that. I think we do have a sliver of Beijing, though, which means we should get enforcement ticks. And we won't cause too many casualties, but I think we can decay them below 0. We can actually also just be on defensive as well. And we have free trade, yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you stick it to Putin. Alright, no kleptocracies here. Our pacifists died, so I think we go for colonial exploitation now. Which, of course, we're going to run a bureaucratic deficit, but... actually, yeah, no, we're just going to run a deficit when we hit that. Nothing under construction terrible. Alright, I think there's no demand for iron currently, or not, or there is a ton of demand, so... we'll just kind of keep going with the iron a little bit, and then let's go with the coal a little bit. And it looks like they pieced out. Wow, we can actually push them too. Wild. I think we want to set designate strategic objective for taking the cap. So. Yeah, it is... oh, we should have gone for war reps on them too. I'm bad. It is, China's economy is so huge at the start of the game. Yeah, we should have gone for war reps too. I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking. That's like free money. They're so easy to clap at the start of the game because they have terrible PMs and you can just get so much money from them in Beijing. It's, I think, just any starting steps for anyone, you should just be on it. Or try to do this strategy where you just piggyback the UK's war. That's gonna hurt though, in terms of our overall strategy, not getting that in. We will put these on auto expand. Oh, forgot to switch these to fishing trawlers. That's no good. Let's use butchering tools. Not yet, I guess. But our tools are getting expensive, their inputs are getting cheap. We're gonna handle that. Cringe gaming bringing politics into gaming. I disagree with your evaluation. Also, speaking of, let's transition to the second part of the stream, the Dragging Putin portion, which we will be doing every hour on the hour. Let's get into this. So I do have to swap over which image slideshow or which thing it's pulling from. So apologies, but we will add a directory. And we will stop that and put in a new timer. Cringe bringing politics into... you can leave and you didn't have to click. So I don't have any sympathy for you. Alright, so let's talk about this. The legacy of the fall of the USSR. So, on our left, we have Gorbachev. On the middle, we have Yeltsin. And on the far right, of course, is the man himself, Vladimir Putin. So, Gorbachev was presiding over the fall of the USSR, and the first elected president was Boris Yeltsin, who's in the middle, who was the immediate predecessor to Vladimir Putin, although Yeltsin kind of had his finger in Vladimir Putin's pie for a little bit of it, at least. And now we're going to get into some quotes, so I gotta read a little bit, and this, of course, is going into mostly, what is it, the book by Garry Kasparov, Winter is Coming. Cringe bringing politics into gaming. Okay, so, generally speaking, Kasparov's position is that there wasn't really much follow-through from the West in terms of holding people responsible. They just wanted to kind of get the Cold War over with and sweep it under the rug. So a lot of stuff that did happen, it was just once it was no longer the USSR in name, the West kind of just rolled over and no longer became involved in it. And then very importantly, the KGB and the entire security apparatus was left intact. And so Kasparov talks about, the decades of genocide before this, and then the dominant position soon became one of avoiding witch hunts, even if it meant leaving people with blood on their hands in positions of power. Western nations unanimously collaborated with this dubious cover-up. Okay, so he goes on to say, witch hunt implies persecution with false pretenses and or lack of evidence. But what if there's plenty of actual witches around and plenty of evidence of witchcraft? Let's continue. Okay, so this is Gorbachev, and Gorbachev was actually fairly popular with the West because he instituted this glasnost, this engagement policy, but Gorbachev was not popular at home. It shocked me, Kasparov writes, it shocked me that these experts seemed completely unfamiliar with the political terrain in Russia, where Yeltsin was clearly rising and Gorbachev was flailing and falling. It was clear only that they spoke to their good friend Gorbachev and other people inside the Kremlin. After all, that's where the power in the nuclear weapons were, i.e. not the people. He later writes, they are far more interested in the mechanics of Gorbachev's reform proposals than in the fact that everyone in the streets from Berlin to Vladivostok, hopefully I pronounced that correct, now felt willing to complain openly about their political yada yada. I do believe there's an instance where there was a tank that shot on the Capitol building or something. And I think Yeltsin was pictured on the tank or something. There's a famous picture of it. I can't remember exactly. In the next following chapter, he writes, China's Tiananmen Square protests and massacre should also be mentioned in any discussion of the spirit of 89, especially since Gorbachev visited Beijing in May in the middle of the protests, 3 weeks before the tanks were sent in to crush the demonstrators. Dictators seem to learn from history much better than Democrats, by the way. I believe he's talking about democracies in general. The Putins of the world view Gorbachev as being too weak to hold the USSR together and to take Tiananmen Square from Tiananmen Square the value of brute force. All right. And then, of course, we have a sad Putin hour. Let's all thank Gorbachev for Pizza Hut. What? Okay. Separately, during the 1990s, billions of dollars came in to secure the Soviet Union weapon-related program. Okay, so this is, on the left side, this is Kasparov talking about how much money was actually poured into Russia to try and help them out following the fall of the Soviet Union. All these numbers are a bit tedious, but it's important to counter the popular Russian victimhood myth spread by Putin propaganda and anti-American, anti-NATO sympathizers around the world. The story goes that Russia was humiliated by the West when the USSR collapsed, leading to resentment and mistrust. He goes on to write, about someone else's book. In Anatomy of Fascism, Robert Paxton includes his concise definition of the belief that one's group is a victim, a sentiment that justifies any action without legal or moral limits against its enemies, both internal and external. The myth of Russian humiliation at Western, especially American, hands fits the victimhood model perfectly. The false narrative that Russia is surrounded by enemies who are intent on holding it back and fills Putin's need for to fuel his increasingly fascist propaganda. For similar reasons, Putin regime is obsessed with Soviet suffering in the World War II as Soviet Union ever was. Along with the victimhood claim, in this case legitimate, the World War II fixation fits the Kremlin's desire to call all of its enemies fascists, despite evidence to the contrary. The bizarre logic goes, we defeated the fascists in World War II, so everyone who opposes us is a fascist. Which, of course, you see in the denazification of Ukraine narrative. And so we have this humiliation myth, and it's used as a sort of justification for extreme measures and a sort of hard hand, which is why Putin kind of came into power to begin with. You know, he was the hard hand of Yeltsin initially, and he was the arm of Yeltsin, but once Yeltsin passes, Putin just consolidates power entirely, much in a way that's like reminiscent of Stalin. And he pulls the good old, I'm not a fascist, you're a fascist. And point that, Kasparov raises in his book, or talks about quite a bit, is it's harder to remove a dictator than to put one in power. And so everyone was kind of, enthusiastic initially to put Putin in power with the idea that he would deal with the Chechen separation and the Chechen apartment bombings and these sorts of things. And then they discover later it's a lot harder to get him out. All right. So that is that, and let's hop back to the game. I'm trying to make each one of these 5 minutes, so we will try and do that, and let's get back to the game. Some happy-dappy Victoria 3. I think we could also just move this guy over. I don't think Xing will land us, so I think this is fine. I think we actually also wanted to come off of... We'll take East Borneo down. We wanted to come off of line infantry here. Actually, that doesn't really save us too much money. We'll just stay with it. And we want to research... Oh, hopefully this was... Okay, yeah, we were paused. What do we want to research now? We're going to go atmospheric engine, into mechanical tools, into railways, I think. This seems like a fine strategy. Generally, you kind of want to go railways. Colonial exploitation is morally correct. You hit it. Oh, don't you know, he appeared in Pizza Hut ad. Ridiculously funny. I didn't know that he did. That is funny, though. You gotta have Pizza Huts in Russian. Or in Russia. And we conquer Beijing. So this is just, like, such a strong strategy. We also get a bunch of tooling workshops, furniture manufacturers, and government administrations. We don't need this many government administrations, so we'll delete most of them. We'll actually hold on to a few, because that will help our colonial exploitation, and by colonial exploitation, I mean resettlements. And we can switch to lathes immediately, which will, of course, will swap them from being merchant guild owned to privately owned, which we love the privately owned stuff. And then, because it empowers the industrialists. And then these, we might have to switch... We definitely need a lot more iron. Let's see if we can import wood from Russia. Softwood, that is. We can, and we can import it from Austria and Prussia as well. I think I like this. Ooh. I forgot. Often there will not be a port here. We might want to just keep the barracks, but we build the port. This is the first thing we need to build. First order of business here. And we have a little bit of excess authority now on the back of Beijing, giving us 50. So we will tax tobacco and be well on our way. Yeah, Gorbachev was interesting because, like, he was really trying to, like, bridge a gap, but, like, a lot of that was also just reactionary to, like, the Soviet Union collapsing. And so I don't know enough about him to make like a strong evaluation, but it seems like part of it was like reaction. Ooh, why are we getting a revolution? This is a strong revolution. What the frick? Maybe they changed revolutions a little bit. I have no idea why their revolution is so strong. The trade unionists are like inconsequential. But it's because there's a large movement for poor laws. I mean, I guess we can go poor laws first. Before resettlement. This is, well, this is capped at 60, so that's kind of fine. So once we get the port, all this will be much, much better. Just such a strong state. Also has 15 million pops, which once we like switch some of our migration laws, they come over to incorporated territory and, you know, work and pay taxes and stuff. Assimilate. Looks like this is decaying. It's wild that this movement's even that strong to me. We can also look for a war, but we have a good amount of infamy currently. I suppose we could go after Brunei. And Dominion and then take them. I think I like this. We'll also ask for war reparations. It seems that they've adjusted it so they're more likely to back down when you're just dominioning them. We have much, much stronger military. Should be able to do this very, very comfortably. We'll do King's Will's done. Hopefully the rev doesn't pop off, but plus 20% enactment is really nice. We do want to get into the colonization game. We really want to get Kenya, which gives us access to a whole bunch of just regular malaria stuff. So we're probably going to make a beeline for railways. And then after we get railways, we'll probably go... Oh, there's still so much tier 1 tech. We'll probably go empiricism then, I guess. Bit unfortunate. Alright, I really gotta piss though. So I'm going to put up my handy dandy. Alright, we are back. Yeah, poor piss bottle. Never stood a chance. We are losing some money. Really bad that we forgot to take war reps off of Great Shing, but we couldn't... And we also didn't release Manchuria, Mongolia. Maybe we do this next time. Kind of a bit weird to be playing on patch 1.2.2. We haven't tried it out at all. It seems that people are much more likely to back down here in the Dominions sort of thing. We could go for Buligan. I don't want to go for Buligan though, because I believe... Oh no, wait, there is no border between Kutai and Buligan. So we can go for Buligan too in the same way. I kind of want to annex Circassia, though. They're belligerent, they're cautious, genial. Maybe we can get this through. I'm just worried I'm worried about Kebab. This has been a sticking point a little bit in some of the trial runs I've made. Of course, the trial runs are on 1.2.1, so... Right? It doesn't... Running shortages for cannons. Not sure what the auto queue is doing building not cannons then. Definitely try to get things rolling a little bit in regards to like getting the iron frame buildings and like all this type of stuff. It's a little bit slower when you only control half the construction queue though. Because the capitalists waste time on the consumer goods. Nah. Have a ton of radicals because we conquered Beijing. They're all in Beijing. They're also not too happy about all the PMs being terrible. The port is coming up though. After that they will have full market access and we get colonial resettlement. Hiya. So let's establish a colony in Kenya. Which is now, I think, kind of the best colonization spot now that they've changed colonization, so you can't colonize very freely. But we do want to get Quinine kind of early because of that. I think, well, maybe you can make an argument that you're supposed to go for all these islands that don't have, like, malaria or anything. But they don't have resources, and I think cutting off Kenya is important. Although, if the AI usually goes for something, and then they just keep going with it. So, like, Great Britain's just going to do this whole shtick before they go for Kenya. Nice. Yeah. We forgot to ask for war reps. Was that the reason that the war broke out? Unfortunate. We're gonna land on empiricism spreading, which is nice. So we're just gonna leave it in the queue, but we probably won't have to research it ourselves. Probably just go mass communication into pharmaceuticals into Quinine. Something like this. Ukraine annexing Russia is such an awesome idea for a playthrough. Thank you. I thought it was very fitting considering this is the 1-year anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine. Which is why I'm going to be doing it in one sitting. I'm guessing it's somewhere between 10 to 20 hours for me to do. Probably, I should just probably be cranking on speed 4 while I can. I think speed 3 is a better viewing experience. But considering I'm expecting to be here quite a while, maybe I should be kind of looking at it a little bit differently. But we are going after this before we go after this. We do want to grab Circassia though, because otherwise Russia will grab it. Really, we're kind of just been waiting on Ottomans to fight Egypt, but they haven't. So this is a little awkward. We could probably do another trade route to deal with the cannons, to be honest. Nope, guess not really. Can we import more iron? That's like one of our shticks that we're having trouble with. Iron's cheap. Okay, well we're gonna start turning on iron frame buildings then. That of course increases demand for tools. And tools also are an input for iron. We're gonna turn on another one. And really try and crank up the tools here. We'll also, every hour on the hour, be dragging Putin or talking about Putin a little bit for about 5 minutes. The duel. Love this event. I wish there was more events like it, so we can try and... We do not want them to fight. We do not want to lose our market liberal boyo. He is hated as well, which is kind of okay. We're kind of okay with. But if he switches off, he'll be really mad that we swapped interventionalism and free trade recently. So that's a no-no. We could go dedicated police force right now. This wouldn't be terrible, but it like wouldn't be that great either. I think I'm pretty okay just floating the excess bureaucracy and not having to build government admins. Building government admins early on in the game kind of just cramps your style. What the hell happened here? I hate when this is such an annoying like bug slash feature where your guys get unassigned from the fronts. It's like beautiful, brother. This is cool. Looks like they can decay below 0. Nope, they can't because we have no one there. Yeah, really annoying. It is what it is, though. Now, I think there's like no demand for coal. We'll create a small demand for coal by starting to switch on gas streetlights in a couple places. But the real thing's going to be the atmospheric engine pump on the iron mines. It's less important that we get the juice specifically for the railways, although we could try and go for that in terms of the event. Do you think you're going to go for a full 20 hours? I'm going to go as long as it takes to conquer all of Russia. And so I have no idea how long this is. I'm going to do... I think at a minimum it takes 10 hours. And a maximum I think is around 20. But I'm just going to do however long it takes. Or until like I can't take it anymore. But like considering it's like a charity stream for Ukraine, it's like... It's a little hard to be like, oh, I can't take playing a video game for 20 hours when, you know, there's people dying in the mud out there. So, yeah. Yeah. That is the plan. Alright, I think I just want to wait for the Ottomans to be fighting Egypt, because then they won't stick their finger in our pie. I mean, we have a little bit of infamy. We can afford to not be at war. Could also go after Chile here. I think I like going after Chile, actually. Now, the UK is fairly likely to join, but they're genial and cordial, so maybe we get this off without the UK sticking their finger in our pie. And we'll make sure to ask for war reps, which makes it more likely that they just back down. Yeah, we're not anywhere near powerful enough to fight Russia yet. We'll get there, though. I think we'll recruit a general for our North China HQ. This guy seems fine. We could actually use that guy to explore a lot. Because it's just a 5-stack. Maybe we'll do that. Great Britain sides with Chile. God damn it. This is not what we wanted. France immediately wants a trade agreement because we're at war with their enemy. I don't think we want to cozy up with France. Because then the UK will always hate us. But yeah, classic UK, finger sticking in pie. The realism. Oh, we can sway the UK. What do we have to do? Revoke claim? Nope. They just want a treaty part? Or an obligation? We're not going to give them either, so... Not too keen on that. So, these are starting to get a little bit there. I guess I'm not going to care if I proc the event on the atmospheric engine too much. But France gave us the miraculous ladybug. What ladybug? To what ladybug do you refer? We'll build some chops too. We won't put any war goals on UK because we can never enforce them. Well, maybe we could, like, ask for... We would have to ask for, like, colonies, basically, is the only thing we could possibly grab. We'll land with our... I think our 20 stack should be enough, to be honest. And then I'll keep our 40 stack raised but at home. That way we can respond to them landing us, the UK. Because this is probably what's going to happen. It's a French animated show that you love. Goat. You should make them your allies because of it. I don't think that that's going to be how we play this run. Based on anime shows that you like. Who else will we have to ally other than France? Probably have to ally the United States and Japan. Actually, we definitely have to animate, ally Japan, right? For the anime. Let's see if there's any laws that are good we can pass. The landowners are still really, really powerful. We start out with so many farms that it's going to take forever for us to get the Intelligentsia Industrialists in power. So we're going to be on this for quite a while here. Good thing that the UK doesn't ever use their ships to protect against this landing. Otherwise, we actually could never enforce on them. Oh, baby. We love to see it. Let's go. What are my favorite countries to play in Victoria 3? I actually kind of don't have, like, a favorite country. I think that there's a lot of interesting countries that are interesting for, like, different reasons. I guess I kind of like Japan. Japan I've played the most with, and now the Ottomans are fighting Egypt after we're in a war. That's a good question, Super Ghost. I think Japan's, like, start where you start isolationist is, like, super neat. I actually like Egypt a lot, too. I like that run, because you're in an interesting spot from colonization, because you can colonize straight down. And I thought that was a bit of fun. I've also done a ton of runs. We're gonna raise this guy. Move him here, and then we're gonna move this 20 stack over here. I think we're gonna have these guys use weapons too, instead of sending them in with sticks. With broomsticks, that's a classic Stalin thing. Of course, they are gonna have negative modifiers, so we shouldn't have swapped that over now. But listen, it was your understanding that this playthrough was around your media tastes? I mean, if your media taste is hating Putin, then it very much is. If you're enjoying the stream, feel free to put a I opposed Putin politically and I fell down the stairs in chat. Or I accidentally drank some poison. Or I fell out a window. You know, the classics. Love to see it. I think that, yeah, it's good that the UK didn't put in any war goals on us. Otherwise, we would be stuck for a while. Our convoys are getting raided. Japan is indeed an incredibly fun playthrough. That's kind of what I think. I like. UK, you have a ton of flexibility and you have everything you need, and you get to like play isolationist. So, if I were to recommend to anyone, like who's like new to the game, I'd probably recommend Japan. Because you just get to kind of do your own thing. Let's take a look at the infamy and how much we can. All right, so we could full annex Circassia. I think I'm a fan of that. 6.2 infamy. I think I actually want to dominion them because I don't want that much infamy. Oop, we do have some excess construction. We're gonna need steel soonish. So So we'll put that there. In about a half hour, we will be doing our every hour on the hour Putin dragging. So if you're not here for political us talking about Putin, it might be a good idea to see your way out in a half an hour. I suppose. Trying to stay caffeinated. Really looking to crash about 6 hours into this. That's the goal. It's nice that the Ottomans are not going to join against us. This is the strongest Ottoman showing I've ever seen in this war as well. So maybe they've changed things up for the kebabs in 1.2. I don't think I've ever seen the Ottomans win this war. So, first playthrough you did was making communist mega Germany and kept liberating countries from Russia. Yeah, it's like reverse Soviet Union. The communism was just so nerfed though. Or well, it's complicated, but everyone hates you if you go Council Republic. You can't ever get anyone into your market, which is like fair enough in 1.2, but like it's yeah. Oh, we should have asked for war reps too, but whatever. We shall put it to the test. We're gonna put what to the test? I think we want to continue to go after the iron. Maybe we can turn on iron frame buildings here. It's kind of going to be an expensive little thing. But we're running a surplus, so we can afford it. Secret societies. This I don't know what does that. If anyone in chat know what procs this event exactly, I know I only gotten it when I played like I got it continuously as China and I get it continuously here. And is it because we're like because we have these four all together or something, or hereditary bureaucrats, something like this. I don't know what procs the potentiality for it. Gonna up colonization. I think this is fine. Are we using the PMs here that are good? No. Let's take a look at our PMs. We're starting to build more tools, so we can probably switch to butchering tools. It's just barely not profitable, but it'll make our tooling workshops more profitable, and that's kind of what we care about. We'll swap those over too, or as well. And now we have shortage of that and iron. So the steel is really not going to be important right now, so we're going to kick that to the bottom. Iron mines are really important right now. Where's our I always forget where it is at. It's there. We shall put it to the test, Putin. Yeah, Putin is... I don't know how this all ends, you know, in regards to the Ukraine-Putin thing, because I think Putin feels like he has to do it a certain way, or he can't lose face, and what Ukraine wants, which I think is fully legitimate, is they want both reparations and all their territory back, including... including Crimea? And so the only way for Putin to spin it like he won was, oh, I prevented Ukraine from joining NATO, or I prevented Ukraine. This is what it was about. But I don't think, even with the enormous media apparatus that he has created for himself, I still don't think it's possible to convey that message. Yeah, we're just trying to get off the ground here with our tools economy. Zulu backs down. Hell yeah, brother. Which means now we can go into Transvaal, which has a ton of iron and coal. I do this almost every run now. Now, the reason we puppeted Zulu is so that we get access through them without needing to annex them. And so we could immediately go after Transvaal to Dominion. Gonna wait for the infamy to decay a little bit, though. Let's see about improving relations with some neighbors. Definitely want to always be improving on Great Britain. We can improve with Prussia too, though. Kind of would love to have a trade agreement with Austria. Eventually, after we release Poland, we should have access to Prussia as well. Atmospheric engine, man, it feels like it's going so slow. I guess we're only going to turn atmospheric engine on not quite everything. We don't want to spike the event until after we're well situated. Until after we have mechanical tools. So we lose our war reps, tragic. I mean, maybe we just slap around Great Qing. When's our truce over? We probably want to do it as soon as our truce is over in 44. I think after that they will start to have better PMs and we will have difficulty fighting them. We want to get tasty war reps from them though. Iron's starting to come down in price, so maybe we can start switching more of these over. Oop. Just trying to get the construction up. Tut tut, tisk tisk, I misspelled Putin. Ha, yuck. Yeah, I mean, Putin is definitely a dick. Not going to be defending him. If you want to spell it Putin, you can spell it Putin. The best part about Vic 3 is that every country feels the same. I think that's kind of not a good feature. I think that they're going to change that dramatically as things go on. And you might get, like, unique law sets for certain countries and, like, this type of stuff. Where, like, only the United States, let's say, can have, like, a certain representative democracy where you only have, you know, two parties, so it's insipid and, like, caters only to corporate elitism. Something like this. You know, some immersion. Very classic. Classic. We can probably declare another war, but we also can just let our infamy decay. Russia starts to play against us. Well, ain't this about a bitch? What do you want? Circassia and Kuban. Primary demands. We can't sway anyone? Oh, Jesus. We had good relations with you, guy. Ah! Where's... The thing is, I don't think we can win this. It's 2014 all over again. We just gotta give them some of our dirt so we don't get clapped. Please, no. There's like no way we can fight this, right? Well, 65 against 208. Solo him? I don't think there's a soloing him bit. We cannot possibly... Well, first of all, we... Guess where we were getting our weapons from, right? We were actually importing a ton of stuff from Russia. So... They're genial. Why are they so aggressive? Because they must have a claim here. I think we just... To preserve good relations. No one's gonna come help us. I don't think we can fight this solo. I think we're gonna have to back down. God, that sucks. Because we got infamy from taking Circassia. God, it really is 2014. Holy shit. I don't think we can win this fight. Well, let's just take a look. Okay. What is your power projection of 1200? Yeah, we have a third the power projection. Even on defense, I don't think we're gonna have enough. I think we're probably just gonna back down against them. This really sucks, though. We're improving relations and like had a trade agreement and everything. Russia's most of their troops are ours are not that good. We have light infantry and mobile artillery. I don't think it makes a difference here, a large enough difference. Yeah, they're on the same PMs. So sucks that we lost the trade agreement too. Alright, can we can sway, well, actually we could sway Kebab. Maybe. I freaking hate how buggy this is. They want to humiliate Russia, okay. Could offer Russian cars. I think I like this. Ooh, we could offer Dobruja, so we don't have to go after this later. Yeah, baby. This little ink. I think we can do it with Kebab. With Kebab on our side, we can accomplish anything. But we will need to import. Let's see. We are currently importing paper, cannons, and small arms from them. So let's sort by country. Nope, that didn't work the way we wanted. Alright, we're gonna stop importing arms from them, because that's really not... That's something we want squared away beforehand. And we're importing a ton of paper from them as well, so let's try and import paper ourselves to by someone else. Jesus. Paper is such a bad thing to have a shortage of. Ooh, we don't use any convoys with Qing? It counts our Beijing. Our Beijing. We'll import from France and Prussia. Should really probably build our own. Import from Spanish and Prussia. We'll defend this front and maybe push this other one. And then we got to think about what other war goals we want on Russia here. T-minus 15 minutes until we drag Putin. Wait, okay. I think we're going to want to release Poland and Belarus. We can release 2 and get war... No, we can release 1 and go for war reps and that. So I think Poland, because if we get Poland into our market, eventually, then we would be adjacent to the Prussian market, which would be quite nice for importing and exporting purposes. So let's liberate Poland and go for war reparations as well. No, wait, why can't... Oh, that's primary. We can't make... Liberate Poland primary. We could conquer a state. I don't think we want to go into the next infamy bracket, which all those states will take us. If you control their arms factories, will they be undersupplied? I'm not sure exactly how occupation works. Whoa, I just noticed we're over infrastructure here, so we're gonna not build that there. I think we're gonna build arms industry here. Not sure how much good raiding the convoys will do, but yeah, there's nothing else I could ask for that would not cause us to go over on the infamy. We have excess. We're gonna need a lot more of that in just a hot second, so. I think if you control it, they still output for them, and it doesn't take away access of the thing initially, but the devastation will decrease market access and make it so, in regards to your earlier question, make it so that the output is lower, or they have poor market access from being occupied. So here's to maybe winning this war. If we get enforced on, so be it. It looks like Ottomans have not contributed very much to the cause. They're already getting a sign there. Alright. So we maybe will want to increase the military a little bit here. I don't know. Kebab's trying to advance. I think we're really okay with a white piece as well. I think we also want to go and set the strategic objective as Poland if we do start pushing. They are decaying faster than us because can't be off of casualties, it has to be off of war goals. But they should take more casualties when we're just defending. I think we just want this guy on defense maybe. Or maybe even just stand by. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think we just stand by and we defend with this guy. Or I think we defend with both, actually. Oh, no, no, no. Maybe we can just give him Circassia or something? He's gonna come for this later, though. At 122, that's a pretty good question. Yeah, it's not... Victoria 3 is not the best about being transparent about things. Unfortunately. We just get a bad roll here. Oh, wait, who's this against? Okay, it's against that guy. Losing great power status, telling me. I think we are, one of the problems, we're running a shortage on this. And there's not a very good way for us to fix that, actually. So maybe we should have built more arms stuff earlier. God, this is bad. Maybe we can land the cap? Yeah, us and one army. Yeah, they're pushing through us even though we're way better on defense. Oh, God. Pain. Pure pain. Much more aggressive AI. Is the army happy? That's a good question. I haven't felt like... Generally my approach is just have a much bigger stick if they're not happy enough. That'll make them happy. We'll give them some aid in Crimea. I'm not sure that'll be enough, though. Yeah. Jesus. It's 2014 all over again. They took some of our land. And now their Bob is stuck in a fight with them. Jesus. I think that was the only territory we had led in as well. That sucks. Okay, we're fine. It's fine. It's fine. I guess we try and get a defensive pact with Austria or Prussia or something, or someone as well. The AI is... I very much like how much stronger they're making the AI. Yeah, we'll try and improve relations. I think that they just had a claim on this, and they don't have a claim on, like, the rest of the stuff. And so, yeah. No, we made them approve us not through good pay, but instead by trying to pass a law that they like. But we're going to come off of that now, because we don't really want to pass it. Because we don't want the cost. And now patriotic fervor's deactivated. You can barely see that right there. Colonial affairs is increased though, so we will be colonizing faster. I think we might want to put a port in here. I know that AI likes to build there, and I don't want to have to worry about them building there and there being nothing there to build. We did swap this over. I think if we swap this over, we'll proc the event. But... and we don't want to do that. Oh well. So the event I'm talking about is if you do the atmospheric engine pump event by having like at least 75% of your mines on it, and then have one that's level 3 or higher and profitable, then you will get an option to choose between these two in terms of getting tech progress, but you will only get the progress to railways if you've already researched mechanical tools. So that's kind of why we're doing it like that. T-minus 5-ish minutes till we do a good old dragging of Putin again. We have a movement for Parliamentary Republic. I don't think we want to do that right now. That'll piss the landowners are too strong for this. There's a huge movement for poor laws. I mean, we can't afford it bureaucratically right now. I don't think the 20% morale recovery on good pay also would have helped us. I don't know if you were talking about good pay for the approval rating or for the morale recovery, but I don't think that was the problem. The problem was that they just have way bigger and better army. God. Feels bad, man. I feel violated. It's okay. We'll get them next time. Ooh, look at this. They're building some economies of scale bonuses up in this bitch. I think we want to upgrade this. I think we were in a weird / bad spot last time. Russia's damaging relations and they're belligerent. Holy shit. Who are your rivals, my guy? Just kebab? Alright, we're gonna try and do a lot of trade with kebab. We can import wine and booze from them, I guess, and sugar. Oh boy. Maybe get a trade agreement. We could give them an obligation and then they would accept a trade agreement. What the fuck? That's not normal. Maybe that's how France just went wild with the treaty ports. What the hell? How'd they get one on both Egypt and Tripoli? I do not understand the 1.2.2 AI, like, at this juncture. But if we owe them an obligation... Oh, they won't even do this. Owing an obligation. Okay. Wow, owing an obligation only gives 17 now. What? Used to give 30. Wild. These are some changes. Interesting. God, it feels like mechanical tools is coming in so slow. So sad. Okay, what's our infamy at? Man, we also gained a bunch of infamy going after... Oh well, whatever. We're gonna dominion these guys. What the f... Alright. Yeah, that's a vibe. Great Xing is pretty likely to want to clap us soon, too. We just can't expand fast enough. In a minute here, we're going to switch over to our 5-minute rant. Oh, God. Another problem is, like, digging out these landowners is going to be a little bit difficult. I mean, maybe we can, if there's a movement for landed voting, maybe we do it. Who opposes landed voting? The church? Okay. Orthodox Church. So if we get a movement for that, we'll probably go for it. I don't like going for parliamentary republic with the movement, but we could. Yeah, seems like some changes. Alright, we're going to set up our thing. So let's go over. And we need to switch the image slideshow here. Add directory. Probably could have set this up better beforehand. Alright, so a big part of, you know, what Kasparov's point is in his book, which is kind of what we're referencing here, when talking about it is the complicity of the United States in letting this happen. He specifically talks about the United States because the United States was in the biggest or the best position to like do something and kind of continue a moral foreign policy that was instituted by Reagan, where they said we're not going to allow, you know, these atrocities to happen. And well, let's take a look. So that's our timer for this. So the winners of the Cold War stopped taking it seriously, and there's this recurring theme of going back and thinking less of Putin post hoc. In post hoc analysis, this was done by, you know, George Bush Sr., George Bush Jr. He talks about George Bush Jr. quite a lot in his book, Kasparov, and so let's talk a little bit. Victory in the Cold War provided the United States and the rest of the free world with ideological supremacy, i.e. they're like, we won, we did it. Democracy and capitalism had triumphed, totalitarianism and socialism had lost. Again, this seems obvious and inevitable, but the ideology of communism was a serious challenge for many decades in every country of the world. Not going to get too much into the communism versus capitalism. If the United States are, and he references this speech given by Bush, which is like, it's split up here between 2 pages, but I have the whole speech, and he talks about how this would be a good speech in the context of Putin, but Bush gave it a little too late. So the present international scene, turbulent though it is about as much a blank slate as his history ever provides, and the importance of American engagement has never been higher. If the United States does not lead, there will be no leadership. It is our great challenge to learn from the bloodiest century in history. If we fail to live up to our responsibilities, if we shirk the role which only we can assume, if we retreat from our obligation to the world into indifference, we will one day pay the highest price once again for our neglect and short-sightedness. And this Bush said after he left office. And initially, Kasparov was like, okay, Putin's a Russian problem. But he's like, but if Russians don't handle it, it will soon become a regional and then a global problem. And now, that prediction has very much come to fruition as the war in Ukraine is a global problem. All right, let's go into the next one. And there's this political expediency of, you know, I remember this debate very clearly between Obama and Mitt Romney, where Mitt Romney is like the biggest enemy of the United States is Putin, and Obama, and this has not aged well at all, and Obama is just like, what are you talking about? The Cold War's over, my guy. And this is kind of the attitude, the politically expedient attitude is to not kick up dust with regards to like Russian human rights violations, and instead just give the benefit of the doubt. American electorate, and this is, Kasparov calls out the American electorate on this front because the American electorate stopped caring, and so they stopped electing. Bush was certainly no Winston Churchill, but the way he was turned out of office after the end of the Cold War echoes the way the British voters quickly turned against Churchill after he led the nation to victory in World War II. Not a huge Churchill fan. I know I had the quote at the start, but okay. Let's go to the next slide. Now we have Bill Clinton coming up, who, again, was critical of. In the left side, we have Kasparov talking about how the intervention in Kosovo was effective, if I recall correctly. In Kosovo, as with Putin's ongoing invasion of Ukraine, now this is 2014. This book was written in 2018, so again, it's not referring to present invasion of Ukraine. No NATO country was under attack, but Clinton stated, if we and our allies were to allow this war to continue with no response, President Milosevic, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Milosevic, would read our hesitation as a license to kill, which is just parallel with Putin, which is Kasparov's point exactly when he writes, substitute Ukraine for Kosovo and Putin for Milosevic, and President Clinton could repeat it nearly word for word to my great satisfaction. And his point is that the United States was just afraid of engaging against this boogeyman, i.e. Putin. Remember Kosovo when you hear people say sending war to Ukraine will only escalate the conflict or lead to World War III and popular strawman argument. We see, like, later on that it's just this, like, even now, it's just this theme of appeasement, right? Where, you know, Putin was given Ukraine in 2014, he was given Crimea, and the West didn't intervene in any sort of substantive way, refused to send arms because they didn't want this World War III, and then he comes for another bit. He looks around, he takes a step, he looks and sees if anyone does anything, he sniffs around, and then he just takes another step, and he will just keep going and going and going until someone stops him. And this is what we see. You know, he could have been stopped in Georgia, he could have been stopped bombing his own people in Chechnya, and instead we have this, you know, what has happened. The hard-hearted Cold War strategies of isolationism and containment gave way to engagement and overabundance of caution. This is the criticism that Kasparov has. We both allowed access to all the Russians to all of our financial institutions, as well as engagement in terms of economic, like propping up their economy by just buying their oil, because it's entirely a commodity economy, and turning the other way to all the humanitarian problems. Europe has been resting on its laurels for so long that it is struggling to just stand when faced with xenophobia and terror on the inside of an aggressive Russia on the outside, which I think is just a banger of a sentence. New threats have been allowed to flourish, and they escape their borders. And so this is the little tidbit for this time. We will be back in another hour to drag Putin for 5 minutes. Oop. So let's get back to this. After we just have our own little Ukraine situation, it's 2014 all over again. We got territory annexed. No, could be worse though. And we're going into Transvaal here, which will be good. Bush came to Ukraine and gave a speech that Ukraine should remain in the USSR, and got booed in the parliament of Ukraine. Yeah, that sounds about right. As we'll talk about later, like, the denuclearization of Ukraine, a big proponent of pushing for it was actually Clinton. Because Clinton wanted to, like, play nice and all this jazz, and if Ukraine had nuclear arms, this would not happen. What's going on would not be happening if Ukraine was allowed to keep their nuclear arms. And so, yeah, that's a problem. It is a problem. We should have gone for war reps on Transvaal as well. It makes it more likely that they back down. And also, if they don't back down, we get war reps. Yeah, I'm not feeling very... This is not bussin', as it were. The Rostov crop failure. I don't think we can prop up another one of these states. It's unfortunate. Kind of having problems here with our SOL. Try to bring it up. We are not using all of our construction. We don't want to construct in the capital. Don't want to turn everything onto atmospheric engine pump because we do want to get the faster research on railways specifically, because our capital is hurting right now. Should enforce pretty quick here on Transvaal. And then we might turn our sights on Great Qing. Because they are a little busy right now. Where's their capital anyway? Usually they move it to southern Anhui, but I would not be shocked if this... Okay, it is the capital state. Usually they don't move it there. Was Ukraine able to use the nukes that were stationed within its borders? Ukraine, as part... So there was a peace treaty between the United States, Russia, and Ukraine, where Russia and the United States agreed to never violate Ukraine's sovereignty, and in return, Ukraine would get rid of all of its nukes, so it didn't have any nukes. So they got rid of all their nukes. And implicit in that, by the way, is kind of the suggestion that the United States would take care of Ukraine, or Russia would take care of Ukraine in the event that either party violates the agreement, but we just left them high and dry in 2014, effectively. Obama instituted some economic sanctions, which Trump promptly rolled back as soon as he entered office. The movie Lord of War is based on Ukraine selling weapons to shady buyers. Yeah, but they weren't selling nukes. I thought only the Russians had the launch codes for the nukes within Ukraine. Well, this might be the case. I do not know the exact details of this. But even if they were the only ones with the launch codes, Ukraine still had the physical nukes. And you can still... I imagine there are other ways to detonate and, like, drop and, like, this sort of stuff. Like, Ukraine could have figured out a way to deploy them, I think. But we'll talk about that treaty later on during our Every Hour on the Hour dragging of Putin that we will be doing and continuing to do. We can think about another war. Maybe we can... Maybe we have enough coal mines to turn on this without proccing the event? I don't think we do. Kind of hurting for iron, though. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. If it procs the event, it procs the event. I'm gonna take this off of atmospheric engine pump, though. What? Maybe we couldn't have afforded that. The Ukrainians want their parliamentary republic. Come on, brother. Let's take a look at our infamy. We probably want to find another war. We were thinking of going after Great Qing. The problem is all these will take like 20 or 22 infamy now that we're a great power. Don't hate taking Shangzi if we can, though. It has a ton of sulfur, and I think it got buffed. I don't think it had this quantity of resources before. This is actually a really strong state, and it goes a long way to trying to cut China in half. But the question, well, first of all, it's like way too much infamy, but the second of all, so we'll actually just like annex Sulawesi or something, if we can. Which only gives us one infamy, kind of quick little war. USR didn't have launch codes like the US. My understanding is even with like they might have had the warheads, but not. It's possible they had the warheads, but not the capacity to like ICBM them or whatever. But in either case, United States was complicit in the neutering of the Ukrainians' ability to defend themselves. Under the and the Ukrainians were under the impression that the United States would defend them, and then the U.S. didn't. And we're still not defending them like ourselves, right? They're sending... Ooh. Oh, Great Qing tried to be swayed. 200 ICBMs, I assume you mean? I don't know what ISBMs means. If it's ISBMs, I assume you mean ICBMs. Alright, we can build up some more stuff. I think maybe we start building a little bit of consumer goods. I know we have a clothing thing somewhere. Yeah, let's just build that up. Ukraine had factories to build ICBMs. Yeah, like, and even if they don't, like, Russia... Are you going to bet your country that they don't have a way to use their nuclear missiles? Like, I mean, maybe Putin does, but, like, That would make me deeply uncomfortable. Although, so would engaging in genocide, so... Really love this new would be annexed if they back down modifier. I think it's good for the game. Oh, I feel so violated after Russia just took our land. I think Sulawesi's capital is this island, so we gotta land the capital, I think. Great Britain declares a rivalry with Kebab. That's not good for us overall. Why is this? Oh, we have steel. We have some steel, and the steel should employ now. Or we had one steel works. We're doing it for mechanical tools, but... Can we make engines yet? Yeah, we can. We'll put this here. So we do want to do this eventually. Gonna have to land the capital and then land over here too. Probably. A little bit of an annoying thing. Let's improve relations with them for now. They're infamous from their annexing their own territory. I always thought that was really stupid how you gain so much infamy from that. Just a friendly reminder to everyone in chat, there is a link to the charity. The name of the charity is... Let's double check. It's something Hope. It's Hope something. It's Project Hope for the 1-year anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine. That's why we are doing this one. 1 year ago today. For anyone who follows me on Instagram, I've had a profile picture of the Ukrainian flag for an entire year. When the invasion happened, I told myself that I would keep it up for an entire year or until Putin was out of Ukraine, whichever came first, or until Putin annexed Ukraine. So, probably be changing that tomorrow. We haven't been disciplined in switching PMs because I didn't build these myself. Let's go dye workshops and this. And then we will need to import some of that stuff. Do it from Xing. Guess we'll temporarily import this from the British. We have so many farms, yeah. How many dyes? How do we have dyes in our market, though? It's about to get super expensive, but we have this province, which we can make a couple dyes out of. Do you have a port? You do. More than happy to do a trade agreement with the UK. Really want them to not hate us. And maybe they can help us against Russia? I don't know. Can we do a reconquest? No, it doesn't look like it. Or maybe... So return state on Kuban. Alright, we annex Sulawesi. We will use our handy dandy reset production method button. Do we want a cargo port? Probably not. You have a port. Don't need the barracks. Can't delete the barracks. Pain. This revolution is decaying though. Probably don't need this engines thing in the near future, so we're going to want to juggle that down the bottom of the queue. We'll expand the food industry instead. and move the engines to the bottom, and we're going to take a look at our PMs here and swap these around. I think we'll do this and this and this. I know it's not profitable, but we're going to do it anyway. I wish we could make lead, but we can't. Why can't we make lead? Because Russia annexed Kuban, which is the only place we had that had lead. It's okay, maybe we'll make friends with the United States. Maybe they'll send us weapons. Kind of keen on turning on atmospheric engine pump on all the coal mines, which we're waiting to finish mechanical tools to do. That way we can proc the event specifically for the railways. We'll do some of that up front. So mechanical tools are going to finish soon. God, we're losing a lot more money than we'd like. Might have to do some of this action. Really don't like increasing taxes generally, though. But I guess we just need to try and bring down the price of iron. Tools are expensive. Big problem with the tools is we don't want to expand this more because we have an infrastructure problem there. Why don't we actually just do this? Road maintenance action should solve the problem. Let's move the steel down a bit. There we go. How's everyone doing? If you're enjoying the chat, or sorry, if you're enjoying the stream, please feel free to put I oppose Putin's regime and then I fell down some stairs in chat. Or I was inconveniently poisoned. There's another good one. Seems that they're handling the overflow a little bit better with this patch. That does seem to be a recurring problem, though. We, of course, can declare a war. Let's try and see if we can find a good one. We did want to... So I'm not sure we can fight Great Qing at this point. They have a power projection of 4... Ah, I guess maybe we can. And we want to take Shaanxi. So we'll wait until that won't take us over 25, and then we'll go for it, I think. Really love how the AI seems to care about economies of scale now. Well, it built there instead of there, which I don't like that, but that's other than that. I done something with Putin or some stairs, allegedly, yeah. Yep. Good old, was it the foreign minister? The most recent one was the foreign minister of Belarus had a meeting with Putin following a leak of Putin's plan to slowly integrate Belarus over the course of the next decade. And then, you know, it's crazy, but they just killed themselves after that meeting. You know, that was just wild. I mean, maybe they said something Putin didn't like, and then they just killed themselves. Very strange. You know, very, very coincidental and strange. We can now go after Shaanxi. And we also, very importantly, will put war reparations in here and put them as a primary war goal. Because this is what we're really after more than anything else. And then I think we can do this. Artillery input shortage. So these should employ up a little bit then. Maybe. Might have to export small arms. Actually, let's stop importing small arms. Yeah? And then our own small arms production should get better, so we should produce more other stuff. Or is there an infrastructure problem? There is an infrastructure problem. Ugh, my kingdom. We will also swap everything over to using these, I think, to deal with that. If you've fallen down the stairs and you know it. Okay. Just 10 weeks. Love how this looks now with the arrow and everything. Kind of. Seems a little hard to force. Yeah, so if we hover this, we get the arrow. Oh, why isn't the investment pool building? We tried at the start of this run to not use the automated pool. And, or now it's pulling from it. And, we weren't able to. Or we had the setting on, but the setting is just bugged. So we are stuck on this for now. Would have much rather play on 1.2.1 than 1.2.2 for this stream. Considering if it's buggy, we just like get bricked super hard. So we should be able to win these battles. But yeah, because they're still using sticks. Thank God. Alright. I'm going to swap to slaughterhouses, and we're going to swap immediately to steel tools. Swap to precision tools on that, and we will swap the rural stuff, all the coal mines and all the steel mines, over to atmospheric engine pump, which will proc the event. And now we can use the event to get progress to railways. That'll be done faster. Now, of course, we're running shortages. You have a shortage for steel. These haven't employed up all the way though, so they should be able to. We're gonna put it on auto expand as well. We should be able to defend and then push. Oh my god, we forgot to put other freaking things in there, like releasing states. I've just been distracted. This is bad. We're only 2 hours in and we're making mistakes. Ugh. Can we put another strategic objective? No. But we can switch to Southern MP after that. We're still running a shortage? No, we're not. Or they're getting over the shortage? Are we or aren't we? Looks like we aren't. We have a shortage of small arms because we stopped importing them. Let's re-import them from Austria. The reason we came off of doing it, because we wanted this place to employ. So we get another battle where we're on defense. So we're going to continuously defend a lot because they have a big advantage in terms of this score. But when we do fight, we're usually winning. So... decaying quite a bit. Ugh, from casualties, wow. So we better hope not a single lick of this gets occupied, otherwise we're gonna have to capitulate. It's kinda wild. And we get our first advance. Oh, looks like we're never getting it in here. That was a big stack too. Double's not going to be good enough. Maybe we could do some of this action and try and get into Southern Anatolia like this. And we put these boyos on defense. Adjusting to 1.2 has been a bit of an interesting one. I mean, we almost got the push off. If we can get in against a smaller unit, maybe we can. Wish we had some lead. Someone took all our lead. Whoa, that is a lot higher now. I'm gonna swap this from here to there. Alright, we get a landing and hopefully this pushes in a sec towards the capital. Yeah, they have to move from up here. And we get it on the capital, so we're going to start enforcing them. And we're actually going to get a push off onto the war goal, it looks like. We'll probably swap this guy to defense as soon as the battle's over. But then we will have sulfur. Yay. Not sure what that's about. Ottomans are trying to return state and play. Does not concern us. Looks like dyes are being auto-produced, which is fitting. Same with steel is also being auto-produced in Kiev. Which is good. We're trying to get the tools up and running. Of course, we'll be building railways soon, shortly. Guess we're just gonna up that again. I think we have the authority to suppress it. I think we're okay with them losing SOL, the Mongols. Mongol used to be like a slur for uncultured. Will you accept enforcement yet? Or what? You will? Ah, yes, border gore. What is it? We're looking for the button. Now, delete a couple of these, but we do want to start sulfur and put it on auto expand. Use the atmospheric engine pump. I guess we'll keep the barracks for now. Oh no, wait, this is South China and the other one's North China. Yeah, don't like that. We'll fire these boyos. And now the war reps from China are going to be really big in allowing us to expand stuff. What are we running shortages of? Yeah, that makes sense. China didn't want to play ball with us anymore. I can respect that. Can we get a trade agreement with you guys? Yeah. Good buddy. Let's improve relations. Maybe we can get them in our customs union even. Probably not. Or we can't until we're a great power again. One day we'll be great again. Make Ukraine great again? No? Too soon? But this is crazy buff. There's so much more natural resources here now, which is an interesting change. I guess we probably need to look through everything. Enact poor laws. I mean, I don't hate pushing poor laws. We could probably go police now, though. I think we can afford this. Just get it in place. And if we take Xi'an and then release Sichuan and Yunnan, I guess we gotta release some of this as well. We will like cut China in half, and so they will lose their access. They had all these resources, but not in these quantities. They had a 48 silver mine and a 116 coal mine. Did they really? We play this game? And 100 iron mine? I remember them having these resources, but not that high. I know like the highest sulfur state is like over here somewhere. I forget exactly where it is. I think this one. Those are the exact sizes. I take it all back. I didn't mean any of what I said. You did a video on top 10 like 3 months ago. You put that in there, it's top 10. Let's go, let's take a look at Shingzi. Yeah, okay. That's fair enough. I wonder what my top 10 would be. Number 1's definitely Beijing. I think number 2 is New York. London's pretty high. It's still crazy good to go. Yeah. I think we will pop off on construction here a little bit. With the new money we're being afforded. I think auto queue will kick up a lot on iron as well. I know there's like any state that has the electricity modifier I think is insanely good. That has any one of these. Which New York has. Like I definitely think New York's number 2. I just don't know if I think London's number 3. Silesia. Let's take a look. I know it's around here somewhere. So we have the coal field and then huge coal mines. Oh, all the mines. Yeah, this is a good shout. Not too much arable land. But like, Once you have like a place to build tall on, in terms of arable land, you only need one, but natural resources you always need a ton of. I really like Transvaal. Because I think like gold is better than other resources generally. Kebab wants a trade agreement? Sure. Let's just keep building taller with our tooling workshops here. Actually, we're approaching... Let's not. We're approaching the infrastructure limit. Let's just actually make all the fish and all the mines auto queue. So that'll take care of that. The AI is actually developing them in late game now thanks to autonomous investment. Yeah, the AI is dramatically improved. I'm really a big fan of what PDX is doing. Like, AI used to be super pushover. Not necessarily a fan of having to deal with a harder AI in 1.2.2, specifically when we're trying to do something that's not tremendously difficult, but like somewhat difficult. I definitely think wood should be changed a lot, but oil's technically the best, but that's late enough that you should have a different kind of plan for it. Yeah, so like, I'm not sure oil is better than gold, because gold is way, way better in the first third of the game. Once you get past that, oil is obviously better, but like, if you have to choose between having Transvaal as a state, like at the start of the game, or like having a place that has oil, like you obviously choose Transvaal over the oil one. So like, it's difficult to evaluate because they become better at different portions of the game. Or I think it's difficult to evaluate like that. Yeah, wood is super weird. Wood is, yeah, it's just, it feels like it should operate a lot differently. Gold is only really good when your economy's tiny. I disagree. It's extremely noticeable when your economy is tiny, but like getting more minting is like really nice, and they always make a lot of money, so it helps drive consumption as well. Like the people who work in the gold places always consume, like they get paid more, so they consume a lot as well, which like drives the profitability of all your consumer goods. Like, gold is the only thing where, like, if you can build it, you 100% just build it. And, like, you ignore everything else until it's, like, fully built out. For the most part. I guess it's not always... Oh, did we have... We actually had access to some sulfur down here, I guess. But you're correct in that gold is most valuable when your economy is really small and it like falls off. So like gold in the first third of the game, gold is so extremely strong and then it stops becoming as good. Gold is also in such tiny quantities that it doesn't impact an economy much. Yeah, but the point is that on a per unit basis, 15 gold is like way better than 15 iron or 15 coal. There are no level 100 gold mines anywhere. Those would be insane, right? So I agree that gold has a small effect on a large economy, but that's different than saying it's not that good a resource. Like a level 6 gold mine doesn't move the needle when you have a 50 million GDP. Yeah, it doesn't move the needle, but a level 100 gold mine would. It's just that those don't exist. Soon we will be building railways. Soon, my friend. Soon, soon. I guess maybe we need to start a war with Russia next time once our truce is up. They can't dow us, though, because cordial relations. At least I think not. Maybe they could for the return state, because I think we had cordial relations before and they still could dow us. So maybe now you can dow through return state, which is wild if you can. Volina has more arable lawn than Kherson. Who made this game? I'm not super familiar with Ukraine. As obvious by me trying to find Kherson. Has arable land of 5160. And then where's the other state you mentioned? Volina. Yeah, Volina has 90, so yes. Fortunately, sometimes you do indeed get them together. Yeah, like, so... Transvaal is, like, insane because it has 15 levels of gold mines, and it has 104 coal and 60, but, like, I think Shaanxi is better than Transvaal. But, like, getting Transvaal is way easier. You don't think you've ever invaded Peru for the gold mines? I annex Peru every single game. So, different strokes. One of the big reasons that going after Peru and Argentina is so good, in my estimation, is usually it's super free, because only the UK can join against you, for the most part, in terms of strategic interest. We might invade Canada for the lulz. I mean, funny would be invading the US, right? Going communist and invading US would be real funny. Although, like, I don't know how funny and cute I want to... Yeah, it's a mixed bag thing, because, like, obviously I'm trying to be making jokes here, but at the same time, like, what's going on in Ukraine is, like, very, very serious. My kingdom for a brain. We'll just do that. And now we're going pharmaceuticals into Quinine. It's been a while since we looked at the government. Let's actually put it in the outliner. Landowners are still super chalked up. There's so many farms in Ukraine at the start that, like, it's just really hard to not be that way. We have about 13 minutes until we drag Putin. If you can't handle politics in a stream, then I actually don't. I hate calling it politics. I don't think it's politics. I think Putin is just like an abhorrent human, and it's not political, and it's just like I just don't think it's politics. We could get a defensive pact with Austria. Maybe this is something worth having. I'm concerned about us maybe having issues between having to fight the Germans. Volina is swamps and forests, and Cherson is unlimited farmlands. Yeah, I didn't make this game. That's interesting to know, though. Like, I believe that a big part of why they have the arable land counts they do has to do entirely with population and making the equilibriums stable. So was Volina, like, much more populated in 1836 than Kherson? Because that would make sense. Do you think the game is very good? No. Although many complain, I think it's a great game. I think it's a very interesting shell. Objectively speaking, so I love the game, but I would not call it good. And I've not recommended it to friends because I've been, like, of the opinion that it's not particularly... there's too many things that, like, don't work the way they should and are, like, weird. And most importantly... a lot of the systems in the game are really opaque, so, like, I think you have to play for, like, 20 hours to, like, feel, like, connected to what's going on. And I think that is too long to have to play a game to, like, feel like you are controlling what's going on. Like, it's very immersion breaking for new players, and so, like, evaluating the game on that access, like, I think once you have 100 hours played, it's, like, maybe a good game, but that's, like, a different type of... It also depends how you evaluate these things. You haven't recommended it either, but you love the game. It still needs more content. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I told my friends we should play it, and then the game released and I played it, and I was like, nope, this is a bad idea. I'm not gonna... Especially, like, I don't know. Once this finishes, I think we're gonna stop doing the road development. Odessa and Kherson was the biggest city in the game. Then I don't know what to say. Other than PDX, it has, like, a lot of things that they're doing, you know? So... maybe you can't judge them too much. I mean, you can, but, like, it's... you know... But yeah, it's kind of a weird thing because I don't think the game is good, but like I've played over 500 hours of it. But to be fair, like I'm a huge sucker for the Three Kingdoms era in China. I think there is not a single good Three Kingdoms game, but I still play the shit out of all of them. And we're gonna turn off road maintenance here, I think. Oh, no, we're not, because the infrastructure. I guess we'll just keep it on. We have an engine placed. You just have to wind up a little bit. We're going to kick you up and go on auto expend as well. We currently have no demand for sulfur. Do we have paper? We should probably build paper ourselves. We should definitely have paper ourselves. Huge oversight on my part. Woohoo! What's up, Skid Scratcher? If you're enjoying the stream, feel free to drop a I opposed Putin politically and then I fell out the window in chat. I don't know why, but I think that's so fucking funny. I know why. It's because Putin... People keep falling out the window with Putin. You know, classic. We don't actually want that event to fire. But, can we maybe get on to landed voting? I mean, we can. Beijing is really helping us to be legitimate in this setup here. I think we're going to do this and then switch on to landed voting. And start to liberalize here. Alright, we have an authority deficit. I do want to come up off of using this. Alright, cool. And we have another railroad finishing here, so we should have a decent capacity. We're making a little bit of money, but it's important to remember that a huge amount of this is coming from Diplopats, from Great Xing. Putin can never get to me because you're in Kyiv? Yeah. Lol, lol, lol. Basically, are you really from Kyiv? If so, I am deeply sorry that, you know, about what's going on. Also, obviously I'm making jokes about it, but, like, it's serious, but also, like, I don't know, memes. I think laughter is, like, a good thing. Even about stuff that's very serious. Do I think Victor 3 will make a comeback, or do I think Paradox will screw it up? I don't think... I guess it depends what you mean by those words. I don't know. I don't even know if I would say that Vic 3 is dead or anything. I think that a big part of it is just that it's like it's gotten over its like brand new, being a new game type of thing. But I think PDX would have a really hard time like absolutely killing Victoria 3 because of the success of Victoria 2, but I think that, like, for example, oh, I forgot the name of it. I think I just mentioned it. We got about 5 minutes until it's time to drag Putin and not play Vic 3 for 5 minutes, but I think that Imperator was the one that, like, died. And I think that with all the people who like Vic 2, it'll be hard to kill Vic 3. I don't think they'll screw it up. I'm really sad that Imperator was failed, though. I am a huge fan of Carthage. I play, like, Tunis every single time. In, like, my first Vic 3 run was a Tunis run. And it just sucks, because Imperator was, like, the only... Yeah. I was sad that that wasn't successful. Dang it, it said Hawksaur Skits. I don't understand that reference. I'm not familiar with it. I think we'll turn on the boom booms out here. Just to create demand. Because our fertilizer thing will finish before then. We'll put this on auto expand. We're more than happy to auto expand and build stuff tall in the capital. I think we want the level 5 so that we can get the events. King intervenes. King wants landed voting, baby. Potatoes. Alright, we got 4 minutes until we'll be dragging Putin / talking about politics. If you don't like political stream, you're in the wrong stream. Also, it's not politics. It's a question of humanity. In my estimation. Oh, do I have this only on top chat? I'm so sorry. I'll switch it to live chat. Oh, you and Skits know each other? Is that what's going on? Hope you're ready for some prime anti-Putin content. I was making the slideshows yesterday, and then I ran out of time like halfway through the book. So I only have the stuff from the first 5 chapters, and it's like exactly halfway. I underestimated how long it would take. Gonna keep these 2 guys as subjects until I colonize all this land, because if we annex them, then the United States will swoop in and colonize. Like the dirty colonial opportunists they are. I think once we get out of debt, we'll up construction by quite a bit. Let's take a look at the infrastructure. Looks like we're doing okay here. He haxed you in Phasmo and got you dieted. That's not alive, did. We can declare a big boy war. I gotta get better at splitting my attention between chat and other things. And playing the game. I think we go for a Dominion on Oranhe and just hope that the UK doesn't clap us. Not sure I like that strategy though. Something like this. That's what you greet for drinking aluminum tea. Facts. 1122, you really in Kiev? Yeah, I am very curious on that as well. Also, I hope your president lives. I've been so concerned for like Zelensky's like life since all this started. He seems like a good guy, and it sucks because I'm not sure he makes it out of this alive. Well, I mean, I think he probably gets assassinated at some point, like, even if he's no longer president. Alright, we get interest in a bunch of regions. I think we're going to declare kind of a biggish war to puppet Congo, sorry, Dominion Congo. The reason why is Oranhe is a little bit bigger. We'll do Oranhe. I was scared to do it, but we're going to do it. And the big reason is I'm trying to get more surface area here. for colonizing the Congo once we eventually can. All right. We're getting to the hour point, so it is time to switch gears, and we will be coming off of Victoria 3 for only about 5-ish minutes, and we're going to talk about how Putin's a dick. If you don't want to hear about how Putin's a dick, I got some problems for you. Alright, so probably could have switched this better because we have to reload a new slideshow every time. Let's add this new one, add files, go in here, doing the things, trying to do the things. Oop. What? Add directory? Alright, so we have the Invisible Wars, and so this chapter was a lot about how, Putin came to power and things were kept invisible, i.e. under wraps a little bit. Let's jump into it. On the left we have doughy-eyed Bill Clinton. Not a huge fan of Clinton, but okay. In the middle we have Yeltsin, and on the far right, of course, we have the man of the hour himself, Putin. So let's get into it. A big part of the propaganda tools that are used by Putin is this, whataboutism thing by internet trolls. And this is something you can expand a lot more now than when this book was written in, 2018. But, so one thing that was particularly popular was the Native Americans and how the United States brutalized them, which is fair enough. That happened. It was a popular topic of instruction for the USSR. It was very important for communist ideology to show that we are superior in every way, including morally and intellectually, which is why chess was so heavily promoted. Fortunate for me, the me being, of course, Garry Kasparov, who was world champion for 20 years. Soviet propaganda was also an expert in whataboutism, a term coined to describe how Soviet leaders would respond to criticism of Soviet massacres, forced deportations, and gulags with, what about you, the Native Americans, or what about you, the Americans, and the way you treated the Native Americans, something similar. It's popular today. Let's see. I think there's another good point. This guy, he talks about Alexander, what's his name? He made a case so strong that the entire Soviet system could only function due to coercion and threat of imprisonment, as well as the free labor for the gulags. So this is kind of more criticism of communism, which is not quite in the realm of, Putin, but Kasparov's very critical of communism in general, and he grew up with it, so that's what we have. The general claim that Kasparov lays against, the United States presidents over the past several years, up through Obama, which is, kind of where he had the cutoff for writing the book, is that they disengaged in a moral way from doing stuff with, in regards to Russia. They missed the opportunity to draw lines of acceptable behavior for Russia, at least anywhere beyond the Baltic states. The important element was to show how clearly and consistently human rights mattered and that human lives mattered. Clinton was so invested in hoping for a far more cooperative relationship that he simply could not make, not simply state that massacring civilians and helping sponsor terror to build nuclear programs was unacceptable. He's referring, of course, to how Russia helped Iran and the United States didn't do anything about it. The record of immoral passivity also puts nails in the coffin of the myth of Russian humiliation, which we talked about a couple hours ago on the hour. This humiliation myth, which is a big part of the propaganda arm. And then we have the Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances, which is what we were talking about earlier just in chat. Ukraine was giving up the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world under heavy pressure from Russia and the United States. In exchange, Ukrainian President Leonid Kuchma, sorry if I mispronounced it, wanted a public pledge from Clinton, Yeltsin, and John Major that they would respect the independence and sovereignty of the existing borders of Ukraine. Well, we see how that went. Obviously, Russia violated the agreement when they invaded and annexed Crimea in 2014, and subsequently, in 2022. When I spoke to the first Ukrainian president, Leonid, I don't know how to pronounce that name, in Kyiv in the late 2014, he was adamant that the United States had betrayed Ukraine to Putin by reneging on his obligation Clinton assumed in Budapest. And so this is, he talks about, the American security promises being worthless. If such displays are meaningless and having one's own nuclear weapons is the only way to be safe from aggression, it will not take long for other countries to go full speed towards acquiring them, which of course makes sense. Also is notable in Japan, stuff like this. And policy of engagement without consequence or care about moral policy is prevalent across all the administrations. Repeatedly in the book, Kasparov talks about Reagan and how Reagan cared about the morality and was not, kowtowing to, let's say, political sorts of things. Removal of the Ukrainian nuclear arsenal definitely looks like a form of appeasement in my eyes. He talks about Bush 41 supporting Gorbachev to a fault, and Bill Clinton supporting Yeltsin to a fault, and support him at the expense of a coherent and consistent policy for pressuring for economic reform and democracy in Russia. Bush 43 made the same mistake by putting his trust in him, largely off the back of the 2 phone calls he made to him, like where he just offered his condolences and support following 9/11. 9/11 was really kind of the impetus for stuff, just basically all pressure coming off of Russia, really. It was whittled away in the 90s. Leverage is only useful if applied. Instead of aggressively developing alternative supply routes, and this is, we're seeing this happen now, which is nice, developing alternative supply routes in order to be able to use and leverage to stand up to Russia, Europe dithers and cries foul when Putin blackmails Eastern Europe with gas supply as winter approaches. Winter is here, and we finally cut off the spout, but, a little bit late. So why don't we get back to the game? The game and the chat. Got a lot of chatters. History fact: after Stalin reforms, USSR became an importer of grains, and in 1990, when they exhausted their gold reserves, they had no food. Yeah, a ton of people starved under Stalin. I definitely think there's a lot of parallels between Stalin and Putin, but not in the specifics of the starving to death. I don't know how common that is in... although Ukraine was, to some degree, like the grain basket of Russia, so there's some problems. Big fan of Zelensky. He's gone from zero to hero. Yeah, he's rough around the edges, but he united the world like no other. Slava Ukraine, my friend. Yeah, I am a fan of him as well. Like, if I'm being a little, like, flippant, I am also a fan of his comedy stuff as well, which is kind of not relevant to what we're talking about. Can we go for some of this stuff? Maybe we want to go cultural exclusion. We probably, at some point... Actually, let's not... Can we... How happy are the landowners with us? So we can piss them off a little bit, or we can just get a legitimate government. Or, actually, why don't we just wait for the election to take, and then see what our government looks like and what we can do in terms of laws. Because we're about to have an election. Glory to the heroes. Every Ukrainian is a hero. Right now they are. We got a message retracted. Redacted. Russia tried to take Crimea 2 times back in the 90s. Yeah, that was, like, under Yeltsin then, right? Because Putin took power in, like, 2000. Or 99, if I recall correctly. What about the breakaway of Donetsk? Weren't they fighting the Ukrainian government? Well... so that depends. So it seems to be the case, in my mind, that the freedom fighters in eastern Ukraine and in Crimea are not, in fact, freedom fighters, but are, in fact, Russian-backed insurgents. And so when Russia's backing it, I don't think that it counts as, like, a breakaway revolution. And there was definitely... I don't know the specifics about Donetsk and, like, the eastern Ukraine, but with Crimea specifically, there was a lot of military personnel that was, quote-unquote, off-duty, that was participating in the invasion, and I say invasion, of Crimea. And so, like, if you just... It's the classic Putin thing where he just says he isn't doing what he's doing, and he's just like, he's like, oh, it's not an invasion. Oh, it's a special military operation. And it's fucking not. It's an invasion. And it's like, oh, you know, those are civilians. They're not dressed in military fatigues, but they're off-duty military personnel that are acting in a cohesive way, and they have tanks, and they're in there. And then later, much later, or several years later, Putin, like, brags about having invaded Ukraine on Russian television. And so, like, it's like, and he brags about it as if he was responsible, which you would only do if you, like, actually, yeah, it's like, it's an absurdity. It's this, like, it's just this bold-faced lie. You know, yeah. It's, and it's just part of, like, the propaganda arm of, like, Putin, where he just, like, consolidated all the media in Russia as well. Classic America thing, don't you think? Yeah, you know, having just did a little bit of a stint about whataboutism, I'm not... like, no. United States has not annexed territory for, like, 50 years. The last territory we annexed was Hawaii. Speaking of, U.S. is having some problems. Wouldn't that be a convenient excuse for America to oppose Russia? Didn't we already, didn't we stage a coup in Ukraine recently also? No, to my knowledge, the United States has not staged a coup in Ukraine. If the United States is, like, staging a coup in Ukraine, their behavior is awfully schizophrenic. You know? Because we're sending a ton of military weapons to them. Before the full-scale invasion, Putin said, yes, it's us in the Donbass. Yeah, there we go. Although, to be fair, Putin lies all the time. We subjugated Iran. Hey, I think we will annex Transvaal now. Super Ghost Stuck writes, nice whataboutism you got there. Can I get some fries with that? So what about the U.S. imperialist propaganda who don't we lie to meddle with worldwide affairs who has 80 bases? Is that even an intelligible sentence? Don't we lie to meddle worldwide who has 80 bases all over the world? So a big difference between the United States and Russia is the United States has an actually free press. And then president's son is working there too. Yeah, so the president's not... So that was before, for starters. And second, he's not responsible for what his son does. And I'm not a fan of Biden at all. Not a fan of Biden. But I don't know what you're on about the United States staging a coup in Ukraine. Like, I think you have bad information, my friend. Also, Secretary of State's Undersecretary Victoria Nuland is Ukrainian. Did you know that? Okay. That's Ronald Dunn. Yeah. Like, so here's the thing. I'm making the argument that Putin is a dick and an enemy of humanity. You are not addressing that argument at all. You're just saying, what about America, though? And just right after this whataboutism. So, nice ad hominem. Yeah, I mean, I'm not engaging in an ad hominem. But the point is like, on the substance, Putin is a horrible individual. And if you are going to... I mean, I suppose you could compare Putin and Biden, but, like, Biden hasn't assassinated people. You know, Biden is like, he didn't order the firebombing of a school filled with kids. He didn't bomb his own people, you know, just to win an election. And so, like, there's, like, a substantive difference. And, like, part of me just thinks you're just doing a performative, like, thing here where you're just doing a bunch of whataboutism after we talk about whataboutism, because to be fair, I could appreciate that being a little funny, but, like, barking up the wrong tree, my guy here. Very much so. Alright, we probably want to find another war. Oh, we're in a... Whoops. I think he left chat as well. Oh wait, he didn't. I think you believe mainstream media. I think you... don't understand the difference between a free press and a not free press. Putin is bad. Pretty early on in the stream, I said I would ban anyone who says Putin's a good guy, which is like, if you want to say it, go for it. Probably timing you out. Alright, you're getting timed out. You can chat in 5 minutes, brother. Anyone who seriously thinks Putin is not a bad person has not consulted the facts. And if you want to stick around and I could talk about some more of the facts, I'd be more than happy to. Allow me to reference you to the Beslan hostage crisis specifically, where the FSB firebombed the roof of a, of a school that was filled with children just to try and get at the Chechen terrorists, or the apartment bombings that the FSB did on their own population, I believe in early 2000, or right before Putin got elected, because they wanted to frame the Chechens in order to boost Putin's popularity, and the FSB was bombing its own people's apartment buildings. You can look into that, and you know, you can just say you think that I'm wrong, but I encourage you to look at the information, and you won't be chatting for 5 minutes, so have a good one. You apologize to everyone. You should be more calm, like 11:22. Yeah, I mean, like, I think engaging with people is a... You should try and engage with people in a productive way. So you shouldn't engage in ad hominems. But at the same point, if someone wants to say that Putin's a good guy in this chat on this day, they are gonna get banned. There was a Russian bot farm in Ukraine that has 1 million usernames. He might be one of them. I don't know if he seemed like a bot, because it seemed like he was responding to what we were saying. And he might still be in here. He can chat in 5 minutes. I didn't perma-ban him. Or her, I suppose. But, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna... We're gonna up construction a little bit. I'm also... not gonna entertain, you know, there's a difference between trying to have legitimate discourse, and, like, it's complicated, but, like, you know, at what point, is someone being a troll? And he's just like, the Russia does not have a free press. Its press was demonstrably seized, and it's just all controlled by Putin or Putin allies, and we're going to talk about that on the next hour, actually, in 40 minutes. And so, like, I can refer him to information. I mean, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. I can explain it to him, but I can't understand it for him. So... And I was trying to talk to him for a little bit. I don't know. I'll talk to him if he comes back, if he wants to talk. That's fine. But kind of draw the line at saying Putin's a good guy. It's actually very much where I draw the line. At least for this stream. I don't know if... I'd maybe entertain the discussion if we are not commemorating the 1-year anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine. I'm going to switch to per capita taxation here. Which is going to be big. I'm a little bummed out I'm losing viewers whenever I do those on the hour Putin discussions, but I'm not going to not have them. By the way, if you wanted to donate to the Hope Foundation, here, let's double check the name of it. Project Hope. It is the #1 link in the description below. Let's see actually how much has been raised here. Have we raised anything? Hey, yo, we raised 55 bucks. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, brother. Let's take a quick look at that, I guess. Oop. We got 55 raised. Hell yeah. You love to see it. 50 was actually going to be the goal for today, so I'm actually tremendously happy about that. Looks like we had a general die. We have raising concerns. I think the Industrialists are going to be happy with us for some time now, so we'll try and... Yeah, and we want the Intelligentsia to be happy, although... It doesn't matter too much, because we have pretty repressive migration stuff. Yugoslavia that got lucky NATO interfered. It's a shame they didn't do the same here. Yeah, I don't know too much about Yugoslavia, so I can't speak on too much on that specifically. Man, we're up in construction so much, baby. Things are looking real good right now. But when is this truce up with them? They're damaging relations while we're improving relations, so I think their damage will win out and will slowly decay, which is unfortunate. Also, I think we just absolutely cannot declare any wars in areas where they have an interest. We're going to up that and see if we can pay for that with tea. Empower the Intelligentsia a little bit there. I think we go after these guys next. I do think dominioning them is a relatively good play. Also really nice that Great Britain's already evolved as something else. We will also ask for war reps to make it more likely that they back down, because they have more to lose. Let's see what we're researching. I think we're, yeah, still pharmaceuticals, quinine. Then we maybe got to think about egalitarianism. Which maybe we shouldn't try and pass per capita taxation, because it's easier to move to proportional taxation if you don't have it. So let's just try and skip to proportional, because I think we're gonna prefer that. And maybe we could go egalitarianism. Something like this. NB is back. He writes, "Who obey propaganda just censor opposition." Classic. I told you exactly what would happen. You honestly think our media that supports every war would tell you that both sides? I'm not relying only on the media. Also, the main source of information I'm citing here is Garry Kasparov, and Garry Kasparov's book, who grew up in the Soviet Union, and he wrote a book, and he's not part of a media company. And so, I mean, I also verified other sources for several of the things he mentioned, because I was aware that he could just, you know, be this whatever. Since you're raising money in this event, I'll leave the issue alone. Okay. The military-industrial complex does not let our media challenge the U.S. I agree with this sentiment, by the way, that especially for conservative media, they prop up the military-industrial complex, and the military-industrial complex lobbies all the politicians, and there's like heavy involvement for the U.S. to become over-involved in other affairs. But I just want to bring this back to the point that this is not addressing the main substance of the point, which has to do with Putin and not the United States, right? This sounding off. It's the entire discussion about wanting to talk about the U.S. and the United States media is a straw man, right? Like or it's a red herring rather. Anyways, like also I'm not trying to say you're necessarily wrong with like some of your critiques of the United States, but I'm saying that to draw an equivalency is kind of spurious. Like Putin and like Biden are like not at the same level, And I disagree with a lot of the stuff the United States has, but this isn't the stream for this. This is the fuck Putin stream. Right? But like when I say Putin's a bad guy, and your immediate response is, yeah, the United States is pretty bad, you know, it's like, it's a red herring. If your argument was, yeah, Putin's not really that bad, that would be addressing the argument like in a direct way. Yeah, I mean, he sounds like he lives in the US. There's a fair amount of like pro-Putin like sentiment in the U.S., particularly amongst conservatives. I know like Tucker Carlson specifically, and like Tulsi Gabbard. I was struggling for the name there. There's like and I mean I'm not a fan of it because I think Putin is absolutely horrific, and I don't think but it is present. Should probably make a little bit more of a long-term. I mean, like, so I guess the plan's just to grow the economy. It's the economy, stupid. See if we can speed up. Do we still have access to... No, we don't. Would really love secular academia, but that's not going to be in the cards for a little bit. Yeah, we're going to have this landowner free trade party block for forever. This is one of the downsides of corn laws, is you get this this alliance that just never breaks apart for forever. And so it's really hard to get the intelligentsia and government in a legitimate way. We really got to get off state religion if we can. Yeah. A lot of that. So we'll take that. People use straw man like so much as a criticism of people's arguments so much that I just like my brain can't separate them anymore. Like, because it's a red herring, not a straw man. These are kind of implying we need to increase the demand for boom booms, but just a little bit, not a lot of it. I wish we had an iron mine that wasn't so full up. So we're going to do this, but then we're going to have a boom boom shortage. Pretty quick. Maybe we can support that many. Let's add another one of these at the front. It'll take a little while to employ. We got about 30 minutes. Until we will be dragging Putin again. It has been fascinating to watch my view count, because my view count just collapses whenever I start dragging Putin. But that's the stream for you for today. We want to switch everything onto the boom booms. I guess we're going to need a couple more of these. It's really nice that we actually have a ton of fertilizer demand. Let's look at our trade routes, see which ones are not profitable. Whoa, where was our... There we go. We want to start getting rid of the not productive ones. And there's probably a more productive way to talk to NB. I think he's left by now, but... Oh, he just wrote. Which I'm assuming is not... the delay is such that I didn't get it before my comment. Sorry about that. I'd love to debate you and have your own POV, but I'll honor your fundraising of that. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just... I'm not even trying to say that you're, like, necessarily wrong about some of your points. It's just, like, if I talk about how good an athlete Serena Williams is, right? Which she's an amazing athlete. And your first response is, well, yeah, but men can beat her. It's like, it's failing to appreciate the point I'm making, which is that she's an incredible athlete and she's just absolutely dominant. And, like, okay, she can be beaten by a lot of men in tennis, but it's missing the point. And so when I'm talking about Putin, it's like, I'm not trying to insist that the United States is perfect or even, like, particularly good. I think the U.S. Sticks its finger in too many pies. But that's a separate issue, like, entirely from a Putin discussion. You know what I mean? And so it's like, also, I don't think there's an equivalency. Like, on the point of there being an equivalency, I don't think there is one. But, like, even if there is one, you can still be critical of, like, both independently. 1122, Russia got so lucky that they had the United States and Ukraine to give them food when they had hunger in the 90s. But, yeah, there was a lot of support in the 90s, which was referenced in, I think, the last slideshow I showed. Talked about a lot of the... like, support that the United States sent them. Good to know that they are a grateful bunch. Yeah, well, I mean, the last part's not necessary, but... my contempt is also not for Russia. It's for Putin specifically. It's, like, targeted, right? I don't have a strong opinion on, like, Russian culture and the Russian people. Alright, I guess we try and annex some of these boyos. We do have a decent amount of... Or, we need to find a higher infamy war, but... Does it just go for Venezuela time? Might be. Venezuela, New Granada. I think we have a trade agreement, so I think we're kind of safe from the UK sticking their finger in our pie. The problem is that without Ukraine, Russia is an empire, so they will never leave you alone. I mean, I think that if you listen to some of Putin's talk, like, he talks about, like, the legacy of, like, Lenin and stuff like this, and, like, I don't even think it's necessarily a matter of, like, like, Putin is doing this for his own legacy. Like, I don't think it's strategically... Well, like, things could have turned out much different. Like, let's say Ukraine rolled over in the first, like, 30 days or whatever. Like, I think that was possible, and so, like, or it was possible for Putin to be of that impression in a reasonable way. Alright, we will dominion them, and we will hope that no one joins in. But I think that it's less about the strategic importance of Ukraine and more about trying to restore the legacy and the humiliation of the fall of the USSR. Russia stopped damaging relations, and now they're genial. Which is sigh of relief for us, because they took Kuban, and in the game, they don't fake genial, so that's nice. Geniality. You did listen to Putin because you know Russian and Ukrainian. Yeah, you've probably listened to more of his talks than I have, then. So maybe I should not try and foist up a commentary on you. You probably know better than me. I mean, I've read quite a bit on the topic, but that's not, that's a different thing, right? Yeah, we're gonna swap the rest of these over to nitroglycerin. We're gonna swap these to nitroglycerin. These to sawmills. Hardwood. Now, we're gonna make the buildings less profitable when we make them use rails. But we will make it so we pay less on our subsidies. We're not even paying for subsidies, but we'll still do that. Either way. I think we can use gas streetlights here now. We got another 25 minutes before we start dragging Putin again. You didn't read Kasparov's book? Yeah, I mean, like, but... yeah, I don't know. I've like, read a bit on the subject, but, like, I don't try and make broader sweeping... Most of my knowledge is centered around Putin himself and not about, like, Russia or the USSR or, like, the other stuff, so I try not to talk about the other stuff as much. You know, yeah. There's a lot of stuff I'm just not aware of and I know I'm not aware of, so I try not to push it too much. We really are just kind of hoping for egalitarianism to swap our taxes. I wonder how strong is a strategy staying on land-based taxation so you can skip over to proportional is. Because if we go per capita, a whole bunch of people will oppose proportional, and getting proportional will be impossible because only the what's they're called will support it. The trade unionists. Also not sure what I want to do for food yet today. Not 100% sure. I'm thinking, we needed to put... Damn it, we need to put war reps in there. Otherwise they're really unlikely to back down, it seems. They're just like, decide, let's have a go anyways. I think we need to recruit a general. I've been making definitely a lot of mistakes while playing, which now it's starting to... Playing for an extended period of time does make me make more mistakes. Did Kasparov's book mention how Ukraine lost the third military arsenal in the world? The third biggest nuclear arsenal? Yes. That is in Kasparov's book. And we lose our war reps from Great Qing, so that is a painful one. I think we could try and increase this. But that's just kind of... Well, I think we need to slow that down. We really got to get egalitarianism faster. I guess maybe we should have done egalitarianism ahead of pharmaceuticals. Actually, I think even now we have to swap here. It talked about nuclear arsenal, though. I don't know if it mentioned, like, small arms and tanks and stuff like this. I don't think that it did. But I can't recall. I read mostly over my annotations. I spent, like, all of yesterday trying to prep for this stream, and I read over a lot of my annotations. I forgot that that place uses sulfur, so we're gonna need a lot more sulfur. It's a chicken and the egg problem here. If you're enjoying the stream, feel free to drop I opposed Putin and then I slipped and fell down some stairs in chat. I suppose we can be using our Diplo. Gold discovered in Transvaal. Hell yeah, brother. Now, how close are we to getting a customs union with you? Not super. We can't bankroll you yet, but that would be a pretty big game if we could get Ottomans in there. We do have a landing. Looks like we're gonna pop off here. So that's nice. So we will subjugate Venezuela. Venezuela's nice because they have oil. Someone was talking about what their top 10... What they thought the top 5 best states were if you're still in chat, could I hear the top 5? Or you talked about top 10, but I want to know what you think the top 5 are. I don't know if you're still in chat, though. Kebab is importing iron from us. Maybe if they're friendly, they'll join us. I'm gonna up the speed a little bit. I forget that we're, like, this stream is gonna take a long time to annex all of Russia, so... We do have to try and get... I wish... It's so buggy. Like, I don't understand why it's not putting more stuff into the queue here. Not a huge fan of... we tried to put it not in automated, and it just wouldn't let us in 1.2.2, so... That's kind of where we're at. Ukraine had a bunch of tanks. Yep, that would make sense. I mean, Ukraine is such a, like, was such a big, important part of the USSR. So, like, that, yeah, that certainly checks out. We play Games Hasn't Spoken a While, the one who said top 10 states. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Also, like, I don't know, sometimes you put it on, leave it in the background. Also, he's probably, like, doing rounds, you know, like, when you try and, like, you're trying to help out your own channel by commenting on other people's to show people that you, like, exist and, like, this type of thing, and, like, I appreciate the hustle. But if that's, like, kind of where he's at, then that will mean he is... we'll import a little bit from the Ottomans. He's gonna be, like, jumping around a bit. But that would make sense. Thank you for letting me know, TEEJ. Because I don't want to scroll through chat and stop talking and try and check it manually. Because I think it makes for bad content. Oh, I've been sitting a super long time. So if you've been sitting a super long time like I have, doing a little bit to get your blood flowing is probably a good idea. So I'm going to do 10 squats. Oh, is that 10 or not quite? No, it's 10 when I stand back up. All right. That feels good. Maybe I'll make fewer errors in game as well. Always encourage people to go on a little walk if they've been at the computer for forever. It seems like the AI is now much more considerate of economies of scale, which I love. Except not here. But they've done like this. They're doing this. This is the only place we have motor industries. But do we have it on auto expansion? We have it on auto expansion. Just kidding. Put that on auto expand as well. 18,000 artillery systems, 2,800 plans. That's a lot of plans. And helicopters, 350 ships, 490 nukes, 48 ICBMs, and a lot of rockets. Yeah. It's a shame you don't have those now. Actually, I don't know what the numbers look like with what the US has been giving. Or leasing. I don't know exactly how that relationship is. I wouldn't hate dominioning them. Could go after China again. Let this decay a little bit first. I really like the idea of releasing Sichuan, Yunnan, and going after Xi'an, maybe. And then Chongqing. Not sure. What we'll do, I guess we'll just start annexing some of these boyos over here as well. Because this is just one infamy, it's kind of like a waiting move. I didn't realize we had a front with them now. That's not ideal. Because now it's really bad if someone decides to join in. But we have pretty good relations with most people. So hopefully that works out fine. I will be back in like 20 seconds. Oh no, where'd all my viewers go? Just kidding. Actually, I did kind of lose a bit. That's fine. Alright. Oh, maybe we should have sent the 20 stack because these guys are using too many convoys. Supply routes, 1K. It's a long supply route. Yep. Reduces access everywhere. Painful. Get some ASMR for you guys. And a snack for me. So we got this war. Gonna annex them. Nobody's joined in, so it's unlikely anyone does. So this is good for us. I wonder if we want an alliance with Austria. See, the big awkward thing about making friends with either one of these guys is the other one will hate your guts. Which is always a bit of an annoying thing. Also, the new patch has like kind of changed the expansion like strategy overall. We could... I think I might go after another Chinese province. No, New Granada's probably better. We can't bankroll anyone, so we can't really try and expand the customs union yet, but soon we can. These guys have basically no shot. Let's look at the tech tree. So we're going to egalitarianism into Quinine. We're doing this because we really need taxes. I guess we want to go to war with Great Qing just to get the war reps off them, but let's make sure. Yeah, they still have bad power projection. I don't know why. Do they not have... Usually they start ramping up a little bit here. I'm looking for military goods, if they even have any. They have some cannons. Oh, we're importing cannons from them? That's funny. I guess we want to kill that trade route. Maybe? Or they're importing it from us? I'm confused. Should be able to push this pretty easy. I think we'll add a couple of ports. So we have a little bit more in the way of convoys. AutoQ is building clothes. We like to see that. I know we have one place that's kind of tall on clothes. Where is it? Right? Yeah, this one. Oh, I love that they're building for economies of scale here. This is new in 1.2.2 that the AI plays like this. Really happy about it. We're probably going to be going next into canneries and then mechanized workshops. Really want to get off secular academia. Or onto secular academia. I mean, we could do this pretty comfortably. The problem is it's going to cost us bureaucracy. We do want free speech. We're not going to... This guy needs to die before we can get the Intelligentsia in government, basically. It's kind of a good way to think about it. Rural folk are fucking caked up, though. Yeah, start with so many farms as Ukraine. It's gonna be very hard for us to liberalize, especially because farms will like auto build as well. Trade agreement offer from Germany here. Got about 10 minutes until we do our little Putin presentation for 5 minutes. We're losing 30k. Maybe we can afford to lose this. And losing this province just felt so bad. There's nothing we could do. Can ally with these guys. I really want to get them into customs union. And we annex Bulligan. So I think we're going to annex Brunei now. Which notably has gold fields, which are nice. We'll send a smaller boyo. I haven't, so I really hate losing my guy. Oh wait. Can't do expeditions yet. Okay, got it. But in the earliest patch you would sometimes get your guy just banished to the Shadow Realm in general when you sent them on an expedition. We swap over the PMs. Are we paying subsidies? No, we're paying a little interest. It's a fine amount though. We should be. Hey normal man, how's it going? You're just in time for our anti-Putin presentation, which we're doing every hour on the hour. Schools for text speed, I agree. I built a couple. Maybe we could use a couple more. I don't want to... It's a trade-off between research speed, right, and more construction. Portugal's trying to be somebody. I think we can actually land Portugal, though. So do we want to take stuff from Portugal? Kind of the broader question here. Probably not. What's the likelihood this war pops off? They would be annexed, so it almost certainly does pop off. Right? They're at a level 0. Can liberate Xi'an, which would be just the treaty port over here. Oh, do we need an interest in... We have an interest there, so we can't take the treaty port. I think this is multiplied by half because it's not incorporated. Yeah. And I would be kind of keen on getting a bigger surface area into the Congo with this. But what about... Oh, we can't puppet them. Well, we can just go for war reps at the very minimum. We have 100 maneuvers, so we can do a lot of stuff. We can look and see the resources of these places. The resources, I think, is less important than the extra surface area we get into the Congo, but... South Angola does have this coal. Mozambique, specifically, would actually be pretty nice. Did anyone do the math on how many unis cost wages on wages and paper after taxes? Well, the cost of the unis is you have to pay the normal wage for the people who use the unis, and the normal wage is a variable cost. It's based on the average cost of all the wages in your incorporated states. So you're gonna pay a different amount each time. I don't think I want this heat in terms of infamy. I think I just want war reps from them. I mean, it's tempting. Let's take, well... It's tempting to take a little something. It also depends on how much paper or how much paper costs. Just like every part of that is a moving variable, basically. Maybe. Oh, we can't vassalize them because we don't have an interest there. Let's just take a look at how much that costs us. Steam engine time completed. How are you doing, normal man? We got 3 hours, or sorry, 3 hours, 3 minutes until we will be swapping over to talk about Putin for 5 minutes and why he's a dick. Definitely research. Uni employees pay taxes so they're not as expensive as they seem. Well, every type of employee pays taxes. Right? So if we build a university, we could have built something else, and that something else would have employed people who paid taxes as well. But you're right, they're not as... you do get a refund on all their wages. Are you talking about messing around with the government wages here? We can actually take this down, maybe. Save a little cash. Maybe not. Oh. We were not paying attention. We wanted to see how much it was to puppet Portugal. It's probably a lot, or to dominion them. It's probably way more infamy than we're interested in, but just kind of wanted to see. Big fan of them increasing the speed of by a lot at which you add interest. Oh, it looks like we might not even get the interest in time here. Maybe we will. We're gonna take a look at this before we switch over to dragging Putin, but we're probably gonna drag Putin in just a sec. So if you are not here for hearing why Putin's a dick, now would be the time to switch streams. Yeah, we just... timing was barely wrong. Alright. So, it is time. You thought this was a Victoria 3 stream, and you were correct, but it's also a Putin's a dickhead stream. So, we will be going in, and I, of course, did not set this up as best I could, so I got to do a little swapping around here. Much apologies. We will be opening the Born in Blood presentation. Instead, there's the man of the hour himself, Mr. Vladimir Putin. There is some of the aftermath in Chechnya, and on the left is Boris Yeltsin. So, let's take a look and get into it. Image slideshow. There we go. So, a big part of, like, the authoritarian governments, like, when they oppose the West, is they just don't think that the West has the stomach for such oppositions, and that they are not willing to go to as great as lengths, and so they have an advantage on this front, and this is just kind of an important way to, like, kind of think of the way Putin engages with the West in a lot of ways, because he has more the stomach for death than the West traditionally does. It's like if you've seen what's the Avengers Endgame, where they're at Wakanda and they're like, what's his name is just like, the Black Panther guy is like, you will have nothing but blood and sand here, and then the woman responds, blood, we got plenty of that, we got blood in spades. Anyways, so he references Milosevic, and a quote that something he talked about, and I'm hoping I'm pronouncing Milosevic correctly. He believed democracies were slow to act. It was a sign of weakness. If they are affluent, then they were also decadent. In addition, because politicians and their citizens feared paying the price of war, they could be bullied. They believe democracies are slow, affluent, fearful democracies cannot stand up to suicide bombers and bloody massacres. And that, just not willing to pay the cost. Just like the people of the United States were not willing to pay the cost of dealing with Putin earlier. And so now here's the question, how did Putin rise to power? So Yeltsin was in a situation where he wasn't very popular. Yeltsin actually allowed for a free media, and this is perhaps one of the mistakes he made. I suppose you could look at it from that perspective. Yeltsin was the first president, and there was problems in terms of uprisings or turmoil in Chechnya. And what Putin, before that, in reverse chronological order, Putin was a fairly anonymous member of Yeltsin's presidential staff, a deputy chief in the Federal Property Management Department, a member of the mayoral staff in St. Petersburg. Formerly, he had been a KGB intelligence officer in East Germany until the fall of the Berlin Wall. So he was a bit of a nobody. And Putin was kind of created by Yeltsin to handle the Chechnya situation, as well as be a figurehead, kind of stand-in for Yeltsin and a replacement. I think later in the paragraph they talk about, grooming Putin to be the replacement. And so, deal with Chechnya, Putin did. Sorry, let's get back into this. What was ostensibly an anti-terror operation turned into a scorched earth campaign. The campaign in Chechnya had the predictable effect of the other campaign, the one for president. And so what was going on in Chechnya and putting down the Chechnyans was very, very popular. To deny this would be to deny the obvious. The war was, for all its ugliness, popular amongst Russians. Even reformers such as Anatoly Chubas towed the patriotic line. True, innocent people were suffering, and the suspicion at the time was that Russia was using excessive force and committing war crimes was later confirmed. Classic Putin. The Russian press was also largely controlled by Yeltsin's oligarchs. Not entirely, but largely. There is someone who we will talk about a little bit later who was part of the standouts, who also endorsed Putin, or you might have say created Putin. And so, okay, why was Yeltsin doing, concern regarding Yeltsin failing, also led to further, seizing of state resources and selling them off. A big part of, the transition from communism to capitalism involves privatizing everything. And so what happened is the government owned a bunch of stuff, and then it sold off a bunch of stuff. And the people who they sold it to, they created this oligarchic economy by this artificial transition from communism to capitalism. I'm not sure how you transition from communism to capitalism in a way that is... Actually, you do it like the way China's done it slowly since 92 is actually, I guess, the blueprint of how to do it correctly. But Russia did it fast, and they sold off all the state assets to oligarchs, and so it's just kind of more of the same. And the real reason to back Putin, a decree granting Yeltsin and all of his relatives freedom from prosecution was signed the same day Putin took office, revealing the real reason Yeltsin had been selected for the successor, self-preservation. And he goes off in a later section to talk about how, I forget the point I was going to make. Oh, that Putin, for a lot of things, Putin did not roll back or engage in super anti-humanitarian things until after the death of Yeltsin. So Yeltsin kind of held him back and seemed to hold a lot of power up until that point. And so, yeah. All right, time to read the chat a little bit. Get back into it. All right, we're in here. We're in here. Well, we're going to push down there. But we're gonna land then. Same with institutions are the real deal now. Schools are basically mandatory. Yeah, the problem is I don't want to have religious schools, but maybe you're right. We could just push that right now, because I don't want to be on religious schools. But industrialists will... Well, I actually want private schools, and... Well, no, we'll just do... I don't want to do religious schools is the problem, and religious schools is the only one that's available at the start. Academics and clerks and clergy have an expected wage amount, though. I think, yeah, that's because they're, like, they're middle class, right? But yeah, generally they get paid more due to their profession, so if you have proportional taxation or graduated taxation, it makes them cheaper. It definitely makes it for proportional and graduated, but graduated is less of a marginal difference. You can sell companies to transnational corporations. You could, but then you would end up having all of the companies owned by internationalists. But you could do that. Or, I mean, that's my impression, but perhaps I'm mistaken. We'll be back in an hour for another 5 minutes of Putin's a dick. Just a friendly reminder, this is a charity stream. In the description below, there is a link to Project Hope. I think it is. Yeah, Project Hope. We have a goal of $100, and we've raised $55 so far. Big hype. 100 is the minimum. I wanted to set it at 50 because I was really not sure how much I would be able to raise, but I'm delighted to have raised 55 so far. Big happy on that. Big ups. Oh, we did want to land the capital. By the way, can someone tell me if I'm pronouncing Milosevic correctly for the... If anyone knows. I do not. I've only read the name. I haven't heard it out loud. But yeah, too many moving variables, to be honest. Yeah, I agree. Also, it is difficult. There's a lot of opacity to a lot of things, so it's difficult to know anything for sure. That's probably my biggest criticism of Victoria 3, is the lack of transparency in a lot of situations where you know exactly like what piece of information you want, but you just can't access it. And it's like, it's pretty frustrating, to be honest, TBH. Looks like we'll enforce pretty quickly here. Yeah, not getting too much out of Portugal, but this is kind of fine. Bessemer process. Let's go, baby. Oh, let's actually just reset everywhere. Yeah, baby. I love that button so much. I think we... Are we paying? We're not paying any subsidies yet, so we don't need to turn on these. I think we do want market squares kind of soonish, so I guess we're going to pop off on glass wherever we're producing it. I don't think we're producing too much, so maybe we'll just add 5 stack in the capital. Let's take a look at the rails. We'll probably need one of these. We'll put it at the front here. And we're not going to have lead. Let's try and get our guys on leaded glass right now. So we're going to import the lead, and we're going to do ceramics. And then... Yikes. Import lead from Austrian Ottomans, because we have trade routes with them, or trade agreements. And then we do have a boom boom shortage. So we're going to put couple of these at the top of the queue and one at the back as well. During the elections in the 2000s, there was a journalist who found out Putin's true biography. They shot down the plane that the journalist was flying on when he was re-entering Moscow. Yeah, checks out. If you're enjoying the stream, please drop I opposed Putin and then my plane was shot down in chat. Yeah, very classic. The most recent instance of this was the Belarusian foreign minister met with the Russian one following the leak of Russia's intention or Russia's plan to integrate Belarus over the course of the next decade, and then they promptly committed suicide. I wonder what happened in that meeting. You know, and by committed suicide, I mean they were assassinated. Just to be clear. You know, you want to give benefit of the doubt in situations, and it's complicated because, you're trying to be generous to other people's perspective, but, after a certain point, you just shouldn't give Putin a generous interpretation of anything. Right? I really don't like the word evil, or the concept, really, but if I'm going to apply it to anyone, it would be Putin. Yeah, it's... And, I know a little bit more about China's economy than Russia's. And they had a slow and bumpy, swap over, you know, to capitalism. Do we want this guy to become... He's a traditionalist. We don't want him to be the IG leaders. He can stay where he wants. He can say what he wants. Wow, we're making so much money now. And we haven't even swapped over to a good tax system, which we'll get once we get egalitarianism. Yeah, I should have built more unis earlier on, I think. You are correct in pointing that out. We're going to add one to the top of the queue. We're going to go up to 6. We have one more piece of half sandwich. We'll just take the plus enactment time here. We're not in a rush. I'm not even sure we want to pass religious schools. There's just not a whole lot we can do right now. Oh wait, the parties broke apart. But the Conservative Party won the election. But next election... Maybe because this guy went jingoist? I don't know. Next election... I think... Are we in the election? Yeah, we are. So after this election, maybe we can get the Intelligentsia in government, which is what we need to start doing a bunch of these liberal reforms that we want. So that is nice. Can we annex Iran, hey? Not yet. We could annex Zulu, but we're kind of not into that. And we can go after Macron and start pushing into here. What's Dominion Singtang? Or how much... What are we at? We could actually take a big chunk. We can go after China again. If China's still on that 400 army power projection military, we're just going to clap them. Yeah, they are. I'm not sure what state we want to take. Probably Xi'an? Yeah, there's a decent amount of resources there. And then we can release Sichuan. And then go after one of these two next time. Now we have a bit of a problem. The UK might join against us. They're only amicable genial. Do they have an interest up here? Yeah. That is a problem. I don't want to lose Beijing over that. Because there's no chance we can fight the two of them. So I think we're going to look for a war elsewhere then instead. Maybe New Granada makes a decent dominion here. Yeah, let's dominion them. And we, of course, don't care if Great Britain joins here, because, like, okay, if we lose, worst case scenario, we just get, like, the business in terms of having to give up war reps, but I think this situation's a little bit better. Let's take a look at, I think we're fine on infrastructure. Secular teachings. I mean, we just want to take this, I guess. I mean, maybe since we want to get on schools. Well, schools are maybe not so important right now, especially with the election coming up. We might be switching laws or switching what we're doing. No more goldfields, sad, tragic, but it does mean we can now possibly, yeah, there are the gold mines. Which is going to help us construct here early on. I imagine they back down? Maybe. It's hard to predict. 1.2 has been really hard to predict whether people are going to back down or not. We're going to tax fine art. Are we empowering the Industrialists and Intelligentsia? Wow, we have so much authority. 1.3k. Alright, we get egalitarianism. So we're going to switch which laws we're working on here. Oop. I think it's much more important for us to get on proportional taxation. We will be able to construct a whole lot more if we get on that. When we get on that. Sorry. So that's going to be a big one for us. Is the UK run done? Will W. Ash? So I was actually really disappointed with the last episode. And I regretted going bad guy in the UK run, because I don't like the playstyle very much. And so the UK run is sitting for now. I don't have any more episodes recorded. And I'm thinking I'm going to roll back to 1.1 to finish it, but I don't know exactly. I just finished recording all of the Spain run, so I guess I could go back for the UK. If generally, like, the later stuff goes, the less views it gets. Like, and the UK run's like 19 episodes in. But since you have mentioned an interest in it, maybe I will look at rolling back the patch just to finish the run, just to get Anarchy. But that's all we'll be doing really in the UK run, is just trying to hit Anarchy, I think. More so than like going for a full world conquest or something. We'll land with Lavar. But either way, the UK run's pretty close to done, because it's just a matter of getting Anarchy, which is kind of a pain in the butt. It could also just take 6 episodes to get to Anarchy. You know, which would not be ideal. I think we're going to push these tooling workshops again. I know we pushed glass a little bit. Did that finish? No, it's not finished yet. Partisan papers. Well, we want the Liberal Party to do better. Looks like the Conservative Party is going to lose, which is nice. So wild seeing such a powerful rural folk all the time now. Because, yeah. Because the changes to automatic queue make you have to go fairly agrarian. We can try importing some wood and stuff, I think, actually. So the Patriotic Party wins, followed by the Conservative Party and the Agrarian Party. But we should be able to reform. Well, we can't reform to something very legitimate. We could get off of this. This is just 69. Can we do just the armed forces and Intelligentsia? No, there's no way for us to do it. This is fairly legitimate. This lets us do industrialist things. Who's even supporting this? Not the industrialists, I don't think. It's armed forces that are pushing this through. I guess maybe we go to this. It's more legitimate. Ugh, it's rough. Getting a landing off here. Could maybe increase. We could decrease this. Let's do it. And we're finally recovering from the fact that we're no longer getting war reps from China. Oop. I don't need those railways. Whatever, that's fine. I'll need them eventually. I meant to build construction centers. Ops growing steadily. Loyalists going up. Disloyalists are going down. Starting to build up a nice power base where we maybe can go toe-to-toe with Russia in the nearest future. Probably not quite. They have a power projection of 1k. We have, I think, around 500. 450. So maybe soon. You got 1k. You got... yeah, they're really close. I'm tempted to ally with one. If we could ally with Great Britain, that would be actually best. We'll improve relations with them. Making some money now. Making money moves. I think we're going to mobilize this 10 stack to push the other front, I guess. And this will help us to get the canal. A lot of advances. Decreasing. It's not ideal. It's not the way we drew it up. When do I usually build unis? Kind of when I'm floating money, so kind of like now would be when I go for it. Let's actually just get that up to... See, it's actually probably just the best way to think about it, which I probably haven't thought about it enough in this way, is probably just a ratio of universities to construction, with the understanding that once you get to super late game, you stop building universities entirely because they don't do anything for you. Yeah, it's fair enough. Is there a huge delay on the stream? Yeah, fair enough. The UK series is one already. What year was it at? Do you think you'll... These are pre 1900s one tag in there. I don't know how to do one tag world conquest. Like period, let alone pre 1900. I think that the people who are doing one tags have to be exploiting the game in a way that I am not familiar with. And I mean, I'm not necessarily, like... I don't think I want to, like, push the game in that way either. Because, like, the point of the game is to enjoy it, right? And, like, I don't know. I never like doing the super gamey stuff, like the Black Flag techniques in European Universalis 4. It's like, okay, you got me. Like, I don't know. Yeah, we can't afford a fight with the UK. This is one of our biggest problems here. Because I think this might brick the run if we, like, go for Xi'an and then we run into the UK here. Or we can't have that with them there. I guess maybe we go after Nejd. There's a ton of oil there. So let's do this. I don't know, like, the problem with doing a one-tag world conquest is just the amount of wars you need to declare, and you can't declare multiple wars at once. It's fundamentally, but it's also really hard to get a really strong economy because they've changed how the investment pool works, where I forget what tooltip I need to hover, but it suffers an increasing malice, where it grows by a smaller and smaller amount as your economy gets bigger, so it becomes harder to go like full burr as you get bigger. But we'll build up the unis now in the capital so they get throughput bonus. Because a huge portion of uni's expensive is not in the goods. It's mainly not in the goods, actually. We'll actually also decrease taxes here. So that should pump our SOL up a little bit. As well as make us righteous, so we start developing a lot of loyalists, so it's easier for us to maintain all these bonuses. Which is important. The big stream. Hey, Time Dog, how's it going? I almost called you Dog Time. Which would have been a grave mistake. You're about 30 minutes early for us dragging Putin. We're doing it every hour on the hour. Although it's every hour on the hour for me, so for you guys it's like a 2-minute delay. Not much I can do to fix that. Or 30-second delay. I don't know exactly how big the delay is right now. It seems pretty big. Temporary embarrassment, you're telling me. Minus 4% is so much more forgiving than minus 10. It used to be this minus 10%, and this was just absolutely, like, unbearable. Can anyone hear the Cheeto ASMR? Okay. Yeah, we'll do the tax cut. I mean, our pops just get keep the money anyway. I think. So it's kind of whatever. Yeah, Time Dog. You missed it earlier. Russia pulled a 2014 on us pretty early and took Kuban from us. Right after we annexed Circassia. It was big sad. Or we didn't annex, we dominioned? But I was not a happy camper. Probably these are hard to employ, but Ukraine starts pretty thick. We have lost territory since the start. Actually, well, not if you include overseas. Overseas we're starting to, oh, we also have this. Just some casual border goring of China. Plan is to take here and then split China in half. That is the plan. Making a little bit of money. Really want to get proportional taxation. Zulu is a vassal. The main reason we vassalized Zulu is because we wanted to get in on Transvaal, which has the 15 gold fields and over 100 coal mines and 60 iron mines. And so we if they're a Dominion, they won't join you in wars, and if we don't have them join us in the war, we can't get a front on Transvaal, so we vassalize Zulu. They are only vassalizations so far. Yeah, Ukrainian Beijing, the standard. I love that chapter of the history books too. It was a classic. Man, I'm gonna have to use the bathroom soon. Really made a big error not having the piss bottle ready. Rookie mistake. I think it's actually because I caffeined up pretty heavily for this. And I'm gonna be drinking a lot of caffeine throughout. Death and taxes. Taxes and death. We'll take an enactment chance. Hell yeah, brother. And Alexei dies. See you later, brother. That's big brain regarding Dominion versus Vassal. Yeah, I mean, once you make a Dominion once and then you can't get moved through them, and then you're really sad, you learn your lesson. Kind of building up on these toolings. We're starting to get really big throughput bonus from economies of scale and encouraging manufacturing. Where the hell are our trade unions at? Just still in the doldrums. We need to get this SOL up for them to be good. Oh, it's going to be so long till we can get rid of these landowners. Defensive pact with Austria. I think I'm okay with this. Can you even get an alliance with them? Well, I guess we'll take an alliance too. Would like to get them in the customs union. 3D printed nozzle, the Putin nozzle for the piss bottle, exactly. Just a giant Putin mouth or whatever. How he drew it up. How did your stream today go, Time Dog? Time Dog is a variety streamer, by the way, for people who want to check him out. Although I guess most of, in terms of hours or like days a week, it's mostly Red Dead right now. Red Dead Redemption. Which of course is very similar to Victoria 3. Alright, what are we running a shortage of? Lead. That makes sense. We'll import it from North Germany. Kind of just want to fix the shortage more than anything. Yeah, dog. Time, dog. Gonna let this... I think we actually want a deficit spend here, so we're gonna actually up construction quite a bit. Which should make our auto queue start to build a lot more stuff like iron and stuff as well. We'll do that. Technically in the Victorian era, you're not wrong. You beat the game and did most of the epilogue. Very nice. So is Red Dead done now? Have you been redemptioned? Probably need to find a war here. Our infamy is decaying. I did want to, yeah, let's annex these boyos and hope that Great Britain doesn't join. If Great Britain joins, though, it's not the end of the world. Let's see if we can recruit a decent general. Well, he's the only one that's not from the church, so we'll do him. We'll promote this. Well, has the other guy got offensive planet? No, he doesn't. So we'll promote that guy, and we'll put the 10 stack should be enough, I think. Our construction center's finished, and we are starting to lose money, which is exactly where we want to be. Almost redeemed. Probably one more to finish up. Is that whether or not you go good guy or bad guy? Alright, we're going to take a pause, and I am going to use the restroom. We have our handy-dandy bathroom screensaver of shame. Alright, we are back. If you haven't done anything in a while, probably a good time to get up, take a walk, something like this. Although, I guess when I BRB'd would probably have been a better time. Or better for me, perhaps not better for you. Oh no, my viewers. Lost a couple. If you're still here, Time Dog, I was actually surprised at how many people from Ukraine are in my chat or bounced around my chat. I think there was a couple. Which, you know, out of like 10 viewers is a lot. It's a very high percentage. Really upped construction quite a bit. This is a little bit more of a deficit than we want to be running, but it's pretty close to about where we want to be. Paint the world yellow? Hell yeah, brother. For a second I thought you were talking about my piss break, but I realized you were talking about Ukraine. Yeah, we're getting a little behind on tech though, so I think we want to... Well, no, we can't increase those unis now. This proportional taxation is going to be big. We're going to get a ton more money in our coffers to push towards construction. It's going to decrease consumption in our economy. That's fine. We can export stuff to other people to drive consumption. And we're fully occupying Iran, hey, looks like. Ooh, they have so much gold mine potential. Hell yeah. Give me those ducats, my dog. I'm just like sitting here like ravenously waiting to be able to build all those gold mines. Yeah, probably gonna do some squats after next. If anyone can chat, remind me. After the next Putin dragging, we're gonna do some body weight squats just to get the heart rate up, move around a little. It'll be good. Our line's not straight up yet, which is a bit of a problem. I think we can kind of do that once we get proportional taxation. That's going to be a big one. We're going to see... I think we have interests here. Yeah, we do. We're going to start colonizing up here. Which is notably an area... Ooh, that's... I saw a 50. Which is the cap, so we can colonize elsewhere. I think that this, no, this does have quinine, or this is severe malaria. So let's actually pause this one. There is not severe, it's just regular. Hey Noel, how's it going? Here for some Vicky 3? I must advise, I am going to I know you are younger. I am going to use foul language on this stream. To whatever degree that's appropriate, make the responsible decision. But hope you enjoyed Time Dog stream and the end of Red Dead, I think was today? I guess that must have been today. We annexed Iran, hey, huzzah. Means we can also colonize that. Russia wants a trade agreement, and that would actually be good for us right now, but I think in the spirit of the run, we're going to say no now. I'm doing quite good at running the charity stream. Trying to get money for Ukraine. because Ukraine has gotten Ukraine's gotten invaded. I don't know how else to say it, but they're currently under foreign occupation. I don't think there's another way to say it. Let's do this. Oh, I can't believe there's a border there into Sintang. I guess that makes sense. He said you were a rat. That's not ideal. Rude. Oh, we annexed Oranhe and we talked about how we were going to build all these gold mines and then we didn't build them. GG. Wow, there's over 15 potential? Thought there was just 15 here. The Dutch East Indies sides with Sintang. Well, I do think we win against the Dutch East Indies, but I don't think... Oh, we get Austria with us too, because they're allied. God, this is so stupid how this works. So we got to make sure we declare wars. They really shouldn't auto-drag your ally into the war, and you should not be auto-dragged into wars. They're fearful, and they're quite fearful, so we won't put any serious things down. We'll ask for Dutch East Indies war reps, and we'll ask for Sintang war reps. But this will be it. You prove to him that you're not a rat? That's good. We hate the rats. Not as much as we hate Putin, though. In about 18 minutes, we will be dragging Putin, as per the stream. Borneo is Pog. Austria-Hungary is later, chronologically. Borneo is very Pog, though. Waiting for these gold fields to become gold mines. Let's just quickly review all of our stuff. Ooh, we can do sulfide pumping. Yeah, that's why we built all that glass, so we could do that. The hard times. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Take the IG approval. Sorry, Shanksy. I think we'll use this button. And then we'll manually swap this. Oh, we have lead, thank God. We'll put that on auto expand. Oh, I didn't even realize we had it in Beijing. Thought we lost the last of our lead. When the Russians took Kuban from us. Don't think we'll get much help from Austria. I also think if we declared on Russia, we wouldn't get much help from Austria, so we really need to get a bit bigger before we start breaking up Russia, but we're getting close to the point. Maybe after we get proportional taxation, we can do this? You barely understand CK3? This is too much now, really? Yeah, this is the least comprehensible of the Paradox games, I think. Which is a bit of a problem. Like, that is actually my major complaint against the game. Is it's not that easy. A lot of the systems are, like, really opaque and hard to understand. We get proportional taxation. Hell yeah, brother. Do we have to wait? There should be like 90k higher. Can't really do much in the way of laws at the moment. And we're making a ton more money. So we only want one thing, and it's fucking construction. We got 15 minutes until we will be talking about the man of the hour. The personification of evil if there ever was one. Putin himself. Stalin's also a good candidate. I think Stalin was way more of a dick than Hitler. Am I doing anything funky with the government this run? I kind of think it would be funny to go communist, but I don't think I'm going to. Nope, just your standard annexing Russia. In one sitting or less. Ooh, we can get them into the customs union by owing them an obligation? Hell yeah. Now, they probably defensive pact us, but this is fine. Look at that Ukrainian market. Big C up in this bizzle. Or mostly Intelligentsia and Industrialists. Yeah, that's the classic. Eventually you swap from the Industrialists more to the trade unions, but this is kind of the idea. But it's really hard with the automated construction queue to actually get that in place. Yeah, we have a ton more construction now. It's starting to roll over correctly. We got to increase the SOL by 3 points in our country. SOL hasn't moved at all. Finish colonizing Zululand. These gold mines are starting to finish as well, which will help out with all that. We subjugate Sintang, so I guess now we will land Java. I hope we asked them for war reps. I don't think... we might not have. No, we didn't. So we're going to try and get those off them, because those will be pretty nice. What's my goal now? The goal for the run... Okay, so there's two things going on. We are streaming for 10 to 20 hours, however long it takes, and we are going to conquer Russia as Ukraine. Another part of the goal is raising money for Ukraine, which is the link, the first link below. Although, not sure, yeah. So the goal is just conquering Russia, all of Russia. But the problem, immediately right now, is even though we're allied with Austria, I don't think we can fight Russia, because allies really don't raise a lot of conscripts. They have an army power projection of 1120. We have an army power projection of considerably less, 420. And so we're just trying to accumulate power and money for the time being. It's unlikely we're going to be able to enforce on these guys unless we get a landing off here. So if we can't get a landing, we're just going to back down, because we're slowly getting capitulated on. Oh no, you're telling me. You sound just like Ukraine right now. Alright, successful naval invasion. So we do get the landing off, and so we probably will be able to enforce on them, which is very nice. And we want to fight Great Qing for money to beat them up for war reps. They still haven't started using PMs, which is a bit grim. But our concern is they will ask for Beijing back, and if the UK joins on their side, we will not be able to do something about it. Actually, our economy might be big enough that we can ramp up military if the UK joins. Did someone say 420? Hey, yo. Let's go. Ugh. So, maybe we go for it now. Let's check our infamy. It should be pretty low, 3.1. So we'll let it decay a little bit, and then we'll go for Xi'an, as well as releasing Chinese states and trying to break them apart. Or maybe we revoke their claim on Beijing and Shaanxi. We'll see. Put some of these in the front of the queue. Yeah, we are falling behind in tech, though. So I think we're going to do this. We're putting that at the back, but that way we finish this gold first. Get this bread. And now we will not be infamous if we declare. We also probably want to expand the navy a little, too. Because you always want the Navy later, but you can't, you gotta expand it before you need it. That's just, oh, that's 10. I don't want 10 more. I want 5 more. You would donate, though, even if you don't like Ukraine? Yeah, you're 14? Yeah, I'm not... The donation is less for you. I do not want you to donate, yeah. No stealing mom's credit card to donate to the stream. Do not do that. That was more kind of asking what I'm doing, and so it's explaining what I'm doing here. Cause... And I'm not like, well, let's see. You know what? I think we could do this with Austria's help. But the main thing we're really after is the war reparations. We're going to add it to primary. And we're also going to liberate Sichuan. And Yunnan. And then revoke claim on Beijing specifically. I think I like this. And they, of course, want us... Oh, we could have swayed... That probably would have been good to do, swaying the UK to our side. And we do need some more convoys, so... we will add these at the front to support the military. Giozuzu asks, how did I get here? I'm not sure. That's a you question, my friend, not a me question. You did that when you were 8? Take the mom's credit card? Worst mistake of your life? Spend the money on Fortnite? Yeah, that's a no-no. Definitely, I think we'll improve relations with France. How can you show research cap? You can click on the tab here, and then if you hover over weekly innovation, it will show a maximum. You see where it says a maximum of 87 innovation can be invested into active research? That is the soft cap. After this, all excess innovation you get will not be spent on what you're primarily researching in, but it will still overflow into your tech spread. So you, even if you're overcapped, there's still a usefulness to this. So that's how you show it. If you're happy and you know it, show your research cap. We'll probably look to land the capital here. France wants a defensive pact, which is an interesting proposal. I think we do not want that, because then Great Britain doesn't like us. Got an election coming up. Oh no, looks like the Conservatives are gonna win. Yep. The Free Trade Party Conservatives, whom the Industrialists want to join. Not good. You had no idea that it was a research cap? It's like a soft cap. More innovation will still be useful because it affects the natural spread, but yeah, there is a soft cap. Which makes sense. Otherwise, I don't know, the game can break down and be super weird if you just like, if it's like feasible to just like rush tanks or something. A very small amount of tanks will just like wipe the floor with other people. Against the odds. We discriminate a lot of people, so we do not want to run that. And we will land with our 20 stack here. Some allies are traveling and some allies are here, and we get not the best push off. Oh, they've started using guns. Oh no, they've started using guns. We're in trouble. Alright, we're in big trouble. We stuck our hand in the cookie jar. They started using guns. They don't use guns. Or they're using guns in their conscription centers. Yeah, it helps to stop spamming universities. Yeah. Universities are kind of expensive. It's like, but once you get to a certain size, it's like, they need to figure out a better scaling, because they're way better when you're bigger. And when you're small, they're not as good. Luckily, they need to occupy some of our territory in order to enforce on us. But we'll also build up more in the capital as well. We stuck our hand in the cookie jar. We get punished. We can support a larger military, though. We're making quite a bit of money. We really want to get the war reps off of them, though. Oh boy. Oh boy. No. We're gonna lose Beijing. Ugh. Unless we can get this landing off. They're using guns. We checked that they didn't have guns yet. Can we load? I don't want to lose Beijing. That makes this run so much harder. We're loading here. We're gonna expand the military. Pain. Alright. The war hasn't broken out yet. We are locked into this war. We cannot sway anyone to our side, but what we can do, is some of this. Some of this. Some of this. It's not called the Forbidden City for nothing. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna take 2 provinces back, and then the other one will have no market access, and that's where all of our sulfur is at. So this is not optional, I guess. We like really need it. I guess we'll just defend with these boyos, yeah? And somehow they're fearful? Wild. The thing is Austria's not gonna help us. Let's get something that's a little more bangery. Yeah, some intense music. Alright, we get patent stills. Let's switch. Do a promotion? Yeah, dude. You got it. So we're defending with most of the boyos. And we're gonna try and cheeky landing with the 27 stack. Leaving these guys to defend. They are good at defending. Hopefully this is enough. This is a bit of a yikes, though. Okay. Okay. I'm with it. We like it. Of course, are paying quite a lot more for this increase in military. Why don't we actually... I know we have some places that we're not using this North Borneo one. We're not using this one. We're not using the Transvaali one or this one. Gold depleted in Northern Cape. You don't say. Branching out closed. Tragic. We couldn't build enough railways in time. Oh, we actually probably could have procced the event. We are paying quite a lot in railway subsidies. The first things we're going to subsidize are going to be all of the rural luxuries. Or, sorry, the first thing we're going to use railways on, which is going to decrease the amount we have to pay in subsidies because it makes the buildings more profitable. And we're doing the good old hammer and anvil stuff. This is our anvil. It's designed to hold. And then this is our hammer, which is going to land. We get urbanized. Winds of change. Oop. We are behind time. It is time for our dragging Putin schedule. Every hour on the hour. Let's go, baby. The anti-Putin stuff. Let's get in here. We do have to swap over to the next one. After Born in Blood, we have the apartment bombings we are going to talk about. So, also in the chapter Born in Blood, Putin talks about the apartment bombings, which in my mind are one of the bigger things to talk about when you're talking about how horrific Putin is, because Putin doesn't give a shit about his own people. Let's get into why. Or not why he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit because of greed, but let's get into how. So, Chechnya was declared the most destroyed city on Earth by the UN, following the very brutal putting down of the Chechen separatists, and the apartment bombings and buildings, the apartments bombing buildings, I can't even read my own bullet point. Apartments, bombings by Chechen separatists. Oh my god, this is the autocorrect thing. Okay, but a huge part of boosting Putin's popularity, because Putin was the one in charge of putting down the Chechen revolution, was these apartment buildings, the string of apartment bombings in Russia. And they were done ostensibly by Chechens, which helped to boost Putin's popularity. When it was over, let's see. A clear, obvious, so you can read off to the side, a clear, obvious, unbelievable, worldwide betrayal of humanitarian values. They just basically leveled Chechnya. But the apartment bombings are important to mention because this is a huge fueling of why Putin was popular. Now, if we take a look, one of the reasons for putting Putin in, to begin with, is the poor approval rating of Yeltsin. So Yeltsin wanted a figurehead to represent him, and they wanted the tough guy face of Putin, and Yeltsin kind of just becomes faceless in the background. And then let's talk about this. Okay. After years of looting the capital flight, it was getting harder and harder to scapegoat the West for how badly things were going over. Yeltsin's approval rating was dismal once again, and another reason he and his oligarch backers were eager to find a fresh face for the frustrated Russian people. Again, going to how Putin came into power. This was no accident. The advantages of being faceless was that Yeltsin's chief backer and master conspirator, Boris Berezovsky, hopefully I pronounced that right, can apply whatever face he needed. And then we have an instance, and here's the one to pay attention to. We were forced to contemplate just how far Yeltsin, Putin, and their backers might go to guarantee Putin's election on the night of September 22nd, when local police of the Ryazan Interpol interrupted what would have been the 5th apartment bombing on the month. Alerted by residents, the police were too late to catch the perpetrators, but they found 3 50-kilo sugar bags filled with white powder in the basement connected to a detonator. It was later discovered that this was explosives, and so they discovered what was going to be another apartment bombing. Okay, let's get into it. The next evening on the 23rd, Putin made a televised statement praising law enforcement and alerting citizens who had called them for averting catastrophe. He also spoke briefly on the ongoing airstrikes against Grozny. There was nothing to contradict the day's dramatic news that a terrorist attack had been foiled in Ryazan. So just corroborating that there was in fact a terrorist attack that was stopped. The next day something incredible happened. FSB director, FSB being what was the institution following the KGB, it was the FSB. FSB director Nikolai Patrushev issued a statement saying that the planting of a bomb in the Ryazan basement had been a training exercise to test the vigilance of the local security forces and residents. He said that there had been no explosives at all, and the sugar bags have actually been full of sugar, not hexogen. This is after it had been reported being hexogen. This fantastical story was required because law enforcement and the local FSB office in Ryazan had already detected and exposed extensive FSB involvement in the attempted bombing. Suspicious phone intercepts on the night of the bombing were traced back to FSB headquarters in Moscow. 2 more men were arrested in Ryazan, had been carrying FSB identity cards, and were released in the custody of a senior official. So, FSB was responsible for planting bombs in the apartment, and it leads to this nightmarish conspiracy theory about agents within Russian government mass murdering people for political purposes. Putin was really popular because he was putting down the Chechens. The Chechens, and this violent brutalizing of the Chechens was popular because they were bombing Russia, but they were not the only ones bombing Russia, if they were at all. In a case of, the FSB is planting bombs and exploding them in Russia. This is the plan. And it's also not the only time Putin has been very okay with mass murdering his own people for political purposes into a case that's very hard to refute in the facts. A deeper investigation and cover-up was done by a former FSB agent. This isn't just some hack that was not involved in anything, but former FSB agent Alexander Litvinenko, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Litvinenko, who is the guy in the upper right, picture of it, blowing up Russia. The same Litvinenko who became a fierce Putin critic was assassinated in London in 2006 with the more radioactive substance polonium-210. While I admit to possessing a healthy paranoia developed by most people born in totalitarian states, this all seems like an overreaction to a few bags of sugar. That they would assassinate this guy, jail people, all these sorts of things over this. They're trying to cover their tracks for the attempted bombing of their own people. The idea a government would massacre its own people was too shocking in 2000, but by 2002, 40% of Russians believe that the security forces involved in the apartment bombings. Now, of course, what the people believe is not necessarily an indicator of truth, but it's that the FSB first, Putin comes out and first commends them, and then when the FSB looks like they're involved, he's like, just kidding, it was just bags of sugar? Yeah, that's a load of bullshit. Although the huge discrepancies in the official story on Ryazan were reported in the West, and this is an important part of the narrative that Kasparov puts forth, where he's talking about the West is complacent and it just engages with Putin when they ought not to, nobody wanted to hear the truth. This is a typical pattern of convenient cowardice. If you acknowledge the truth, you would have to act. So it's easier to ignore the facts and just pretend it's disputed and say you're concerned with the allegations. The good old classic. All right, let's get back to the game. Let's get back to the game and the chat. Yeah, I am not reading chat when I'm sounding off on one of those. At all. Rally around the part. I need flag. Schools would be nice. Schools are nice. Speaking of, we're going to talk about the Beslan, the Beslan crisis later. Jesus. Yeah, Putin firebombed the roof of a school with a bunch of children in it. In case you were looking for more evidence that Putin's a dick. So you're not going to stop the stream until you invade Russia? I'm not going to stop the stream until Russia's no longer a part of the map. So this is going to take 10 to 20 hours. Kherson school siege is a good thing to critique. Yeah. Or yeah, Beslan. I was like, Kherson? I didn't know it's Kherson. Or I didn't know that Beslan was I don't know where Beslan is, like, regionally. The war must stop. That is my opinion, but I don't think it's going to stop. I think Putin's not gonna... I think it only stops after Putin's dead. So, I am raising money for Project Hope, I think is the name of the charity. If there was a GoFundMe or a Kickstarter for Putin's, you know, assassination, I would probably be raising money for that instead. But alas, there's not. Putin's actually just about the only person I've ever been like, yeah, I really hope they get assassinated. Because I think it's, like, not close. This war is looking a lot better than the other one. Of course, every time I go into presentation mode, I lose a bunch of viewers. I don't care, though. This is what this is about. This was the game plan. So it's always been the game plan. Putin is quite a healthy old fart. Well, you know, my impression is that anyone who would ever give any information or notes on the thing are heavily influenced by Putin. So I think if he were having health issues, we would not know. You know? I don't have any evidence to suggest that his health isn't good, but I'm saying that we would have no way of knowing, I think. I think I'll start pushing with this guy after this battle. Although they're going to decay pretty quick here. Maybe we just switch to defending with this guy. Now that we have a chunk of the capital, we should be able to enforce. We have so much gold in the queue. We're going to be making so much money once we finish this gold and have war reps. We might even be able to go for... I was gonna say Putin. This isn't Putin. This is Tsar Nikolai Romanov. That's not Putin. That's Romanov. We're off by a couple centuries here. Or 170 years. Yeah, I think Putin has put himself into a corner. Alright, so we liberate Sichuan, Yunnan. So these two. So we only need to take one of these states to cut their market access in half. Which is kind of was the goal for this, eventually. Don't think we need this +5 business here. We'll take these for now, though. I think we'll build a couple of these up. Put them on auto expand. And then reset the production methods. God, what a gory border. Freedom of starve, you're telling me. Well, the trade unionists are not big. He has billionaire level healthcare. Yeah, but his heart is so small. I don't know how it supplies his entire body with blood. The view counter is bugged? Yeah, it must be the KGB. No, I mean, I appreciate someone wants to come in and they're looking for a Victoria 3 stream. It's me just screeching about Putin. I can appreciate wanting to change the channel. That's fine with me. I just try and be very clear and give everyone warnings that this is exactly what I'm doing. And if you don't like it, if you don't want to hear about Beslan, for example. What class did you have to do a presentation on the Beslan hostage crisis, by the way? Just out of curiosity. Let's see if we can annex someone. Maybe Congo? Yeah. God, we're making so much money. I mean, we could just go to sound off. Oh, we get pulled into... Oh, no, wait. I was going to say we got pulled into Austria's war. Austria got pulled into our war. The alliance... The way alliances work is so broken. You can only declare one war once. We can completely brick Austria's ability to declare wars by just constantly declaring war of our own. You like that the flag is historic? For who? The Russia? That they got the old-timey Romanov flag? I don't know what your open video comment means. Chechen-looking guy talking about Islam wants to conquer Russia. Yeah, but I'm not Chechen, but talking about Beslan, and the entire point of the stream is Ukraine conquering Russia in one go. In a single session. One of your Homeland Security classes, you got a weird major? What was your major? Mapuche is having a little bit of an uprising. We, of course, can expand both construction and... Oh, we're already expanding the unis. We already got it in there. So, I think we're going to expand construction quite a bit here. Off the back of the Chinese war reps. Yeah, I mean, me talking about Beslan doing a PowerPoint presentation when it says Victoria 3 is quite a thing to walk into. I can appreciate that. I'm more than sympathetic. Looks like this is gonna pop off. Emergency planners, cybersecurity, homeland security, like all those three lumped into one. That sounds like a legit major. Like synthesizing multiple, like it's an interdisciplinary synthesization. I think is so underrated. I have a book on it where that kind of talks about it. Called Range. I can't really tell because there's a bit of a lag on the... Ooh, actually I can if I do the OBS. So. And it talks about why going into like multiple disciplines is really important, or is becoming increasingly important. I'm trying to land the Congo here. Oh man, you butchered the pronunciation there? Are you talking Homeland Security, or are you talking about Beslan? Because I don't know if my pronunciation of Beslan is correct. I've only read it, I haven't heard it. We're gonna start damaging relations with them. We get the rural folk bonus, which is an interesting bonus to have. When you lose it, though, it's like so painful. Like your economy just goes, "What the fuck are you doing?" We can lower taxes to be legitimate here. Wait, did they change who supports proportional taxation? I think they like, a lot of these like per capita better. But for this, it just says that industrialists and landowners only. Weird. You typed weird and had a weird line break? Okay. I feel you, dog. Time, dog. After mechanized workshops, I'm not sure exactly what we want to go. Improved fertilizers, probably, actually. Except we don't have tier 3 tech. Why don't we go water tube boiler then? Or we would run a malice if we ran tier 3 tech. We can increase institutions here. We are floating a bunch of excess bureaucracy. Let's increase this. We don't exactly want it around here, which is kind of where we have some of it. We'd rather have it in these places. But we have a bunch in unincorporated. This nearly 2 months has passed of this year already. Yeah, the game moves at a decent clip, especially when we're on speed 4. Although I'm not sure if you're being sarcastic. Because it's the play speed's generally speaking kind of slower relative to other strategy games. Alright, we are in a nice deficit spend though. It's kind of where we want to be. Really, I have questions about this investment pool business, because this keeps growing. All investments are multiplied by 0.97 because of our GDP. So this is like a thing, but why aren't they constructing more? Is the thing for me. Like, the capitalists don't have enough funds, but you have all these funds, my guy. What are you on about? So, I think it's just kind of very buggy. Mixed feelings on this. Can we bankroll? I think we can bankroll people now. No. Not quite. Maybe we should research that sometime soon. Central banking and central archives maybe too. Yeah, we are falling behind in tech quite a bit. We have pretty booty literacy. I mean, part of it is we don't have public education. We don't have education at all. No schools. Because we can't get the intelligentsia in government. Maybe we just YOLO this out. Yeah, F it. Oh, no, wait. Industrialists have to come in, too? Okay. F it. We're trying to get rid of this state religion business. We'll see if we can do this. If we can't, we're going to switch to partial separation. That way we can do a school system that is not... what's it called? Is not religiously oriented. Probably should have been doing that forever ago. It's a little bit... The play definitely feels a lot worse. Or quality of play definitely decreases while streaming. Oh my god, we can't do it. Really? Would you oppose this? That does not radicalize the other guys. So we'll see if that will also cause a rev. Oh, you mean in real life 2 months of the year have passed? Yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that. Facts. Well, this will just only go to 53, so maybe we can swing over freedom of conscience. And then kneecap the, This is all we need, though. I wish we had more of a movement for it, but we don't. Gus is here, wants to know why am I in China? I mean, why not be in China? How you doing? How's it going? The big reason to be in China is because there's a unique building, or there are unique buildings in this game, and the one for Forbidden City is OP. And then once we have that, I mean, we might as well just cut him in half because border gore. It's kind of... It's like, what are you doing in China? I thought you were supposed to be fighting Putin. Putin's too hard to fight right now. Actually, we also have to have bad relations with them, which we don't quite have yet. Because they clapped us early on. They pulled a 2014 and took this state from us very unceremoniously. Russia did. And then we tried to make sure we had good relations with them so they couldn't take anything more from us. And now that we have good relations with them, we want to get rid of good relations. We can get rid of our fine art tax. Starting to run some authority problems. Just gotta keep an eye on this rev and make sure it doesn't pop over 100% while we try and get freedom of conscience. This is such a big and important tech. It's so good. Let's go mechanized workshops. And sewing machines and mechanized looms. A lot of demand for dyes. I think we will just make it here. While fighting oppression with some of your own. Hot. Yeah, you know, there's a Nietzsche quote I like. When you fight monsters, you should take care lest you become a monster yourself. And as you gaze long into the abyss gazes into you. A little bit of abyss gazing going on, yeah. Ironically, the only way to stop world domination is world domination. Yep, if there's only one country, there's perfect peace. You have to go, you'll check in later. Bye, Noel. I will see you later. I will be here for several more hours. We get freedom of conscience. Hell yeah, brother. Time to go into the PMs and get rid of all the church. So we'll go in here and we'll go free churches. For here, we'll turn on the public trans. And we will go secular administration. And for the unis, we will go secular academia. And now, we can get some schools finally. I think we're gonna go public schools. Private schools, you need to have like an SOL of like 18 for them to be better, so we're just gonna go public schools to try and get our learning on. They are trying to sway us against Russia. What are you offering us, and what is Russia doing? Return Kuban? We are a fan of this. Oh, poor China is getting clapped by France as well. But the question is, oh, we can't win this war, unfortunately. Not against the UK and Russia. Us and Kebab are not managing that one. But... oh, we have good relations with them, so we can't go after Kuban ourselves? Why does it say Ukraine swayed? We did not get swayed. That was exactly the point. We did not join. Okay, it looks like we didn't. Well, buggy, like, UI type thing. So, Gus, I'm assuming you want me to use that name on online and not your IRL name. Earlier, when I was talking about whataboutism as like a classic thing that Putin does in order to further stuff, almost immediately after, someone was like, well, what about all the stuff the United States was doing? And I couldn't figure out if he was coming from, like, it was a performative, like, demonstration, or if he was really trying to be like, draw equivalency between, like, the bad stuff the United States has done, which fair, the United States has done some bad stuff, and like to deflect from Putin, and it was just the wildest thing. I'll have to tell you about it in person later. We gotta get off of that. But they eventually were like a bit nicer after I timed them out. And not that I think timing them out did it as much as they just kind of thought about stuff. And I was telling him how, you know, it's like a red herring, you know, to talk about the United States' bad stuff when we're having a discussion about Putin, or it's not engaging the conversation itself. Two things can be bad at once, exactly. Which is very much like, when you want to talk about what we did to the Native Americans, that was genocide. But that doesn't mean that, like, Putin's a swell guy. We got about 30 minutes until we do another little mini PowerPoint on Putin for about 5 minutes. Just gotta keep an eye on this revolution thing. Let's take a look at how we're doing on infrastructure. We're gonna put one of these at the front, and then behind that, we're gonna kind of start going after higher economies of scale throughput bonus on the tools there, and higher economies of scale throughput bonus on the clothing here. And like, I don't know, it's like, well, we were more than happy to appease them. Definitely want to get on public schools here. We are making hand over fist. Is this a temporary thing? We will add construction. We only want one thing, and it's fucking construction. Alright, and then after this, maybe we can... Ah, yes. Public schools. A shul. We, of course, want to increase the level of our public schools, so we will kind of expand the government administrations in a few spots where we have a tax deficit. Ursan, dude. Sign you up for the Putin slideshow, baby. We're gonna be doing it every hour on the hour for like the next 3 or 4 hours. It looks like Kebab backed down, and so now they have the absolute most ugly double treaty port ever. Talk about border gore. Because technically, I think this is not considered a treaty port, the upper one, and so they got the bottom one too. Some gunboat diplomacy. I'm so pleased that the AI now makes Ethiopia very consistently. Can't wait until we get banking so we can start bankrolling people and bringing them into the market. Ottomans are in our market, so maybe we should have tried harder to defend them against Russia, but kind of, I think we're gonna try and pick a better spot here when we have negative relations with them, and we can maybe do something. Of course, now we're losing a ton of money. It sucks. Well, actually, that's kind of an okay amount to be losing. I think we want to come up and try and make construction cheaper. What is this? Oh, now it lets you know what areas are incorporated and not in the UI. That is so nice. We will put all of those on auto expand. Oop, definitely want these on atmospheric engine pump. Gonna turn on all the rail transportation on everything but dyes, I think. So your allies with Kebab kind of allies with Kebab. We are actual allies with Austria. Kebab is just in our customs union, which means we don't have to help them if we don't want to, but we share the same market. So they're in the Ukrainian market. But Austria is actually our ally, which means we actually want to declare war so that Austria can't declare war. The alliance system is very buggy, or it's not buggy, but they automatically join you in every war. And so as long as you're declaring wars, your allies can't do anything, basically. We're going to actually annex these guys, I think, so we can build the Panama Canal at some point. But see, now Austria is automatically on the same side as us. And you cannot declare a war if you're already in a war, which is a stupid mechanic. UK was with Russia in that individual conflict. I really hope they're not allied to Russia, because UK is kind of they are allied with Russia, so that sucks for us. Logistically, Ottomans are probably one of the best strategic allies against Russia. Yeah, that's definitely true, but in terms of how they perform, ooh, they actually have a banging military. Normally, Kebab is not doing this well. Denmark would be huge too. I don't know. Denmark's usually pretty weak. Although you ran Denmark as your first country you played. Spain gets swayed against us. So we will... I mean, we could bust up Spain. Well, we're definitely going to ask for war reps, but I think we could liberate Andalusia. Probably don't want to transfer a subject. Could liberate Philippines. Don't think we want to puppet or dominion Spain. That's too expensive. Slavery is legal in Spain? Well... get rid of that. I guess we'll liberate Andalusia. And save the rest. To maybe sway someone. You don't know if it works like that, but you know. I mean, in terms of their ability to embargo their cargo. Oh yeah. I mean, not like you're talking like strategic. Yeah, from game mechanics perspective, it doesn't like let them control. Was this the North Sea or whatever? Like they ought to be able to. Just like the Ottomans can't control like the cargo through here. It should be able to. Denmark is a little bit of a tough spot. Denmark's not very strong, and they don't have a lot of pops, and like you kind of have like nothing really going for you. I tried to start as Schleswig-Holstein because they are the only place that's both German and Danish, so you can form Germany and then Scandinavia, which I thought was funny. We can also pass some laws here. Let's go for elected bureaucrats. Start going after the landowners a little bit. They of course don't like it, but whatever. Damn, you have African possessions also. Yeah, all about that Congo, baby. We have this down here. There's a lot of gold down in South Africa. Shout out to Musk. I wanted to say Mussolini, but I knew that was wrong. Little South American mine action, possession metals. Yeah, controlling the Congo is like pretty important in this game because you get like access to like more rubber and stuff like this. Echoes of Revolution. Let's hear what they got to say. We definitely want to get a bunch of radicals. By radicals, I mean not radicalism radicals, but IG radicals. So this way we can maybe go multiculturalism. Mansa Musa? No, that's not who I was thinking. That's a good shot too, though, in terms of gold in here. But Mansa Musa is in the north. I was thinking Musk because of... Oh, Great Britain's colonizing in there now. We're so far away from the tech as well. To give us faster colonization speed, although I imagine they don't have it either. Got another 19 minutes till we drag Putin through some dirt. Our pseudo PowerPoint presentation. As soon as this landing gets off, we'll probably look to land Spain as well. Great Hunger's closed in the journal. Nice. We ain't hangy no mo. We get the Radical Party. Hell yeah, brother. Especially because they might be able to beat the Landowners now. I'm not sure. Oh, and it's Intelligentsia and them? Perfect, dude. I think the Radical Party should be ahead in this election then. Let's take a look. No, Free Trade Party. Damn it. Unfortunate. Unfortunate, you're telling me. We will, of course, go after some gold mines. BRB 15? Yeah, man. Get that bread. Gotta take Gus out. Are the Austrians gonna land the Spanish? Jeez. Dirty if the Austrians land the Spanish. We should be able to push pretty comfortably up here. I'm gonna still mobilize this guy and move him into here. Don't know where their units are. Probably gonna split fronts here, so. Might have to order pizza in a minute. They are landing them, or attempting to. So hopefully we get a landing off as well. Starting to meet some resistance here. Is this? I think it's the. Well, it is somewhat stiff resistance. I hope we can actually do this. Do we have your capital? We control 0% of the war goals. So we do not have the capital if that's the case. I think we want to expand the Navy. You always want to expand the Navy before you need it, not after you need it. Let's do some of that. It takes so long for the Navy to ramp up, so probably want schools a little bit more too, or unis. And we did get a bunch of excess of this so we could increase education. So we're probably going to need a little bit more. So let's expand in Kursk. A couple more of these. Got a pretty built out queue now. The elected bureaucrats, the natural solution. Sure, don't mind them getting some momentum. It's not exactly what we want, but it's fine. Ivanov is having some trouble getting in there. Get some crystal glass action. Nice. Are we paying subsidies? We are paying a little bit in subsidies again now. So what we will do is we will turn on a little bit more of this stuff. We're going to turn on the railroads on the dies. Westworth asks, how's the campaign been? It's been pretty good. Slow. We're getting close to the point. I think our next war is going to be our first war against Russia. We're going to start damaging relations with them. And that we are going to look to return, they took from us Kuban, and we're going to look to return that and release Poland and Belarus. And after this, I think it might be pretty smooth, and it's just going to be mainly a matter of breaking Russia up and taking them slowly so we don't piss off enough the world. Because if too much of the world is pissed at us, we can't do anything. Or, well, I mean, you reach a point where you can do whatever you want, but and no one's strong enough to do anything about it. We'll switch to condensing pump engine everywhere. Water tube boiler, so good. We will not use the labor-saving PM anyway, though. Beans. You said it was for beans now. Oh, dude, is this your other YouTube? I thought I was talking to a coincidental another Wes. Yeah, it is for beans. Every, what was it? Every mic is a fart mic if you fart loud enough. We will re-land with this guy. Or attempt to. Western Andalusia, I guess. Hit me. Baby. Kebab wants a defensive pact. I think we're gonna pass on it. Pizza? Nah, order stroganoff and pierogies. Dude, what is a pierogi even? I know what stroganoff is. Dude, I fucking love pizza though. Full send with the theme? Okay, I get you. I hear you. What I should really get is a milkshake. Just fart ASMR stream. Full beans. I am feeling a little gassy. I'm not sure pizza will help. What is this about? Why are you making so much money? I suppose we'll increase our education a little bit more. And add more construction. We only want one thing, and it's fucking construction. They're potato dumplings? That makes sense. That sounds pretty good. If I'm being honest. It ain't easy being cheesy. Sticklish Polish corn dogs. Super good. I have to try them out sometime, though. That does sound ballin'. Does sound like a bit of a banger. Most of our population is not incorporated. Can we decay below 0? Looks like we can. Fuck. We might actually lose New Granada here because we can't enforce on them fast enough. So actually, we are gonna swap this naval invasion over and land here with the 27 stack. Yep. Shit. We couldn't land them, enforce on them fast enough here. This is something I have not... Oh, yep. We get into their capital here, finally. We're just barely gonna enforce on them. Wild. I don't think we'll be able to enforce anything on Spain, but that's fine. We've got another 10 minutes till we drag Putin through the dirt. And by that I mean we're going to take a look at a PowerPoint presentation on why Putin's an asshole. Alright, I think I'm just going to take the peace with them, because I don't think I'm going to be able to land them and really enforce this. I mean, I suppose I could try, but I just don't think this works. And it's not worth the men. Yeah, let's just get peace out here. Now, we can start our first war with Russia. Dumpling is more accurate now that you think about it. It's still really good. You've only had fried ones. What, could you have boiled ones? Return state, Kuban. Return to us that which is ours. Except we have to face against the UK as well. Do we have a stronger military than Russia? That's question one. $1375. They have 1900. They have around the same. We have... I don't think we can swing it. I mean, I think we could get Kebab with us. So us plus Kebab plus Austria versus Russia and UK. I mean, maybe. I think it'd be safer just to wait a little while. We'll reset PMs over here. We are running about 1k surplus, which is kind of perfect for surveying Panama Isthmus. Wow, we really actually have to have the 1k? Okay. You got me, bud. We'll see if we can get to 1k. Really would be keen on getting rid of this revolution, though. Well, so if we're not gonna fight Russia, what war do we want here? Can we annex Sintang? Yeah, let's annex them. Get those tools on auto expand. Building up high in the capital here because we do have a throughput bonus and economies of scale. Pretty high. I think our cap economies of scale is 30 right now until we get research shift work. Central banking is going to be a big one for us though. Once we get central banking, we can start to expand the customs union to a lot of these guys. I think maybe we want to wait until we research skirmish infantry. Till we get a general staff before fighting Russia. We get elected bureaucrats here. Nice. Slowly kneecapping the landowners. We would love multiculturalism. Industrialist guys all for it. We don't have human rights though yet. We haven't discovered human rights. That would actually be worth discovering first if it's a tier 2 tech. I think it's a tier 3 tech though. Yeah, it is. Oh, well. We could try and come off monarchy. I think we just want to continue to weaken the other guys for now. We could do this. LeVar supports it because he's a radical. I think that this would be a good way to rev, though. So let's not do that. Revolution, kind of want to wait for that to go away, I guess. We want to keep declaring wars, that way Austria doesn't pull us into some weird war, like fighting for German leadership. We got 5 minutes until we do our little Putin presentation, which will last about 5 minutes. Gonna be trying to do it every hour on the hour. Gonna add some construction. We only want one thing, and it's fucking construction. Trying to pick up, make our line a little bit more vertical. It's not the size of the line, it's the shape of the line. The motion of the ocean. I don't know which state's going to be better for us to take yet. Let's take a closer look. Maybe we finish kneecapping China by splitting them in half. How long do they owe us war reps? 64? So yeah, why don't we kneecap China and then take our land back from Russia? Dialectics is spreading to us. Oh no, my philosophy major. I wonder if there is a place to order pierogies. That would be on point. Looks like we're going to enforce pretty soon here, so let's take a look at how we're doing on the infamy front. I don't think we'll need to declare another war. I think we just wait. Although we ideally would not want to wait, actually. We could just declare on Landfang. I think they're a subject of... Yeah, they're a tributary of China, so China automatically gets pulled in. Or can we not because they are... I think we actually might not be able to. We cannot because we have a truce with Great Qing, yeah, so we can. We annex Sintang, we will swap over PMs now. Whoa, they built up so much. That's wild. Do they have an extra construction center? No, they don't. We're gonna delete the barracks though. We finally don't have a rev, so we're gonna look through and delete barracks where we don't want them. Which saves us a bunch of money. So our investment pool is still growing. Getting a lot from investment pool transfer here. I think we can expand construction again. It is like buggy and you can't expand as fast on this unautomated as you can controlled, and we of course tried to start the run with controlled, but it bugged out or wouldn't let us, which is a bit unfortunate. Trying to also get a little bit more of this stuff. So that we can start the survey of the Panama Canal, because we control it anyways. What are we researching? Central banking, then we can bankroll people. Okay. I think I like this plan, but it is time. It is time for us to switch over to talking about Putin. Keep in mind this is a charity stream, Project Hope, or let's actually just take a quick look at this. Ah, you see the browser. Alright, so this is a charity stream. You can find the fundraiser in the #1 rated or #1 result in terms of the... if you look in the description, it's the #1 link if you wanted to give to the Ukrainian crisis and global relief. And now let's talk about Putin. I, of course, have to switch the slideshow over to the next one. So let's go in here, and we're going to add file, or add directory, and not talk about the apartment bombings, but instead we're going to talk about President for Life, which this is the last one I have prepared. I did all of these last night. I thought I was going to be able to prepare 12 or so, or I did it all, pretty much all of yesterday. I could only prepare 7, so this is going to be the last one. Wait, we forgot to take out the apartment bombings one. One sec. Oh my god, my kingdom for being able to navigate UIs better. Alright, we're going to talk about President for Life. We still have more to talk about after this, but this is going to be the last one we have a slideshow for. So, Putin managed to secure for himself kind of a situation where he's president for the rest of his life. Kind of a bit of sham elections, but we're going to talk about it. Also, we had the one like little intermezzo where there was another guy in between Putin being president and Putin being president, where he was president and Putin was PM. And the first thing the guy does, I forget the guy's name, is he abolishes term limits so Putin can become president again. Let's get into it. We're going to talk a little bit about Yeltsin's legacy. Generally speaking, it seems to be the case that Kasparov has a mixed opinion on Yeltsin, where he views Yeltsin as someone who is genuinely trying to reform, but was also engaged in a lot of corruption, but he gives him, kind of this mixed bag kind of evaluation. Yeltsin got little credit for leading a revolution that finally swept away communist institutions and broke up the Soviet Empire. It was Yeltsin, not Gorbachev, who brought Russia out of looking glass and into the sunlight. He writes, further, in judging the pros and cons of Yeltsin's rule, one may argue he failed to root out communists and KGB from Russian soil, but at least he stopped them from sprouting on his watch, which he of course does not think the same with Putin. Yeltsin declined to do what his opponents almost surely would have done: wipe out the other side. For the first time in all of Russian history, the new ruler did not eliminate the losers to consolidate control, which of course, a little bit of foreshadowing, this is what Putin does. We have a couple more. There was chaos, but Yeltsin never attacked individual freedoms. So there was like freedom of press under Yeltsin. Even though he controlled a lot of the media, there was not this active censorship and assassination. I opposed Putin and then I fell down the stairs in chat if you're enjoying the stream. The parliament attempted to impeach Yeltsin twice. Now it's a puppet show. The corruption of the oligarchs has been moved inside the Kremlin, where it has expanded to staggering levels. The media, which was free to criticize Yeltsin, is entirely at the service of the Putin administration. And then he goes on to talk about why Putin was successful. The economy is where the biggest difference, although most of the credit must go to the simple fact that during Putin's tenure, the price of oil went from $10 a barrel to over $100. And even with those untold riches, the average Russian is seeing little improvement in his standard of living. It is, as we said first, with our very opener of these, it is a kleptocracy, as John McCain would say, where it is not oligarchy proper, where it is ruled by the corporations, but instead is ruled by the corporations, where they are just extracting wealth from the country. Boris Yeltsin had more than his share of faults, but he was a real person. He had virtues and vices and flesh and blood. We exchanged him for a shadow of a man who wants only to keep us in perpetual darkness. Alright, so now we're going to talk about Putin's seizing of media assets. Okay. There was oligarchs who had been on the wrong side of the power struggle quickly find out what it meant to lose to Putin. Vladimir Guzinsky, sorry if I mispronounced the name, the media baron whose NTV had been the final independent channel in Russia, was considered too close to Moscow's Yuri Lushkov, whose presidential ambitions Guzinsky had funded. Guzinsky was deemed untrustworthy and potentially dangerous by Putin. Notably, NTV investigated what we talked about an hour ago, the apartment bombings and the possibility of FSB involvement, rather. The consequences were swift. Within days of Putin taking office, Kaczynski's media empire was raided by police. In June, he was arrested on bizarre charges and had spent 3 days in jail. After being released on bail, and he left for Spain, where later in the year, he was briefly arrested due to an Interpol warrant filed by the Russian government. An early example of this tactic, abusing international institutions for political persecution. Once again, using the institutions of the West unfairly. Guzinsky's media assets were eventually consumed by the state, a punitive form of renationalization that would also become a familiar pattern. So what he does is he takes all the assets into the state, and this happened with oil barons as well, and then he sells them to whichever cronies are, loyal to him, and if they've stopped becoming loyal, they miraculously fall out windows, they have tragic accidents, or they just get their assets seized anyways. That was only a hint of what he needed to stay out of the country, blah, blah, blah. As with Kaczynski, Borovsky's remaining Russian assets were stripped, or he was forced to sell to oligarchs with higher loyalty ratings. I think this guy was the oil guy. But the point is that, in particular, he took... he learned from both what had gone wrong with both Yeltsin becoming wildly unpopular, as well as Gorbachev becoming unpopular. And he's like, no, we will control the media. Okay, media power was centralized in the same fashion as political power, and with the same purpose, looting the country without causing popular revolt. Again, kleptocracy. And then, here's going to be the last slide we got. We got the good old Putin, doing Putin things, giving Putin looks. The Putin government wasn't cracking down on corruption, it was sanctifying it. It was a unique method of cleaning up the town that involved deputizing one set of entrepreneurs while demonizing another. What I reject is mythologizing by those who look to praise Putin relative to Yeltsin on the grounds of progress on corruption, international economic reforms, and growth. When it comes to Putin fighting corruption, I don't think legalizing theft and then boasting of a drop in crime should be considered progress. I love that sentence so much. The actual crime rate and blah, blah, blah. With no free media, no justice system to worry about, and no competition, Putin's preferred oligarchs were like vermin, whose natural predators had been eradicated. The chosen winners had the full power of the state behind them, and the Russian treasury opened wide. Alright, let's get back to the stream. This is the stream, by the way. If you don't want to see Putin dragged every hour on the hour, you've come to the wrong place. Let's take it on pause. You like story time? Whoop whoop. Story time is good. What book is this? This is Winter is Coming by Garry Kasparov. And that is, we are now about halfway through the book. You can like look about every hour on the hour through the what we've done through the stream. But that is the last one I have a PowerPoint for. We're still going to talk about the Moscow theater hostage crisis, the Beslan school siege. We're going to show a list of Putin critics, and we're going to talk about Alexei Navalny. So we got 4 more things to get through. In particular, I think that the apartment bombings are the most... It might be the most horrific thing. It's either the apartment bombings or the Beslan school crisis, but the... Oh my god, I forgot to switch it over. I'm just playing the game. Doo-doo-doo. Wait. Okay, no. There's just some lag. Wow, is it really that long a lag? Help, I need a streamer adult. There's like a 5-minute lag between... Or it's not quite 5 minutes, but... Okay, we are on the right thing. Let's get that over to the right, though. So we can take a look. Wow, that's a considerable lag. For anyone who knows streaming, is there a good way to reduce, like, the... What is it? There's like like the delay is a couple minutes. You can ask an MTG question, yes. The Navalny stuff is pretty explicitly political violence. You're not wrong. It's also like, so with Navalny, like it's one of the methods that he uses is just so insidious, where he just charges people with frivolous suits. Of like corruption or whatever, like no meeting suit or whatever, and the entire purpose is just to not martyr them. So you don't assassinate them, instead you just keep them rolling through the courts for forever so they can't do anything else. And then he did that quite a bit with Navalny. He also tried to kill Navalny, so like he was assassinated with a chemical only made in Russia. Yeah, he's not even trying to hide it at this point. The most brutal one that Kasparov talks about in his book is someone he assassinated to, and then he sent flowers to the widow, which is just a special kind of disgusting. Yeah, it's such a long delay. Or is it bugged? Oh no, I just, for whatever reason, it had not caught up. Okay, maybe it's not that long a delay. I think the stream's troubles are gonna persist, whatever they are. I think I figured it out, though. I'm not really sure. What I was looking at that I thought was live was just a couple minutes ago, but I don't know why it slowed down, but now it's looking pretty solid. So fire away on the questions. We're losing a ton of money now. I guess we want to try and find a war, as per usual. Can't go after land. Oh, we can go after land thing, but we can also just go after some more dirt there. We do need to let it decay a little bit. I guess I kind of like taking this. And then half of them will probably just rebel because they will lose all market access. Regarding stream latency, if you're using Streamlabs OBS when going live, scroll down on the pop-up window and you can set stream latency to ultra low. I think it's already low, but I'm not using Streamlabs. I should maybe use Streamlabs. The delay does not seem too bad. Okay, that's good then. Yeah, I had it on in the YouTube studio section. I had it, for whatever reason, it was hyper delayed in the studio, but not on my... But then I put it more up to speed. I don't know. I think I figured it out as much as it's going to be figured out. I think that's a problem for future Peter. Might have to order pizza, though. I think we're gonna try and expand some of these, and then we're gonna answer those magic questions. So you're trying to make Thrasios deck kosher for Kingslayer rules by removing Thoracle. Do you think having Lavman with Jace is enough for win cons? I think that's still... I think any removing of your entire deck is considered infinite. So I think Consultation is considered a no-no. I'm not really sure. Well, we wish we had an interest here. What's this about? Russia's trying to puppet Hamburg. Maybe once this war pops out, then we declare our war against Russia. Hopefully Hamburg doesn't back down. You get early onset boomer vision? Dude, me too. Speaking of, like, I can tell the eyesight's actually going a little bit. Speaking of boomer vision. There's a movement to enact total separation. I don't hate this. Would we cause a rev? I don't think so. Let's do it. We especially have a really high chance and a movement. Looks like Hamburg backed down here, so we don't get to piggyback that war, but maybe we go for this China war instead. Just border gore China out of here. Maybe we've abused China enough, though. You mean if you removed Labman or Jace when you consult, you die? I mean, I think that... I do not like the ambiguity of the no infinite combos rule, to be honest. Is this rev gonna pop? It's not. And so I'm, like, in a weird place. Like, it's actually, like, impossible to build Ulash without it being able to go infinite, generate infinite mana. Because if you can make the mana dorks make mana, and you can make them make multiple mana, then everything is an infinite combo. And so I was looking into rebuilding Ulash, and then I was like, oh, I guess I can't build Ulash with, like, Like anything that makes the guys tap for mana, or I can't use mana echoes. And so, I didn't take Hokkaido. Did you take Hokkaido? I didn't take Hokkaido because there's a new system where you are not allowed to establish colonies if a place has a claim, and the Japanese shogunate has a claim there. So I can't take it anymore. Otherwise, I would have gone for Hokkaido. I like going for Hokkaido. Let's see if we can Hihi establish a colony in Hihi. Might want to actually start suppressing the Catholic Church instead of bolstering one of these guys. The Industrialists are pretty strong already, but let's get out of that. And let's instead suppress them and try and get them out of here. What you described for Ulash is kind of how you feel about Yogg. Yeah, Yogg seems like it'd be impossible to play without an infinite combo. And so, like, yeah, like, I don't know how you make it kosher, but it's not necessarily overpowered. But I think that the thing that's problem is I don't think the Oracle's the problem as much as the Consultation's the problem. I think that my reading of the rules would, under my reading of the rules, you would not be allowed to play anything that removed all the cards in your deck, but you could, like, play something like Glimpse the Unthinkable, and you could glimpse yourself to get closer if you wanted. Alright, we should have a Loan of Infamy now that we can think about taking a state from China. And I think we're going to go for the state and getting rid of, well, we're going to take a look at if... I think we want no part of this, actually. As long as Great Britain can join, I don't think we want to do that. That's just, too bad for us. We can return state Kuban here. I think we can get... Oh, they're not allied with Great Britain anymore? Hell yeah, we're in here. We're doing it. We'll see if we can sway, what's his face in here. I would love to give this back to Kebab. If we can get Kebab in here, we should be in really good shape. Russia declares rivalry. You know what? We'll rival you right back. Taste it. Taste targeting it. Let's go, baby. Yeah, you should be worried. We want our state back. And now we can bankroll people, so I think we're gonna try and get maybe Ecuador into the customs union that way. How much is this bankroll? It's kind of expensive. Persia's a good one to get in the customs union, though. Why don't we sit on our money for now? It looked yellow from a distance. It does look a little yellow because the outline is yellow, where Sakhalin's is blue. But that's because each native uprising has a different color. Oh, we really can't sway you? Why won't you... Oh, you have a truce with Russia till 66. Yeah, okay, fair enough. So we also want to liberate... We want to revoke... Oh, they have claims on stuff? We could revoke claim on Sakhalin. think we want to liberate Poland most. And make that primary. And then also go for war reparations from Russia. And then liberate Belarus. And if he backs down, this is fine. He's got a lot more to lose if he doesn't. We maybe want to ramp up the military a little bit here to fight this. Another 15 battalions should be good. I think after the next Putin discussion, we're going to... Well, that is interesting. I'm glad that's not Austria. I would love him to back down, though. Don't think he will. Or don't think they will. So I think we're just gonna get our first war with Russia here. What do they even want from us? Just war reps? Yeah, okay. How do you say the bugs are in Vicky 3 since launch? Not too many bugs, but there's a distinct lack of opacity of the game systems that make, I would still not recommend it to a friend. Which is probably why you haven't heard about it. Mostly resolved, or still unfinished game. There's just like a lot of mechanics that just feel like they shouldn't work that way. And the learning curve is really long. You know, I think it just takes forever to like be able to get in on the game. But then I like really like the underlying systems, which is like this, you know, balance between like economics and political systems, which well, the political systems aren't as fleshed out as they ought to be, but I definitely like it. Or well, like it with some asterisks, you know. It's I definitely think it will get good. Like, I think that Paradox is like they kind of release games that aren't necessarily fully finished, and I'm not as mad about it as other people, but this is a recurring theme. Well, and if you didn't like Europa Universalis, you probably won't like Vicky. I don't think Vicky is as... There's not as many different game mechanics like there is in Europa Universalis 4, where, like, I think that for Europa Universalis 4, you have the weight of a decade's worth of, like, new mechanics, like, to learn all at once, and so that part is difficult. Hey, did you know Russia used most of the Ukraine's land as arable lands that they had? You just crippled Russia from the very beginning. Yeah, I am aware that you basically start out as a great power as Ukraine, but this is not my fault. But yeah, I'm aware that Russia's significantly weakened by just starting without Ukraine in the game. I'm definitely aware of that. I think that it's maybe a quarter to a third of their economy, but it's definitely most of their, you know, farming stuff, which we would rather have like logging and mining like from the start, because it actually makes it just incredibly hard. This is the most difficult landowner to get rid of, I think, out of any start, is Ukraine. Yeah, unfortunately they don't back down, but we'll see what we can do here. I think we should still be in good shape. Maybe not. Yeah, I'm actually not liking the way this is looking. Because Austria did not bring a lot of troops here, actually. We're just gonna do some of this action here. That is a bit unfortunate, though. If Austria brought more troops... We're gonna activate conscripts in some places that are not the capital and are still in the Dnieper region, or however it's pronounced. Doesn't Ukraine literally translate to farmland, and that's why it was referred to as the Ukraine for so long? That would make sense. I cannot confirm or deny that, but that would make sense. Yeah, this war is going to get a bit expensive here. We can start... Oh, why can't we survey the isthmus? We have to research civilizing mission. Okay, fair enough. Well, if that's the case, then we're going to delete a whole bunch of the... Ah, we can't delete those because we have a Rev brewing. No, we're stuck in... Yeah, we might have a bigger economy than Russia right now. Yeah, we do. By, like, double. We probably should have expanded the military a lot earlier in here. Got a little bit of conscript stuff. You thought that Ukraine meant border. I have no idea. This is a discussion between you twos. Our admiral died. Maybe we can pull a bit of a sneaky here. This guy's so good though, but he's a landowner. This guy's decent though. Alright, we're actually gonna try and land Russia's capital here. And maybe just try and defend with this boyo up here. They have so many people on this front, though. Oh, but we have allies now? Okay, now. Now they've gotten involved a little bit here. Austria is starting to pull some weight. According to Wikipedia, it means borderlands. That is similar to border. This war is not looking like we are going to do too much. Damn, damn, damn. Why didn't we listen to our strategy and go for skirmish infantry? That was the initial plan. We're gonna actually lose ground here. That's... We might actually get enforced on here. We should have landed back here as well. Well, no, I think landing the capital's fine here. And maybe Austria-Hungary like gets it done. They also formed Austria-Hungary. Nice, we could all be the same color here. How much are they decaying? -5? They've lost a ton of troops, and we're -3. We actually haven't suffered as many casualties relative to proportionally. So why don't we switch to defending where we can? Which I don't think we can. I really wish you could queue being defensive, but you can't. Like, I understand you can't switch to being on defense in the middle of a battle, but I wish you could just put it in so that after the battle you'll be defense. Alright, just gonna try and defend there. We are partially occupied. This is uncomfortable, but, I think we get this landing off. And then we give them the clap clap. Maybe reinforce? They are decaying more than us now. Not a lot more, because we're partially occupied as well. And we're getting pushed. Yikes. We're getting pushed here too. Yikes. Will you take a white piece, my friend? No, probably not. We jumped the gun here. But this landing might make this work. The problem is they're going to push into the capital here, I think. So we need to switch to advancing with this guy, I think. To maybe try and get back the capital. A bit of a long shot. This war is looking pretty grim. We are running a bit of a surplus here, but I think we're going to need that for the very uncomfortable reason that I think we're going to have to be playing war reps out to Russia in just a second here. Alright, we do get our landing. And we're 100% here, so hopefully we can get a couple of... If we can get a pair of advances, maybe we can enforce on them. They are decaying faster than them, us now, and we do control all the war goals, but they're going to control some of them once they have our capital. This is a very, very two-sided war thing we got going on. Oh. And we get total separation of state. Nice. So, we are not discriminating very much on that basis. I think we want to switch to multiculturalism when we can. Or as soon as we can. We definitely want to do private health insurance here. Considering how much excess bureaucracy we're running. Let's take a look at our institutions and look to increase them. Law enforcement isn't that great an institution. We'll up it by 1, I think. Russia can decay below 0, and they are going to decay. It looks like we might get an enforcement off on them. They're moving guys around to try and make this work, but I think we're in good shape here. What? Not with that. Jesus. This is not good. We're almost fully occupied here. That was very not good, very not ideal. We do hold their capital, though. So, this is the most uncomfortable war I've ever been in. Full stop. This is not a happy war. This is like a base trade. I've never seen this. Well, this is painful. They probably agree, but a larger percentage of us is occupied than of them. Oh, this is so uncomfortable. We're probably gonna try and white peace out of this if we can. If we give them war reparations, would they give us Kuban? No. Would they liberate Poland? No. Would they give us war reparations? No. Trading war reps would be the funniest thing ever, though. We're gonna go for that if we can. We got a revolution a-brewing. We are decaying 11, they're decaying 7.5. I'm assuming they're offering us a white peace. We can't open their... Really? We can't open their peace treaty. Oh, they're offering us just give up war reparations? We will not do that. We will trade war reparation like gentlemen. Which is actually... That's actually bad for us because our war reps are more than theirs. Unfortunate getting clapped like this. We're just gonna get enforced on the next tick. I hate that you cannot make your own peace deal. Yeah? Well, they are giving one to you. Damn it. Alright, well this is unfortunate. We're gonna be paying them for 5 years. Alright, we're gonna get rid of one of these. Tragic. Not what I had in mind. That's what I get for not following the plan. We were planning on just waiting for skirmish infantry. Big part of our government expenses, other than the war reparations we're paying to Russia, is in iron, so we're going to try and make iron cheaper. Any allies that I could get to help with the next war? Well, so the problem is Austria-Hungary didn't use all of their guys. They just used some of their guys. If they used all of their guys, that would have been really easy. I thought when we declared the war that Kebab would be willing to help us, but they weren't. We could maybe form a defensive pact with Kebab, makes them more likely to join. I guess we could annex Venezuela now? Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna tear my hair out if the UK joins against us. We'll add Brazilian war reps. But that was... I mean, I guess it makes the rest of the stream more interesting. I would have significantly decapped Russia for the rest of the game, so that's kind of like a big war to get through, to get done. And so, let's expand some of these things out here. Labor's super cheap out here, so. But we can, so a huge part of what our power comes from is the different military methods we're using. And what we were planning on doing was waiting for skirmish infantry, which instead of, like, which would make us a lot stronger, and we just didn't, we just jumped the gun, I think. So, big sad. Oh well. Yeah. I don't know. It is what it is though, right? Okay, time to do some bodyweight squats. Been sitting for forever. Alright, there's 10. Let's go, baby. Nice to see all rural stuff out there. I suppose there's some strategy to be had for, like, intentionally putting the rural stuff on bad PMs. If you don't want them to expand. I should decrease what we have to pay in subsidies. Big stretch indeed. Yeah, at the end of a lot of my videos, I encourage people to take walks. So You know, sitting and streaming for 10 hours is like the antithesis of kind of what I try and suggest. Well, we don't care about the farming in West Borneo. We don't care about those farmers. I'm a lead farmer, motherfucker. You know what? Let's try and do a large volume of trade with Persia. With the idea that we are going to try and pull them into our customs union over time. We cannot. Guessing we don't have an interest in the region. That's why. That is a lot of troops, man. Why don't we move the 53 guy over there? Move the 40 guy over here. Because we're planning on landing the Brazil's capital. We should have swapped those guys way earlier. Maybe there was more we wanted from Brazil. We could have busted up Brazil. Tropic Thunder them out, basically. I love Tropic Thunder. That movie's so good. Actually, I think we want to land on them just to make sure that we actually get this off. Because we do not want them to... We don't want to accidentally give them independence. That would be bad. God. Can't believe we're paying war reps to Russia. Terrible. Who doesn't like them, though? Us and North German. Dude, if we could ally... we can't ally with both. Let's try and make sure we're improving relations with some great GPs, though. I guess Persia, if we're going to try and pull into the market, makes for a good improve. We get the Persia interest activated. So we can export to them fertilizer and glass. Might be good. And import from them sugar. Wine. Silk. And fruit? We probably can't profitably import fruit. And that'll be a pretty large volume of trade with their market. Hopefully the landing works okay, or should. God, we're hemorrhaging some money here. Naval invasion is successful. So we should enforce on them pretty quick here as a consequence. Is this decaying? Yeah, it is decaying. They no longer need switching freedom of conscience. Now, we need egalitarianism, right? Or why can't we do... Multiculturalism. We need human rights. Oh, did they change it? It used to be off egalitarianism. Now it's off of human rights. Oh, okay. Well, we're pretty far from human rights. I guess we can go realism next. Or maybe labor movement? I don't know. Dialectics, pain. I'll show you a dialectic. So now that this is landed, let's try and land the cap here. They're about to make iron cheaper, which is going to be nice. That is our #1 government expense. We got another 15 minutes until we talk about Putin some more. Friendly reminder, this is a charity stream. You can see the charity we want to donate to. It's the #1 link up above. Or sorry, down below in the description. Not up above. Just trying to get some war reps off of Brazil. So painful that we're paying these out. Another 4 years on that. Another 4 years, we should be pretty good. Our economy's growing at a pretty good rate now. Don't know what that's about. That seems a little buggy. I was not clicking any buttons there. We get the Conservative Party formed. Does that mean the market liberal's dead? Nope. Orthodox Church forms the Conservative Party. We get a couple boyos wanting to join the Radical Party. Not going to swap anything, because that will delegitimize us. Law enforcement investments up. Still running a ton of excess bureaucracy. Really, alright, now that we don't have this revolution brewing, we can delete a lot of these here. Which should free up a lot of resources, or a lot of money, for us. Let's take a look at our infamy. God, we got the 10 infamy 2 against Russia that we didn't convert into anything. Definitely want to get on skirmish infantry. Probably actually don't need the central archives here. We're just going to finish it because we're right there, but... Yeah, don't mind juicing him up a little bit. Probably getting it on the next tick. This is just kind of a freebie law. It's not very important. It's not very bad either, so... Baking powder is unlocked. Let's go, baby. I don't think this will be profitable. Yeah, it's not. Reinforced wooden ships, let's do it. Let's not change those. Can do attitude. Nope. I hate that event. Alright, we're gonna up construction a little bit more here. Not a ton more, just a little bit. Pretty comfortable in this bizzle. Thinking we enforce on them pretty soon here with this landing. Let's take a look at our colony situation. Currently colonizing all the places that have just regular malaria. None of severe malaria. We finished colonizing Kenya. Let's go, baby. A lot of tobacco. Kind of would rather they focus on dyes, but whatever. Can actually just do that ourselves. Brazil should be giving up soon. Yep. So they take the war reps. We've annexed Venezuela successfully. They will have a bunch of oil there. Let's just take Nejd, because they have a bunch of oil there anyways. We'll just conquer the state. It's not a lot of infamy. Pretty nice on the infamy scale. Are pretty comfortable here. T-minus 10 minutes till we talk about Putin some more. guess I'm fine with them losing a little bit. I think they crushed this election, no? Yeah, it looks like they're still going to win the election. Can't demand anything more from them because we are annexing them. I wonder what happens if you have to pay war reps out to multiple people at once. Can you just have to pay 100% of your income? That's kind of an interesting idea. We're making a little bit of money. I kind of want to be deficit spending, so we're going to add a little bit more construction again. Just trying to get up to 10 or 1K construction here. Cheetos left? We could have some Cheetos left. How's everyone doing? If you're enjoying this stream, feel free to drop I opposed Putin and then I fell down the stairs in chat. Crazy how that happens. We can almost trade agreement with them. Once we have better relations, we'll probably be able to get it. We could also bankroll them. It's not the most expensive bankroll. I guess I want to start making progress towards expanding the customs union, so... We are bankrolling Ecuador. So why don't we try and do volume of trade with their market. They need all the luxury goods. So let's export all the luxury goods and furniture and clothes to them. And porcelain as well. I have a brain and I know the alphabet. There we go. Radical Party wins. Excellent. Let's try and import from these guys. Coffee, sugar, dyes, fruit. Coffee, sugar, dyes, fruit. And where's sugar? I think we might want to import... Let's try and make bigger import routes for these things, though. We'll import dyes from Shing and El Salvador. Because we have all this excess bureaucracy anyways. Let's import this from the Brazilians. Let's import this from the North Germans. Oh, we can import grain from Shing. Like me some of that. Kinda don't mind the auto queue building a lot of that stuff for us, so... Our people must have obsession with tobacco. There we go. You're struggling over here, struggling to appropriately hamstring your decks. I spent a while looking at Ulashed, and then I realized there's no way to not have infinite combos with Ulashed. And I don't think it's a power level problem, you know? We get encourage liberal thought. Yay. So now we just got to pass some more laws. We need multiculturalism and some other stuff. I think we will expand, put in the queue several, or actually, let's just upgrade this to filing, and then we're fine on the fronts. We get private health insurance. Hell yeah, brother. Do we need public health insurance for this? No, we just need protected speech. Got it. Can we go for that now? It doesn't look like it radicalizes anyone, so maybe we can do rights of assembly here. I do like me some rights of assembly. Yeah, I mean, like, I also don't think that necessarily what I'm doing with Cyrus, with that deck, is in the spirit of the rules, you know? Because it's technically not an infinite combo, it just does 42 damage to everyone, but that happens to be enough damage to kill everyone from starting life. I don't know. That's why I was trying to find very specifically what the parameters were for the deck building. For those of you in chat who might be wondering, we're talking about Magic the Gathering. Nejd is also really nice to take because they have a lot of oil. Oh, we just annexed Nejd? I forgot that they have the hail portion of them as well. Oh well. Should have gone for both. You heard about the spirit of the rule, but it's such a slippery slope. Yeah. That's why I like the rules to be, like, exact, and then just to try and play them as spikily as possible. Which is something I was uncomfortable about. Like, trying to figure it out. Also, there's, like, some infinite combos that are, objectively speaking, like, not problematic. Like, if you need to combo 4 to 5 cards together to go infinite, it's, like, not a problem, you know what I mean? But the fact that Ulash you can use him to kill himself to make more tokens makes it so you can go infinite in a, like, ton of different ways. Like, if you have a doubling season, you can go infinite, right? If you have a doubling season and an Earthcraft, you go infinite mana, infinite sap rulings. So just the commander itself is inherently unplayable. Under those parameters, but he's not, like, a strong commander either, so I don't know what to say. Alright, baby. We're just paying so much out. It's so painful, we're just paying the 50k out to Russia. Putin. Ah, speaking of, it's time for our next little talk. So, I only prepared, like, PowerPoints out to, you know, out to the chapter that I was on, and so we got to talk about stuff in another spot. Or we're just gonna do it in here. And we are gonna talk about the Moscow theater siege. Basically, what had happened is Chechen separatists seized control of a theater in Moscow as the Nord-Ost siege, and the way that it works, I don't know exactly the best place to look, but they demanded, you know, they wanted withdrawal of Russian forces from Chechnya. They took a bunch of hostages, and it lasted several days, and they released a couple hundred people. There were several hundred left, and eventually the way it ended with is with a special forces raid. So we're going to read through this, or this and the assault. During the night, what this guy, let's see, early Sunday morning, and Putin, of course, is in charge of how this raid goes down. Early Saturday morning, 26th, forces from Russia's Spetsnaz, meaning Special Forces, from the FSB, with the assistance of the Russian Military Internal Affairs, SOBR unit, surrounded and stormed the theater. All were heavily armed and masked, so they decided to stop trying to negotiate. Also, notably, someone who was coming across on plane in order to try and negotiate either this one or the Beslan hostage crisis was poisoned on the plane, which is, quite telling. Deputy Interior Minister, blah, 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 stated the raid that was prompted by a panic among the captives due to an execution of 2 female hostages. Fair enough. The raid was planned shortly after the hostages were initially seized, and the shooting cited as a proximate cause that had occurred about 3 hours before the operation had begun. Okay. So what they do is they gas the entire theater. Early morning, around 5 a.m. Moscow time, the searchlights that had been illuminating the main entrance theater went out. Inside, although many hostages at first took the gassed aerosol to be smoke from a fire, it soon became apparent to gunmen and hostages alike that a mysterious gas had been pumped into the building. Different reports say that it came either through a specially created hole in the wall, that it was pumped through the theater's main ventilation system, or that it emerged from beneath the stage. The security forces pumped an aerosol anesthetic, later stated by Russian minister blah 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 to be based on fentanyl, into the theater through the AC system. The discovery caused panic in the auditorium. You don't say. Hostage, blah blah blah, a correspondent, blah 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 blah, and told interview. So this is a person who said, "It seems to us that the Russians have started something. Please give us a chance. If you can do anything, please do. I don't know which gas it is, but I see the Chechens' reactions. They don't want our deaths, and officials want none of us to leave alive. I don't know. We see it, we feel it. We are breathing through our clothes. They began from outside. That's what our government has decided, that no one should leave here alive." So what happens? And they assault. The Chechens, to my understanding, didn't shoot the hostages, or this didn't seem to be the way it looked, but everyone just gets gassed. If we just take a look at the casualties, some number of casualties very wildly because many hostages remain unaccounted for and were not included in the official list. See below. Some estimates have put the civilian death toll at more than 200, with 204 names on the list, or even 300, including people who have died during the year after the siege from complications from the poison gas. Some of former hostages and relatives of victims say the death toll claim that the death toll from the chemical agent is being kept secret. According to the official numbers, 40 terrorists and 130 hostages died in the following days. So, to try and deal with the hostage crisis, he just gasses the entire thing. He doesn't give a shit about, Russian life. And it's all about just trying to kill as many Chechens as possible. And we're going to cover this one in about an hour, talking about the Beslan school siege. But it's much of the same. It doesn't care about, his own people. And it's just this thing. And, yep. All right, continuing on. Let's move this back over and continue. But yeah, pretty disgusting. Alright, what were we even doing? That's your sentiment. Also, if you can't deal with my 5-card combo, then you deserve to die. Yeah, exactly. Bro, where do you live? It's 2 a.m. in Romania. I live in Southern California. I live, around here. Fentanyl ventilation? Bruh. Yeah, it hits different now, doesn't it? Now that fentanyl is, I don't think we want this trade agreement with them, maybe? No, well, maybe it's fine. They're much less likely to enter a war against us if we have a trade agreement, so this is good. Hey, Noel. But yeah, I mean, he just gasses the entire group, not even attempting to storm the place and just shoot it out and, have a bit of a shootout with the Chechen separatists. Instead, just gasses the theater with all the Russians inside. Which the plan could have been to, blame them on the thing, but... yeah. Out of curiosity, are you vaxxed? Yes, I am vaxxed and boosted. Like, fully. I have the Omicron booster. I've actually been wondering when the next booster comes out. But, I don't know. I am fully, boosted. If you're on 1%, I don't know what that means. Oh, you mean battery? Yeah, I guess that means goodbye then. I'll see you later. But yeah, I mean, like, it's just like, the apartment buildings to me is the most egregious, because, I think is more egregious than the Beslan, the Nordost Theater, because the Nordost Theater, like, at least ostensibly, he's, attacking, like, the Chechen separatists, right? But the bombing your own people in order to, help yourself win an election is just, like, completely unexcusable. I am fully microchipped, yes. I drank the Kool-Aid. Oh, did we went after Hale. Damn it. We went after the wrong province. Ah. We wanted this province. Oh well, this is fine, I guess. Well, we could think about starting a fight with China. Except we really can't. Oh, they're embargoing the UK. Yeah, the UK is not going to help them out. So let's go for this. See, you see their market access? Now watch it disappear. So we'll go up to Chongqing. And we'll also go for war reps. Do we haven't... we gotta wait for this to decay a little. One day we'll get off of this stupid monarchy. Probably soon, actually. Go parliamentary republic. After this next tick. Or maybe after we get rights of assembly and we'll go after it. Yeah, I mean, like... The microchip, like, conspiracy theory regarding vaccinations is so wild, because, like, if you want to argue that the government's keeping track of us, fine. Fair enough. This is possible. If you want to argue that they're keeping track of us via microchips and vaccinations, you're out of your fucking mind. Free speech pamphlets. Some pamphlets. We'll take this just 10%. You know... Because there's so much... First of all, they would just track you through your phone. Second of all, they would track you through cameras at, like, traffic lights, you know? There's just so many better mechanisms to track your population if you were, like, so inclined than, like, somehow microchipping, like, vaccines. That'd be so expensive. Yeah, posted for my iPhone, indeed. So, yeah, we're pretty chalked up right now, though. We're really just waiting on this skirmish infantry, which we will institute at the end of this next war coming up. We have to decay. Alright, I think we've decayed enough. We're gonna go up to Chongqing. Or Chongqing. I'm not sure exactly how it's pronounced. We'll just put everyone on the front. Can we sway? We probably... Well, we might want to sway Great Britain or something. We'd be more than happy for them to just back down out of this. And we're going to add revoke claim on... The most important one is Beijing. Looks like we've already revoked that, maybe? So I guess Shaanxi and Jian are also important. We'll do Shaanxi next. And we'll maybe try and... We'll see what both France and the UK want. I think I might order pizza. We'll take the free uni. Yeah, baby. Alright, what do you want? An obligation? We really don't mind giving them an obligation. But we have to be a little bit careful. I think we want to liberate Mongolia. And then declare an interest up here. And liberate Manchuria as well. We definitely want war reps as a primary war goal. Oh, so and we haven't used up, we need the 20 to offer. So this is it. They are fairly likely to back down here, which we are fine with. We're fine with owing Great Britain an obligation. They might be able to pull us into a war or whatever, but this is not a big deal. North Germany sides with... Oh, that's ugly. That's ugly, ugly, ugly. They, of course, sided with them because they don't like... Huh. I still think we win this, but now it's turned into something that's much, much closer. We're going to try and land the capital here to make that work. We'll let Austria deal with the Germans. I wonder what they were offered to make them... German leadership? Yeah, that tracks. That means Austria currently has German leadership? Or does it? I'm not sure exactly. I haven't done a Germany playthrough yet. So I guess I don't really know. Standard of living's starting to climb up a little bit, which is interesting. It's gonna be like a line of high SOL cutting through China. It's gonna be the ugliest border gore ever. That I've ever been responsible for, at least. North Germany's damaging relations. We don't like that. Let's try and get max throughput. Oh no, wait, we don't have... We don't have shift work yet. So max throughput bonus is 31, so we're gonna try and 31 a couple things. It's 31 the Arts Academy, maybe? No, let's do this. No. Let's do this. Way more steel. We'll put that up. We'll also make sure our clothing place is on 31. Cool. Oh wow, we actually have an advantageous push here. We're going to be landing, trying to push the capital as well. With the 40 stack coming in here. This is starting to come up. I doubt they back down, but maybe they do. It's really hard to evaluate what their AI is going to do now. They seem, whatever heuristics they have, I'm not sure exactly what's driving them. It's not just the raw score, as well as like what the different wars look like. More than happy to get minus 50 prestige for a 20 enactment chance. Are you kidding me? Alright, we're gonna try for this landing, and then we're gonna see how late the pizza place I like is open. Also, let's check. Yeah, 55. Okay. Closes at 9. Okay. Landing the capital just still seems like a really strong strategy. I wish the UI was a little bit more friendly with, like, setting it up so that you're going to have a, different PMs on the capital in terms of conscription centers or whatever. Not Hasa Pizza. Hasa Pizza is, like, a little pricier. I'm checking what a lot of pizza. In terms of, like, the intersection of being really cheap and also being pretty good, they are my favorite pizza place around here. Looks like Great Britain's getting a strong push into here. We'll fund a larger investigation, I guess. Haas is good, though. I don't know if Haas delivers as well. Is kind of also a bit of a thing. Sorry, I'm looking at my pizza thing. Not even 100% sure I'm going to order, but I probably am. We get a landing right next to Portugal's thing. Looks like... Yeah, we're against this one stack again, which I'm guessing is just a borrowed from Formosa. Also probably going to release Formosa from the memes for the memes at some point. Nothing happened in June of 1989. I think it was June. Gus, was it in June when nothing happened in China in 1989? Or was it July? I can't remember the month where nothing happened. Starting to push in pretty good here. Or was. They are using guns though, so there is that. Just not a lot of guns. Yeah. I thought it was June as well. Tiananmen Square, what's that? I've never heard of that in my life. Pretty sure nothing happened in June of 1989. I referenced in one of the earlier, like, Putin things. Well, maybe we'll get a push here. Probably not. It looks like we're gonna win this war. Probably. Hopefully Austria doesn't get too clapped by the Germans. More than happy to sap off the armed forces for the Intelligentsia. I suppose now we could actually think about trying to bolster and maintain the Intelligentsia as powerful in these types of things. I suppose we're already kind of doing that. Trying to get the Orthodox Church out of here. Wall says the Imperialist. Imperialist? I don't know what you're talking about. We liberated Beijing from the Imperialists. It was a special operation to liberate Beijing. We could even integrate it if we wanted. Let's turn on the PMs here. Crush the UA succession or U, or I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce that. We are going to go skirmish infantry. We're going to take a look at that. And by that I mean our pizza order. I know what you guys are really here for. You're here for pizza ASMR. It's not a war, it's a special military operation. I mean, this is not... Look, the people of these regions in China had a special referendum to join the state of Ukraine, and they just want to be in here. Right? Am I doing it right? Special military operation. Oh, looks like... Yeah, we're gonna help them out once we enforce on China, but not before then. At least that's the plan. They're decaying pretty quick here in terms of war exhaustion. We're making some hot money. Let's take a look at play some infrastructure whack-a-mole. Well, it looks like we're doing okay. We can upgrade this to 31, I think, and set it on auto-expand. This seems fine. Stream title, Ukraine annexes Russia with a side of global imperialism. You know, I thought about doing it entirely in ice and not annexing anyone at any point in time, or like stuff like this. But that would have actually made it a lot harder. And I'd much rather be here for like 10 hours instead of here for, when we enforced, we conquered Chongqing. Liberated Mongolia. We liberated. See? We're liberators. And we got Qing more reparations. That is a very cursed border guard. Great Qing. Split up into whatever that is. And notice no market access over here for them. Yep. We will try and get these guys in our customs union, so we're going to start bankrolling them. And them, and also we will check out the other guys we're bankrolling. Haven't gotten a thing yet, and we haven't gotten a thing yet with them. But now we're making bank with our Diplo packs. Great Qing is paying us 46k, which really helps to offset the fact that we're paying Russia 51k. So, you know, it'd be like that sometime. Man, this is so ugly over here. Next, we can take this to really put in the screws of separating them from the market. Yeah, Great Qing, I think, collapses a little bit here. We'll start improving relations. We want to be friends now. Please come join us. And we will, let's take a look where we can colonize. I think this province just has regular malaria, right? If I'm not mistaken, or do you have severe? You have severe. All the regular malaria spots are gone. We're going to try and cut them off, though. So we're going to start colonizing there. Even though it's got severe malaria. Oh, my kingdom to not bug out when we're trying to check out. You get an obligation from Persia. Happy day. We will absolve it to become friendly with them. Just a little infamous, no big deal. Oh wow, one of the checkout buttons works, but the other doesn't. Alright, we get 2 trade agreement proposals, one from Persia and one from Ecuador. And can we pull you into the market yet? No, not quite. We can pull you to the customs union though. Yay, so we're gonna stop bankrolling you. We're gonna start bankrolling Afghanistan instead. Now we will try and get you the diplomatic way. I think he's earned it, I guess. Monument to the king? No problem. You get your Quinine. Is that a game mechanic? It is a game mechanic. There's a technology called Quinine, which we have, which deals with regular malaria. But in order to deal with severe malaria, you need malaria prevention. So the really severe places are locked kind of behind tech, or you're gonna colonize them real slow. Currently researching realism and then labor unions. We kind of want to get into human rights to go multiculturalism here. I think we kind of want to go shift work next though. Just finish that up and then go shift work. We get rights of assembly, hell yeah, brother. This tech is really, or this law is really nice, because it allows guaranteed libs, which we really want. Pretty bad. TBH. How much are you supposed to tip on delivery? Is it 10% or 15%? The game is super cool, but like it feels like you aren't really in control, like proper control, or like, you know how games require like a certain level of game knowledge until like it really feels like you're in control of what's going on or whatever. I feel like that point comes like after way too many hours, such that I like can't properly recommend the game. How to not accidentally show your credit card on stream. Let's go. We will, of course, expand the construction centers quite a lot, actually. We only want one thing, and it's fucking construction. I'm gonna tip like 12%. You tip it on the food total, right? So 250. Gus, do you know how much you're supposed to tip for delivery? It feels so weird calling you Gus. Because you can breathe. We'll get rid of this consumption tax. We might want the consumption tax, and we might want to get rid of some of our bolstering slash suppressing. Let's stop suppressing these guys. And tax tobacco and liquor. Yeah, that seems fine. Goog says 20% for realsies. And I assume that's on the balance, like before the delivery fee. So if it's 20%, yeah, it's good enough. I tipped $4.17 on a $23 order. I think that'll be good. I don't know. Oop. Gus can breathe alright, he just can't resist eating geese poop at the park. You know what? Sometimes you just see that geese poop and you just get a little feral, you know what I mean? I don't. Now we have an interest. Why can't we trade with Afghanistan exactly? Are you isolationist now at the start? This is a new change if they are. Nope, they got free trade. Don't know why we can't trade with these boyos. Doesn't that look just like Split to you? Yeah, basically. I gotta rewatch that movie. Barbara, leader of cola. Alright, we can import from them opium. We can export to them. I'm guessing we want to do clothes and furniture. Usually these are the ones that help you to get people into the market. We'll improve relations with them as well, because we have a bunch of extra Diplo. Well, maybe not as much as we'd like, but we do have excess Diplo. Gold runs out in Borneo. Whoa. We will go independent artists, I think. And we will click the special button here to reset. Unfortunately, the gold fields are depleted. Now we'll just build gold mines instead. Leader is French for give me some fucking cola. Basically. God damn it, Favre. I wish that guy did more stuff. The guy who plays the police chief. I really liked him in X-Men as Stryker. Stryker. We can take the extra enactment chance. Got another 25-ish minutes till we talk about the Beslan school hostage crisis, which of course is a Putin special. Yeah, I mean, do you have any questions about this game, Gus? Because I like this game a lot. I just think from an objective standpoint, I would not call it a good game. Like, if I'm trying to describe reality to someone, there's no... I do not call this a good game. God, this is the most I've ever gored China before in a run. When is our truce up with Russia? 70? Oh, we wanted to swap. We wanted to swap the PMs. Let's do that now. Maybe we can start having a little bit of an army from there. Let's recruit a general. South China. He's kind of okay. Hours for mastery makes sense and is quite deterring. Yeah, I mean, I have fun figuring it out. Like, figuring out games is, like, a ton of fun to me. And so, like... But I think that for, like... That is definitely why I would not necessarily recommend it. Hey, cool cat. How you doing? But yeah, once we're on skirmish infantry though, we should be way stronger than, or maybe not way stronger, but we should be stronger than Russia, I think. Yikes! They swapped to skirmish as well. They're real chalked up now. It's like the Red Queen thing. We're running just to stay in the same place. Hopefully I tipped enough. I don't know. Fuck, man. I hate tipping culture. I think they should just pay people better. Is the mechanic for army maintenance similar to Europe Universalis? Not... There's no, like, slider for it. You just have raised or unraised. And when they're raised, they consume more goods. So if we take a look... Actually, let's take a look at the barracks and we can explain it. We definitely want to fix the infrastructure problems here. But let's take a look at this barracks. So this barracks consumes military goods, and so you notice we're consuming 75 cannons and 75 munition and 75 pew-pews. And when you mobilize, this number increases greatly. And so this is kind of how this works. And so that's like the differential between raised and unraised. Speaking of, I don't think we're going to use the conscripts again, so we're going to switch them back to irregular to save us a little bit of money. And so you can like make it cost less by making these inputs cheap. Like, for example, we actually have a shortage of guns or of bullets because we just swapped to this, and these has yet to employ and like work up and like start building some of that. So we could import some from some people to try and make it cheaper. We're probably going to do that from the British because we have a customs union with them, but maybe we do the French as well. Pretty productive trade routes, and that can help fix our problem while our own munition plants are getting up online. But no, it operates quite a bit differently. Also, like the wages that get paid to them are based on what's called the normal wage, which is the average wage of all of our incorporated territory. So we only have 18 million pops in incorporated territory, and we have 80 million that are not incorporated, courtesy of like all this China land, Chinese land. And so we don't have the average wage of those 18 million pops, which are mostly located in Ukraine, is the wage that we pay the military. We can pay them a little bit more to juice them up if we want. And this will also increase military costs, but there's like, yeah, these are the things. I'm gonna try and get our land back again. Well, no, I don't know if we can fight that war, but I think that Russia... Our investment pool is drained down quite a bit. I'm not sure if Russia can support that army without our giving them 50k a tick. Their GDP is like 40% of ours. We'll take the hit on our bureaucracy for extra enactment chance. Uh, 20 minutes until we talk about Putin some more. If you think, if you don't want to hear about politics and the invasion of Ukraine, this is not the stream for you. Friendly reminder that this is a charity stream. The number one link in the description below gives money to Project Hope. We have a goal for today of $100 because this is the minimum and I really wasn't sure how much I'd be able to raise. But we've already raised 55 for Project Hope for the Ukrainian crisis and global relief. Which I was going to make 50 the goal, so I'm very delighted with the 50 we've gotten. Very, very happy about that. So, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's not good. What's going on? Let's check our bankrolls, see how we're doing in terms of maybe having any obligations. We can get Ecuador in the customs union if we give them an obligation. We don't quite want to do that. Same with Yunnan. Same with Sichuan. So we're just waiting. Ooh, we can take on the Great Mongol State's debt. How much debt is this? 123k? Let's take it on, and then we're going to invite them to the customs union after that. We're going to invite them to the customs union and use the obligation we got. The customs union expands more. Poor Great Qing, look at their market. Now we might have to do one more war against them. And the war we're going to do is we're just going to like open their market and revoke all their claims on our territory and then try and get them in our market. And hopefully we will be able to get them, well, this will this will allow them to get market access to the back of their market. And then also we will be more concerned with what's going on with Russia, I think, at that point. I don't understand how this is not employing, though. Oh, I guess we've brought down the price of ammo, but I didn't understand how it's not employing before. Do we really just have huge qualification problems or something? It doesn't look it. No, these places all have qualifications. Looking down here. Can we eventually protectorate these boyos? No, they have powerful protectors. Yeah, that checks that. Can we protectorate you? Maybe if an obligation still gives 50, we can, but I don't know if an obligation still gives 50. They made offering an obligation worth less. We could bankroll them to find out. It's only 7k. This seems fine. Of course, definitely want more construction. We only want one thing, and it's fucking construction. Do some of that action. Argentina and Chile are colonizing quite well up here. We are researching shift work. Ahead of chemical bleaching, that might have been a little bit of a mistake. After this, I think we go labor movement. And then we'll see what's not spreading to us in society tech. We kind of want to go a civilizing mission and human rights. Really want human rights because they moved multiculturalism to human rights. Bit of an interesting one. We got some laws we're trying to pass though. So we got some time. Classic CSA action. Going China for glassworks and the sulfite or whatever pumping. Oops, let's swap this over. Paper bleaching and where's the other one? Oop, want that on philosophy department. Oh my god, I just blanked out on what I wanted to swap to. It was paper bleaching and what else? There we go. We finished this. Ah, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Please, no. Don't make me read Hegel. You can't make me do it. we'll take the bureaucracy hit. For now. Can we get something on a little more oomph? There we go. I love that you can switch the music density to intense. This is cool. You know what else is intense? Camping. Camping is intense. Here, let me spell it out for some of the viewers. Hopefully the delay doesn't ruin the joke. Somehow Two Sicilies has not formed Italy. Interesting. Let's check our bankrolls. Trying to get people in the customs union. Okay, so we have an obligation, and we can protectorate Persia here. So we're going to protectorate, we're going to use the obligation. It looks like it still gives 50. And then we're going to stop bankrolling them. And we're going to start damaging relations with them. They've decided they want to be under the protection of the Ukraine. Or they will decide in a second. And now we're gonna say bad words to them. This is the year our truce with Russia finishes. In September, so a little late into the year. This is fine though. We actually have quite a lot of infamy and we can declare a war, so the war we probably want to declare is to open Japan's market. We have an interest in the region. So let's start damaging relations with them. God, it's so beautiful and ugly at the same time. It's just like Borogoriest Great Shing possible. Approaching 100 mil on our pops. So SOL's starting to come up a little bit. Guess we can go after a little bit more construction. We're going to get a refund soon here. In September-ish, right? Guess maybe we want to up the speed a little bit. We've been going close to 8 hours now. 12 minutes, we will be reviewing why Putin's an asshole just a little bit more. Yeah, definitely want to stay on speed 4, I think. Maybe even speed 5 if we can manage to keep up with the construction queue. I think we want to kind of open up our chance to cut him off down here a little bit. We want to maybe go for more of the colonization. You're out for the night? Alright, see you later, Gus. We are currently researching shift work, so we might even want to consider going to 51 on like the tooling workshops. They're starting to get there. Guaranteed lives, gets closer. Thank you for watching. Godspeed. Something to something, and to all a good night. Something like that. We'll be here for quite a while longer. We have not come close to annexing all of Russia yet, so... Guess we're just gonna need a bigger military. God, that sucks. We'll go up to 200 battalions. We formed the Liberal Party. Okay, kind of okay with this. We could switch to something a bit more legitimate, but I like having the Intelligentsia in here. They're actually why we can pass these things. Nobody wants multiculturalism now. This kind of sucks. Kind of blows. Definitely want multiculturalism. So this is going to bring us up to 42. That's going to be 47. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll build a couple railways in Kyiv at the front of the queue. God's will. It's the will of God. Definitely want the Liberal Party to win. We will credit the trade unionists. Would love for them to become more powerful. Hey, we're the #2 great power now. Behind, I'm assuming, Great Britain. Our economy's almost bigger than Great Shing's. Having a little bit of a come up. Yeah, shift work is going to be a big one. Kind of starting to prepare for it, getting some things to level 51 here. Probably going to do some of this here. Got a lot of stuff in the queue now. September has passed. Are we still playing war reps to them? No, we are not. Which is why we're just losing just a little bit of money. So we will use all that money to up construction even more. We only want one thing, and it's fucking construction. We get guaranteed libs. Very nice. I think we will look to increase the institution. So in order to do that, we're going to need to generate a little bit more of stuff. So we're going to come in here. We're going to turn on standardized filing systems. We're going to do it in Kursk as well. And then, well, that actually just straight up makes us money. Because paper is much less important than the, well, we're going to up that. I guess we're going to look in Kherson as well as Volhynia. However you pronounce this, I'm not very good with the pronunciations. In Kyiv, we're already on standardized filing system, so why don't we add one of these at the back of the queue? Oh, it adjusts for the paper cost right after we do that. That's fine. We will increase Home Affairs a couple notches. We will decrease police a little bit while we're increasing that. I do like Home Affairs a lot better, and then we will look for a law that we can pass. Really wish we could come on to multiculturalism. Can't. Or we don't even have the tech to do it. We have, other than that, well, we could come off of, I guess I like Parliamentary Republic. Yeah, let's do it. If we can. I hope this doesn't cause a revolution. This might cause a revolution. Yeah, that might cause a rev. If the landowners join, that's a revolution. If they don't, it's not. That sucks. Obligation from Sichuan. I think we just let that revolution happen, though. If that happens, I think we can clap it. We get an obligation from Sichuan, so we're going to invite them to the customs union using the obligation. Now, how close are we to... Ooh, we are pretty close to getting them as a protectorate, so I guess we'll continue along that route. Oh, and we have a customs union with them, so we'll invite them. We'll keep the bankroll up. Let's check all of our stuff. We can invite these guys for free. And we are actually going to stop bankrolling because we don't want to protectorate these guys anyways. Yunnan and Sichuan we already talked to. Great Mongolian State. We are still bankrolling, even though they're in our customs union. Now, if we didn't have a truce, we would not be able to get them in because of defending the borders, so we can stop bankrolling them now. I think I like stop bankrolling. And the doorbell has rung, so that's probably the pizza. So, I will, alright, we are back. No more need for the piss. Or, well, we took a piss and we got the pizza in the room. Now we can continue on our merry way. Yunnan joins the customs union. Sichuan, I think, joined. And we have to keep an eye on that revolution. We're just gonna do that. Ecuador joins the customs union. The customs union is expanding. Shing market is notably super bricked. Free trade party wins. Yeah, we need this guy to die so that this can get busted up. That is a downside that I've seen a couple times now with what's it called? Forget the name. It is harder to get the landowners out of government when you go corn laws. We'll try and put him down, and we are 51ing a bunch of stuff. I guess we'll try and 51 this as well. So it's 48, and we're increasing it to 51, so it is the max economies of scale throughput bonus. And then dealing with the infrastructure a little bit. Last time I get delivery. The pizza's all messed up. What do you do when the pizza's messed up? You cry? Yeah, that's true. Although I guess even messed up pizza's still good, right? It's like all slanted to the side and shit. Still have some Cheetos left. I can put some Cheetos on the pizza. Like a fat dude. Well, I am a fat dude, so that is what it is. And it is 5 o'clock, so it's time to talk about Putin some more. The pizza can wait. Alright. Every hour on the hour, we just got a couple more of these things left to do. So let's take a look at our browser, and we're going to talk about the Beslan school crisis. Alright, so the Beslan school siege, also referred to as the Beslan school hostage crisis, was an event where a whole bunch of people were taken hostage, 11 people, 100 hostages, including 777 children, and ended in the deaths of 333 people, 186 of them children, as well as 31 of the attackers. And so what happened is a bunch of Chechen separatists took control of the school, and they brought everyone to the auditorium. There was an attempt to get a negotiator, like one person who could actually negotiate with the Chechens, tried to fly out there, and what ended up happening to them is they were poisoned on the trip. They did not die, if my recollection is correct, but they mysteriously were poisoned on the plane. Where's my wallet? Oh well, I'll put that away later. And what ended up happening was there was an assault that was led by the FSB, early on the third day, blah blah blah, contacted with the Chechen Republic. The guy who was in charge of the Chechen Republic, or the separatists, just wanted his dudes back. He wanted nothing else other than his dudes back safely, and then they would stand down. Tucci said that the sole demand was unhindered passage to the school. However, the assault began 1 hour after the agreement for his arrival was made. He also mentioned that for 3 days, journalists from Al Jazeera television offered to participate in the negotiations and enter the school, even as hostages, but were told their services were not needed by anyone. Russian presidential advisor and an ethnic Chechen, blah blah blah, was also said to be close to a breakthrough with the secret negotiations. By the time he left Moscow on the second day, he'd accumulated the names of more than 700 well-known Russian figures who were volunteering to enter the school as hostages in exchange for the release of children. So-and-so said the hostage seekers allowed him to enter the school the next day. However, storming took place 2 hours before. Around 13 on September 3rd, the militants were allowed... I'm not going to read this entire thing, but they basically just firebombed the roof of the school with all the children in it, the FSB, and just burned the whole thing down. No one was allowed to intervene or to try and help to put out the fires or to save any lives for several hours after the assault had already taken place, and hundreds of people died, obviously. And so this is just a further, instance of blatant disregard for human life, specifically in the context of an elementary school, is especially disgusting. I don't think it's quite as bad as the apartment bombing, but it doesn't need to be quite as bad to be horrific. And just another instance of Putin being a dick. Let's get back to the Victoria 3. All right. If you feel like donating to some humanitarian aid in Ukraine, it is the #1 link down below. Afghanistan wants a trade agreement in the description. We are trying to get them in our customs union as well. And we're going to continue to expand construction at a pretty good rate here, I think. We also can declare war. We might want to do the Russia war soon. I'm not sure exactly. See, it just, a lot of it comes down to how much is Hungary going to help us. Which the AI just seems not very keen on helping you with your offensive battles. We have a power projection of 1600. So, I mean, how far behind Russia are we? Because they are more powerful than us. Oh my god, I want to select the country, not the state. Why is it selecting? There we go. So they got more than double? How are they supporting that? With less than half the GDP. We have to keep an eye on this as well. I wish I had prepared slides for the Beslan school siege, because that, alongside the apartment bombings, are the two most jarring events to hear about. And so I wish I could have done something a little bit more prepared. I spent almost all of yesterday making the slides for the first, like, 7 hours that we saw. But I am out of slides. Unfortunately. We can think about what text we want to do. We could also maybe go after the rest of Nejd. Or Bahrain or something. Yeah, let's conquer Bahrain. There's a lot of oil there, so this is why it's a good place to conquer. Now that our economy's scale cap is 51, we're also going to become much more efficient in a lot of ways. Let's get these guys a little bit more economies of scale. Let's get these guys to the cap, so they're 38, 41, 51. Give a couple more rails. Not much in Rostov. Munition plants are not employing well at all. But we're also importing a ton, so maybe if we weren't importing any, this would be fine. I want to have enough munitions plants that we're fine if we can't import any. And I'm not sure we have enough for that. Oh, we're trying to be on speed 4. What are we doing? Russia rivals North Germany, which is good for us. I mean, if that's the situation, we might be able to go for it. Trying to get our territory back and busting up Russia. Expanding the Navy here. I think we'll want to be a little bit bigger on the Navy if we want to fight Russia. So taking care of it ahead of time is, like, you always need to take care of it ahead of time. Defamatory article. Sorry, Ashkenazi. A little classic realism for you. Labor movement is spreading. I think if this is not spreading to us, that we want to go psychiatry, and then finish off labor movement, and then go human rights, so we can go multiculturalism. A war breaks out with Bahrain. You don't say. We'll invade with the smallest boyos. It was the best of times, it was the best of times. Let's improve relations. I want to eventually get them into the market, so this is fine. Fate of the King. We can send the king into exile, or we can have the king abdicate. I think that we really don't want the landowners to go into -10 territory, so we'll just have him abdicate. We won't send him into exile. This is fine. Although we would have loved another 10% juice. I don't think it's worth it. We'll continue increasing home affairs all the way as high as we can. Really gonna help with the loyalist. Oop. Shtick. For a second I thought I had accidentally left the thing on. The I'm pissing thing on. Oh, revolution in trucial states. We can maybe do this fight with Russia now that Germany's for sure not going to join against us. Man, I don't think we gotta step up the speed on how fast we're doing this. This entire shtick. Do this. Let's get some automation in place for auto-expanding all this. We can steal railway cars. I think we want to start swapping over everything to that. We're gonna need more steel, so why don't we do it just in the capital to start? Which, that might run us an infrastructure malice. It does. Okay. Maybe we shouldn't have done it there to start. We're gonna also expand these to 51. So in order to support that, we're gonna need definitely a lot more steel railways. Or railways. We enforce on Bahrain. We're gonna go speed 4. I actually don't think I want to do speed 5. That's a little too uncomfortable. I think it makes for worse viewer experience as well. We're gonna whack that with the magic button. Oh, we swapped Ukrainian hail up over. Yeah. We swapped them to using this, which kind of don't want, but it's fine. We only want the government admins in incorporated states for the most part. Maybe we want to incorporate some of this. I think it's just a 5-year incorporation because I think it's European. Yeah, it is. So let's go for it. We're gonna switch all the things up to standardized filing. And we get central archives. We want storage of information. And then we are going to come in and Kursk, we're gonna build a few more of these. And in Lushenk, we're gonna build a few more. Here we're gonna build a couple. Kyiv, we're gonna build a couple. And this will give us enough bureaucracy excess to start incorporating more of the South American territories. Wow, Nedge is now 5 infamy to conquer? It seems like a lot. We can just dominion them though. I think I like this. Hopefully no one joins against us. If they do... The UK is involved in their own thing in the trucial states. So I think it's unlikely they go against us. We're going to see about incorporating a couple more of these boyos. 21, but it's only like 12 to incorporate there. We're gonna need a little bit more, but we're pretty close to being able to incorporate everything. Probably should have done this forever ago. just minimize that. Probably need some more caffeine, to be honest. Free uni? Hell yeah, brother. Now we are starting to really need these additional government admins, so I'm going to put another 4 at the front of the queue. Fully annexing Nejd here. Ukraine is a big boy now. Apologies, your internet went down. No need to apologize. Are you one of the ones who's coming from Ukraine? If you're in Ukraine right now, you really don't need to apologize for your internet going down. Like 10,000%, but we will. Oh, we're not gonna rev here. We get a tick here. King intervenes. The king's will to have his will be quashed will be materialized here. We get an obligation from Sichuan, so we can protectorate these boyos now. Using the obligation, it'll only give us 3.5 infamy. Hell yeah, brother. Let's go. We, of course, will start damaging relations with them after they accept. Once some of these government admins finish, we'll be okay. Nah, you're from merry old London? Right on. I can dig it. How did you find the channel, if you don't mind my asking? Did you find it through the UK run that we did? We're in pretty good shape here. I really want to try and push for 1K construction, but we're kind of not. Well, let's see. What's this look like? We subjugate Nejd. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, we didn't annex them. I thought we were doing that. So we could take on their debt, and then maybe... No, we can't protectorate them because of the truce. So we don't want to take on their debt. I really want to take our state back. Return state. They're so strong right now. 2,700 versus our... But our economy is growing faster than theirs by like a really large margin. Theirs is like flat, ours is nicely shaped. So I think we just sit tight, grow the economy, and then go back to trying to go after them. Which, like, doesn't feel very good, but I think it's the correct call. Because I think they're overpaying for their military right now. And they should be paying more on construction, and we're paying more on construction, so... We would either want to, like, delete a lot of our construction and build a ton of military and go after them, or just keep on keeping on. We gotta keep in mind we're getting 60k from Diplopacks from Great Exchange here. That's gonna go away eventually. Ripper new victims? Unfortunate. We're gonna up construction a little bit more here. I guess we can start putting in construction over here because we're incorporating these states. Getting close to getting all of them in. Actually, we were looking for Victoria 3 vids and randomly costs came across my channel. Oh, very nice. Yeah, so like there's actually, it seems to be a fairly large group of Romanians who follow me just because of my Romanian run-through. Although I'm guessing there's a lot more people doing UK run-throughs, and the space is a lot less crowded than Romanian, or Romania runs. Can we swap these yet? We probably can, because in the capital it's really... I'm guessing the labor is pretty expensive in the capital, or it's starting to... Well, I guess it's not really expensive, it's just a little expensive. But yeah, I'm always curious where my traffic comes from, but it's not necessarily easy to find out. I mean, I could kind of like sleuth through. Generally speaking, whatever gets the most comments, I think that's like what I pay the most attention to. We'll probably get Parliamentary Republic here on a pretty soon tick. We're just so close to like wanting to fight Russia, but I really don't want to owe Russia. I thought we could fight Russia when we fought Russia, and then we owed them like military reps for like forever, which I really don't want to run into that again. Getting economies of scale bonuses in a lot of places here. And then I guess we're going to put some of these government admins at the top of the queue. And work on these. Then we can incorporate all of the North and South America stuff. Maybe we shouldn't even be rushing multiculturalism, because we can't even put it in right now, actually. To be honest. What else do we get from human rights? I think we do care about... Actually, I think we should be going this stuff right now. Rotary valve engine isn't that great, but I think improved fertilizer is insane for us, because we have so much agriculture. So we'll come off this and switch over. I'm gonna start putting in construction centers here because we're starting to incorporate this as well. We're gonna want to start building industry over here as well. Any place that just has one type of thing, we're gonna let it auto build. Alright, well, we're gonna make you make tools, I think. Get Parliamentary Republic here. We immediately have a movement to restore monarchy. Can we reform the government? Not really at this point. We can come on to wealth voting. Everyone likes wealth voting, and this will kind of put the nail in the coffin of the, we could also go oligarchy. I don't think I want to go that route, though. I mean, we're having an anti-Putin stream. Seems really not appropriate. We, of course, do have an enormous authority problem now. So, we will stop bolstering or suppressing here. We will remove a consumption tax or two. So this would decrease by 50,000. That consumption tax is... Alright, let's get rid of this consumption tax. Ooh, that revolution is not gonna pop, but man, oh man, is that uncomfortable. We now have more than enough to incorporate everything. Oop, and we somehow have more authority? I guess he gained popularity. Let's do that. Losing a little bit of money, but this is fine. We gotta keep an eye on this, because that's not fine. But if it's just Cherson and Lushenk, which just have, you know, just the 35 battalions, we should be able to manage that pretty easy. If only CK3 were more like Vicky 3, in what way do you mean? Like in the you get to have sex with your mother type of way, or what? You can get Freud in this game. That's like practically the same thing. North German Federation's gotten some problems. We're gonna add some construction centers to the queue. We haven't finished those, but I think we want to be running a little bit of a deficit. Really want to get multiculturalism, man. Yeah, we have to pass multiculturalism for egalitarian society. CK3 felt pretty basic and easy. I mean, I think a big part of that is not necessarily the game as much as just like the UI sucks butt. This is going to be a kind of a big one for us. Swap over to first aid. And then I think we'll need an import route for... what's this about? Why can't we produce enough guns ourselves? Oh, we can. Kind of. Why don't we put this on auto expand, let it do its thing. I think we still might be importing weapons. Last chance. Do we want to join any of this? We could join Revolutionary North German Federation, which probably is going to win, right? And then they like us more if we join. And we're not currently in a war ourselves. Let's just join. And a little bit of token effort here. We get wealth voting. Nice. We have a ton in the North China HQ. Why don't we do this guy and promote that boyo? He's a royalist. We don't like that, but you do what you can. And this is now, look at this legitimacy now. We got, hell yeah, brother, off of wealth voting. Now, we don't want to go cultural exclusion because it's harder to swap from cultural exclusion to multiculturalism than supremacy. Which is kind of like a weird situation. We could swap to private schools pretty comfortably if we wanted. We don't have anywhere near the SOL, that would be better. But we have resettlement, we could swap to exploitation. Let's do it, baby. Maybe this pulls the landowners out of the rev, though. And our balls can drop a little bit. It's a little uncomfortable at the moment. We get a little bit of a war. This is okay. And these guys will now be super happy with us. Yay. Let's check our bankrolls and see how things are doing. Yunnan, we are bankrolling. We're waiting for them to not be defending the borders so we can incorporate them. Afghanistan, we can just invite them to the customs union. Maybe they were... No, they're defending the borders. But we can try and go into Kokand and Kiva now. Bukhara too, why not? And maybe we stop bankrolling you, but maybe we want you in. I'm not sure. We can just wait for them to get off of defending the borders. It is costing us a little bit to bankroll these people, but... It's so hard to eat and try and talk at the same time. We are losing quite a bit of money. I really want to switch up I really want to get to higher construction levels. Let's look where we have a ton of labor and look to increase this a bit. Son of a bitch. There go the Cheetos. Should be fine. No. I spilled everywhere. This is my story. There we go. All fine. All better. We'll have to get a new slice. Not a new plate, though. We're good with the plate. Goldfields depleted. It's unfortunate. Discord within the trade unions. I kind of don't want to sap off the trade unions, so we'll just take the extra chance. And now we have a very happy with us, these guys. We can't get an alliance, but if we could ally both these guys, would help a lot for going into Russia. I think we can just do it pretty comfortably. Although if they're cooperative or genial, really unlikely that they kind of go against us. Or I guess maybe we should declare, or we can't declare war on Russia while we're in the conflict with these guys. Let's check our infamy. 0, so we can actually do something kind of biggish. I mean, I kind of want to do the Russia war. I just don't know if we can do it. Do you have any alliances? You do. You're allied with Great Britain. Yeah, so I don't think we can do it. It's a bit unfortunate. How much would dominioning you cost in terms of infamy? Probably a lot. It's not the end of the world, but that is quite a penny. I think we'd want them to be able to conquer the rest of the stuff first. We go after Costa Rica or El Salvador. Yeah, this is a nice little penny. That's probably a little bit more than what we want. We want something around 10. In terms of cost on the infamy. That would be about what we want. We can almost get these guys in the customs union. We get a trade agreement with Dynam. Siam. Yeah, F it. We'll just be above 25 for just a little bit, but we can Dominion Siam. Siam. Yeah, and this is what happens when you go over 25. Oh, and Dynam, of course, declines because we went over. That's unfortunate. Yeah, we needed to wait for Dynam to respond and then say yes or no. Ugh. Ordered cheesy bread too. Haven't gotten into that yet. The good old. Do you normally go for colonizing collabs in the surrounding islands too? I normally do, but now, the Dutch East Indies AI goes for it a lot. I go for Papua, but Papua is now severe malaria as well. So the value of this area has decreased considerably. But yeah, going after collabs is decent. I think actually, no, you can't go after collabs because Dutch East Indies starts with an interest on it. Yeah. And so you can go for Papua later, but it's better to try and cut people off from the Congo, generally. We would really like to be able to... This dynamite's going to be pretty big here. Pump jacks isn't hugely important. I think that after this, we kind of want to get into the society tax a little bit. I don't know. I think we're going human rights after this. Fertilizer here. But yeah, everything's changed so much in 1.2 in terms of like what the strategy looks like for like a lot of things. Like to being able to dominion people is also pretty big. We should have gone for war reps on these guys as well, but whatever. promote this guy just to make sure. We'll land with a 54 stack. That should be enough. Should have gone for war reps on them as well. We're enacting exploitation. This will be, I think it's a little bit better. I think it's a lot closer now between that and resettlement. Playwright, we will probably take, yeah, just the enactment chance. Kind of sitting in a good spot in regards to other stuff. Do we have any railway problems? We do in Kursk. It's getting solved. I think we're just gonna do this and look to turn on steel passenger carriages in a lot of spots. Actually, let's just turn them on everywhere. And then, of course, we're running infrastructure problems everywhere now. Just slight infrastructure problems. We're gonna add some more. Man over machine. I don't mind them getting some momentum. They can't possibly win. It's wealth voting, my guy. But Siam seems like a decent pickup, and then our infamy is pretty high, and so maybe we go for opening Japan's market and look to get them in our market. And something like this seems good. Or it feels pretty good. Well, I really can't spill the marinara. That would be catastrophic. So don't spill marinara is the objective. Then I would need to get like a towel and like have a whole thing. This war is going pretty well here. We're gonna move the 15 stack over just in case the front's split up, which I think they're going to in a sec. But the 15 stacks from here. I'm gonna try and increase institutions or see what we could maybe increase. Definitely want education being up. Agrarian party wins? Oh, Jesus. Right after I say the Agrarian party can't win, they freaking win. I've never seen the Agrarian party win an election. Oh, because they're combined with the trade unionists? Fair, fair, fair. I can't put them in the government, it looks like. Or it won't be... Looks like I'm fine legitimacy, even not having the legitimacy from votes, because Parliamentary Republic makes whichever guy you have in the leader, and so we're just getting so much juice from the 25 free stuff from Beijing, or sorry, the 20, or sorry, yeah, the 20 free legitimacy, which will be 22 once we get colonial exploitation off, because for whatever reason it applies to that. Oop. And we subjugated Siam. If you take a look, this now gives 55 authority and 22 legitimacy, which is wild, which does bring us right into righteous. Fucking magical. So I think we're gonna open their market. We're gonna save before this war, because if everyone dogpiles us, it'll actually be catastrophic. I really wish it was a little bit more transparent what wars would look like. Or, I think the lack of transparency is not intentional. Maybe this is an okay game mechanic where you really don't know, but... We could revoke claims on Hokkaido, which is an interesting one, which would make it so we could colonize Hokkaido, except Russia would colonize it first. They're pretty fearful as well. Nice. What's up? You're back before you link for Kingslayer? What are you playing tonight? I also don't have Xyrus built yet, in terms of being able to play it. I think we're getting close to being able to fight Russia here. After this Japan war, we're gonna take a look at it. Unfortunately, they're allied with the UK again. Which is not the business. Okay, Japan backs down. Our market's been open. We're going to stop damaging relations. We're going to look to improve relations and get them into our market. Eventually. Now that we've opened up their market. We're going to take a look at what goods are expensive and cheap, and we're going to try and solve it. We're going to export fertilizer and furniture, luxury clothes, all to them. We're going to import from them tobacco and dyes. Dyes might not even be profitable. Yeah, it's barely. Okay. And tobacco. Wacky tobacco. Can't even import that much from them. So that's good. Neki and Thrasios without Thoracle, if the group says that's okay. Now you say without Thoracle, do you mean without just Thassa's Oracle, or without the entire shebang? Because without the entire shebang, I think the deck might actually be kind of a little underpowered. But I think if you... Yeah, I don't know. Let's click on Sweden. We want to get them in the customs union, that'd be sweet. I think the problem is like, I think if you don't have Thassa's Oracle, it looks a lot more fair. I think if people are hemming and hawing, you can also offer to remove Court of Calling. Maybe Karlov also, I'll just have to intentionally avoid going infinite. Yeah. Still has package through Labman and Jace. Yeah, so that's like the thing. It's like the card that's like infinite in that, right? Or at least in my mind, the card that's like the offender is the stuff that gets rid of your library through a means that just gets, it can get through an unlimited amount of cards out of your library, right? And in my mind, that's the infinite. Well, we are popping off in terms of the money. Why is that? It's because SOL dropped? Basically only win con, not getting through damage with Thrasios? Yeah, so that's what it is the only win con as far as I can remember. Like, you don't have any big value stuff. I don't know. But having a backup seems good. You're gonna, you know, play that if they let you. I guess if you're there, just float the idea that, or no, never mind. I'm curious if like Ulash would be kosher, because Ulash by his very nature is just goes infinite, you know. Gonna expand these a bit. I think actually what this is all about is a bunch of our incorporations finished, maybe? Except they're gradual, so it shouldn't make that big a deal. We did just get fertilizer, so we're gonna go it. Oh, this is gonna be so good for us. Oh, baby. And we're going to go improve fertilizers. Yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Gonna do some of that in Kyiv. Meow. That's not infinite. I'm away for like 40 minutes and no border change with Russia. It's for shame. Were you here for the failed fight with Russia? Ulash would spook people? Like, as a commander, Ulash would spook people? Really? I think Ulash is not, like... I don't have the tech needed to start the canal yet. I need to get civilizing mission. I'm not civilized enough. I'm not bringing civilization to the natives yet. No missions. Which failed fight, yeah, basically. The one where we had to pay war reps to Russia for 5 years. That one. Where we were trying to get Kuban back. We were return state CB in Kuban. We got clapped. Running, yeah, this is such a fat surplus. And we have a huge investment pool built up. Still got to keep expanding construction. We're going to be going up to 1K here, I think. Let's do a little bit of this action. Maybe it's because we went dynamite and it made iron so cheap? I don't know. Have we even turned on the we haven't even turned on the dynamite. Let's do it, baby. Let's not turn it on everywhere, though. We need more boom boom factories. But these things will be so profitable. Why don't we 51 this? So this is going to go 32, 42, 47, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that'll be 51. And we'll add some railways at the front of the queue. Maybe use a bunch of railways finishing, giving us access. Which failed fight? The truth hurts, man. We've been going like 9 hours and we're nowhere near annexing all of Russia. The truth hurts. Pretty close to 1,000 construction here, still making bank. National revenue is just cranking up. It's not really income taxes. It's not. Some of it's consumption taxes. A lot of it's dividend taxes. Maybe just the dividend taxes off of all those export routes. I don't think that's going to be enough. I don't know why we're making so much right now. I mean, I guess I'm fine with it though, so. Education increased? Hell yeah, brother. We love to see it. Why don't we actually build another 10, 11 universities here? I feel like Ulash isn't spooky until you've played against it. But I don't know, like, mono green ramp into, just having a bunch of idiots and then going, Crater Hoof Behemoth seems like it might be the best strategy. How can you leverage money? Just having a bigger stick. Having a stick costs money. You can have a bigger one with more money. I guess maybe that's what we should do here. So we'll just up the military by a quarter as well. I don't know if that's enough to like want to go for the fight, but it's a plan. Where's more? Need another half of this. God, I'm just gonna be chowing down this entire time. And I can't pause for like long enough to eat like a substantive. Well, actually, I've eaten a substantive amount, but. But yeah, you can't. There are no mercenaries in this game. It's a little. Victorian era is a little late for mercenaries, you know? I think. The boom booms are super profitable right now. We could try and build them higher somewhere else. I guess I'm just... Let's see if we can play a little bit of whack-a-mole, trying to find places that have close to 51 economies of scale. But aren't quite there yet, other than Kyiv, which has, like, a lot of employment already. You're, like... Why are you not employing? There are just not a lot of people here in Rostov? Yeah, there's just not a lot of people there. There's some peasants here in Kursk. So let's do this, maybe. Set this on auto-expand as well. And add a few railways at the front. Pay higher military wages and get military tech or what? What is the big stick? Just build more barracks. So every barracks employs 1,000 guys, and so here we have like a level 75 barracks going to 100, and so you just build more. If we take a look here, I mean, you can also afford better PMs, but we have 200 battalions total, which gives us a power projection of 1,600. And then if we take a look at Russia, they have 450 battalions for 276, which the first thing you might notice is that doesn't seem proportional, because they have more than double the battalions, but not more than double the power projection. That's because they're using worse PMs than us. So we're paying more for military goods, and also, but they have a bigger military. Overall, their military is stronger. But we're working on it. But I think our line is starting to look really straight up-y. And once you get straight up-y, then you're off. You're like doing your thing, which is kind of what's going on. Because you just build more construction. The construction builds more buildings. And so we're kind of popping off a little bit here. We'll maybe just add a 5 here and a 5 here at the back. So we don't have to click as much, but and go speed 4. But we are popping off a little bit here. In terms of money. We also don't mind getting rid of our credit line too much. We don't quite want to get rid of it, but this isn't the end of the world. But they have a GDP of like 54 million. Ours is like 4x, so maybe it's time to just like bite the bullet and build like a military large enough to build an army worthy of Mordor, you know? Kursk. So we'll just go Lushank and Kursk up to 50, and then Kherson. And all these up to... Oop, not these last two. Those are not in the right region. They're not in the Dnipro region. So we'll just add another 50 on top of that. And I mean, maybe we could go for new military PMs. Modern nursing, which would give us something new. Once rifling's researched, we could go breech loading artillery for a new one. This is auto-spreading to us. So breech loading artillery would give us a different production method, or PM, of shrapnel artillery for our barracks. Which would be a little bit of an upgrade. Not a huge upgrade, but... yeah. I wish we could get a second. Well, actually, we can't even get 2 alliances at once. But these guys are genial now, and they're infamous. So maybe we can go after this. The problem is... yeah, the British... well, actually, here... they're going against Tuat. Oh, this is Tuat over here. Hey, Nubinator, how's it going? Just doing some stream things. Meow! Cat's meowing outside my door. Just came to say hi. Very nice. Time Dog finished his Red Dead run, it seems. So obviously he's gonna play Vicky 3 now. You're doing good. Have a good have a great day too. Okay, bye. Okay. I'll see you later, Numinator. Thanks for stopping by. These are about to finish. When these finish, I think we can swap up to boom booms on everything. Because we're currently not using the boom booms on everything. Or the maximum boom booms. We're also paying for subsidies now, so we're going to start turning these on here. It makes these buildings lose money, but they eat up some more transportation, and the increased price of transportation means we pay less than the subsidy. Stonks. We get socialism. So we could go for graduated technology, tech, whatever. Let's go dynamite here. I don't think anyone supports that, do they? Yeah, no. Only one group wants graduated taxation. And it's the fucking trade unions. Love the way they've changed stuff to make it, it's almost time for anti-Putin hour, actually. So let's do that. So every hour on the hour, we take a little minute to talk about why Putin's an asshole. So let's take that minute now. And let's get on to... we talked about the Beslan school siege. So now we're gonna be in a little bit more of a slow mode. All this stuff I've prepared to talk about, kind of already talked about it, but we're gonna go and take a look at this. And this is just an article I pulled up this morning. Putin is notorious for, you know, assassinating a lot of people. And here's just a very recent list of people who were recently assassinated by Putin. And by assassinated, I mean they fell off of buildings, and there's no explanation to as why. Maybe they committed suicide. Russian tycoon reportedly fell from hotel window in Reganda on India. Let's see. The politician and millionaire criticized Putin's war with Ukraine following the missile attack in Kyiv earlier this year. Wow, what a strange coincidence. Ravil Maganov, Lukoil chairman Ravil Maganov has been openly critical of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Shortly after the war began, the oil company called for the soonest termination of armed conflict, per the report. Maganov, similar to Antov, mysteriously died by falling out of a window of a Moscow hospital. Wow, that's so crazy. What a weird coincidence. However, the now deleted statement from Lukoil said that the 67-year-old died of the following serious illness. Huh, that's weird. I didn't know that falling out of a window was an illness. Businessman Dan Rapport publicly condemned the Russian-Ukrainian war on social media several times and emphasized his support for Ukraine. He was discovered dead in front of an apartment building. Wow, that's wild. In Washington, D.C. in August, according to the report, police said he had a Florida driver's license, a black hat, just over $2,500 cash, and orange flip-flops. Yeah, crazy. He must have slipped and fell off a building, too. That's wild. Mikhail Lestian, November 2016, he was found dead of blunt force trauma to the head. I guess maybe he fell off a building. Lesin, who founded English-language television network Russia Today, was considering making deals with FBI to protect himself from corruption charges before his death, per the Daily Beast. Yep. Alright, Boris Nemtsov in February 2015. Former Russian deputy prime minister under Boris Yeltsin, went on to become a big critic of Putin. He was shot 4 times in the back, that must have been an accident, just yards from the Kremlin as he walked home from a restaurant. Wow, wild. Boris Brezhnev was a Russian oligarch who fled to Britain after he fell out with Putin. During his exile, he threatened to bring down Putin by force. He was found shot dead in his Berkshire home. Maybe he fell on a bullet. That can happen sometimes. But in an apparent suicide. Yeah, okay, bud. He was found dead inside of a locked back room with ligature around the neck. The coroner couldn't explain how he died. Yeah, sure. Natalia Etsa, I can't pronounce these words. She was a journalist. She specialized in covering human rights abuses carried out by the Russian state in Chechnya. She was abducted from outside her home, and she was found nearby woodland with a gunshot wound to her head. That also must have been an accident. Terrible. These 2 people, human rights lawyer Stanislav Markelov, represented this person and other journalists. Sorry, I can't pronounce these names. He was shot by a masked gunman near the Kremlin. Maybe he just fell on a bullet. Journalist also was walking with him, who was also shot when she tried to help him. And we've already talked about Alexander Litvinenko, who was the former KGB agent who tried to bring light to the fact that Putin bombed his own people in order to try and win an election. Litvinenko was poisoned by FSB agents, blah blah blah, who were acting on orders that had probably approved by Mr. So-and-so and also by President Putin. Litvinenko is very critical of Putin, accusing him, among other things, of blowing up an apartment building and ordering the murder of journalist so-and-so. Sorry with these names. Hey, here's the journalist so-and-so, in the flesh. Who was very critical of Putin. In her book, Putin's Russia, she accused Putin of turning the state into a police state. She was murdered by contract killers. That must have been an accident. Who shot her at point blank range in a lift outside her flat. Hey, Paul Klebanov. By the way, all of these have some sort of citation and some sort of thing. I'm just not going to click any links. He had written about corruption. He was killed by a drive-by shooting. Wow. Russian politician is attempting to prove that Russian state was behind the bombing of the apartment block. This is what we mentioned earlier. He was killed by assassination. Single shot to the chest. Wow. He must have fallen on the bullet. Crazy. It's wild how all these accidents happen. Ah, yes, Windows cystitis. Very dangerous for oligarchs near windows. Yeah, you're telling me. Recently, the most recent I have heard of was last week, or earlier in this week, after the Belarusian foreign minister, after meeting with Putin's foreign ministry, following the release of the Belarusian, the plan to annex Belarus over the course of some time by Russia, following the release of that document, they met, and then they apparently just killed themselves. Wow, it's so crazy. Fell on a bullet. Yep, that's how they died. That's what the coroner said. Hey, look, I'm just trusting the science. They fell on a bullet. Isn't that what we're supposed to do, Gus? Trust the science? The science says he fell on a bullet. I don't know what to tell you. Alright, we gotta declare this war sometime soon. Our power projection's starting to get close to his. So I think we do breach loading artillery and then we do the war. I think this is the plan. This is the way. This is the way. Turns out some people are just allergic to bullets. Yeah, I know. They were just trying to, they were just playing a happy game of shot in the back, and You know, how was I supposed to know they were allergic? I was just sharing my bullets with my friend. The list goes on and on, by the way. Didn't include Alexei Navalny, who was poisoned. Didn't include the Belarusian. One that gets referenced in the Kasparov's book that I find particularly distasteful is one who, immediately following the assassination, Putin sent flowers to the widow. Which is just disgusting, you know? Because it's not even, at that point, it's not even about a power or political expedience. It's about literally just twisting the knife on some poor woman whose husband's been killed. We are starting to run out of things, though, to talk about. We've actually talked about everything. It's just more Alexei Navalny. So I think that will be the last hour on the hour segment that I've got for everyone. Alright, let's get this bread. We get an obligation from Bukhara? I didn't even know we were bankrolling them. Can we invite you? No, we can absolve the obligation though. We can absolve for you. Probably just need to do trade with them to make them not indifferent to us. Because so much cash. Part of it is the fact that we are... Well, let's stay... Let's just build a few of these. Build some of these up in the capital. Just trying to be a little quick here. Add another 10 unis. Just 51 this. Gotta send out a text. Gold discovered in Transvaal. Hell yeah, brother. Let's make sure we are building all the gold out. Yeah, it is all built out. We don't need to pause. Let's do this. Just make sure there's level 1 wood, because we're gonna... everywhere. So, because we're gonna put it on auto construction. We're gonna turn on the auto construction everywhere. For the wood and the iron. Let's get into that. Very much not a fan of Putin. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but this is kind of where I'm at. And we're finally not running this a mega huge surplus, so this is good. Maybe you get rid of a consumption tax here as well. Which somehow stymies the economy? Go figure. But now we're not running the negative on the authority, which we kind of want to stay off of. We're righteous, which is good. We could swap to this if we wanted to pass some laws, but I think we'll just sit tight. All the laws we want, we need the trade unionists in government. We would really want an alliance between the trade unionists and the Intelligentsia, but I think this is going to be hard for us to get. We'll take that. And let's see... Nope, we're not going to jump the gun early. We are researching breech loading artillery now. We will swap to the new PM, and then we will fight them. We will not, again, jump the gun on terms of what we want to do. Let's go to the ports, though. You're having infrastructure problems. Why don't we solve that with a port? Or why don't we just build a few more ports? We'll probably need them at some point. Let's see if we can get some big imports for both fabric and wood and hardwood. And we desperately actually need a bunch of convoys because all of those were gated by our lack of convoys. So we'll do that. And then we probably want to try and 51 clothes somewhere. Why don't we look to the newish worlds? What are you building? You just have a bunch of trade centers. You have... This is fine for building up textile mills. We'll just 51 it from nothing and set it on auto expand. And of course, gonna put down some railways to support that. That'll be good. And we're playing very, very patiently and not starting the war with Russia before we have the strength for it. We're probably pretty close to being the #1 economy. And by pretty close, I mean we just pipped it looks like. So now we're really starting to pop off. I think I'm gonna 51 this so we get the max throughput bonus from economies of scale. Most of the cost that is in, if you take a look, wages versus paper, most of the cost is in wages. So getting a larger throughput bonus is really, really valuable on the unis. And then our research should really kick off from there. And I don't think we're going to wait for another tech. In theory, we could wait for modern nursing. But I think after following this, we might want to go ironclad gantry cranes to start... Yeah, there's nothing super... Yeah, I think we want to go ironclad gantry cranes to get our, you know, modernized navy on. Ripper new victims. No evidence of these crimes. They weren't committed. They fell on the bullets. Don't you know? Huge economies of scale bonuses here in the capital where we are encouraging manufacturing. It looks like we have a bit of extra authority from something, so we're going to tax luxury clothes out here. Now we do have the 51 here in the queue. I think we will also up the steel mills a little bit. Look to just kind of push economies of scale in places like here. This has just glass, so let's push the glass and do economies of scale bonus. Here is just the chem plants, so we'll push it up and we'll put it on auto expand. And we're just trying to, you know, really encourage this economies of scale throughput bonus. Here's just the tooling workshop. We'll push it up, put it on auto expand. Here's the glassworks and the clothes. I think I'd rather they focus the clothes, so we're going to put the clothes in and we'll do this. Suppose we need to minimize this window. So this is good. We're still making money. This is going to be good when we swap over to using artillery. I'm going to up this and use a better PM. I'm not really... I really wish this was... I mean, we could subsidize this to make it employ. If we were so inclined, but I don't think this is worth it. Starting to, you know, proceed in a good direction in regards to loyalists versus radicals. Pretty sure all the radicals are out here, really. Yeah, they're discriminated against, and they're not happy. We would love to not discriminate against them. Unfortunately, no one is for multiculturalism, so... And we're not going to swap to one of the other ones. Yeah. Now, we could swap to protected speech. I don't hate this. This would increase text spread percentage. which would help us catch up on technology. We were a little behind. I think we're starting to pull ahead on some things. Don't hate it. It doesn't mean we can't bolster or suppress anyone anymore, but this is probably fine. And it makes us get the bonus from the trade unionists? Hell yeah, brother. This bonus is really strong. And no one's revving, it looks like. Yeah, I think this is good. I think we're with it. Our investment pool is growing. It's quite shrunk down. It's pretty volatile. Don't know what we're supposed to build tall here. I don't think they have a specific bonus. Ooh, they have fisheries. I guess we could just build fisheries out here. Don't hate that. And then tools, maybe we build tall here. Tools is like always pretty good. Put it on auto expand. Are we close? So here we're kind of close to 51ing, so we'll just put that in. And we will add a few railways to support that. And we are making bank, so I mean, I guess we only want one thing, and it's fucking construction. A bunch of defensive packs all roll in at once. That's kind of interesting. We're gonna check our bankrolls to see if there's anything we can do special. Kiva we can invite to the customs union with an obligation, so we'll do that. We'll just keep bankrolling them for now. Khaken we can invite, but we don't have an obligation, and we can invite Bukhara with an obligation, so we will do that. And we will keep on keeping on, so maybe we can protectorate them. They do... Protectorating is cheaper now. Getting these boyos in the customs union will be quite nice. The Ukrainian market grows. The Xing market, we kind of... Oh, we can get a trade agreement with them. We can't quite get them in the customs union, but soon we can. And, can't take on the debt. We can bankroll them, though. That's a really expensive bankroll, though. We are looking to eventually get them into the market. This is the plan. Alright. Oh, we're just so close. We gotta wait 200 days after turning this PM on, so I guess in summer-ish. We have, like, we should be doing something with our enemy here, though. Can we annex Nejd? Let's annex Nejd. Looks like we need to recruit some new generals as well. Like a ton of new ones. Oh, looks like a lot of them are booty. I mean, that guy's pretty good, but he's not... We generally don't want the Orthodox Church guys, but this guy's gonna be our boyo, I think. And we still have more... Alright, well this guy's got the right interest group. This guy's also got the right interest group, so... A little bit of a mess, but that'll have to do for now. Yeah, crack down on the conservatives. Don't like those boyos. And as soon as we research this, we will be swapping the PMs. Shrapnel artillery. The Agrarian Party wins again. Man, this is wild for me to see. We're gonna stick with what we got because this is the most legitimate government we can make, but kind of stuck on this for now because if we swap, then we get new government formed. Really flat on the SOL. A big part of this is because we're sapping off pops from the territories we've taken from China. Really wish we could have gotten a bigger ally. Well, the North Germans also really like us, so maybe we can get them in on this. The problem is these guys are allied with the UK. I don't know how much UK is interested in helping them as well. We are, I think, more powerful now. We just have to wait for our PMs to finish swapping over before we do anything. And this gives us a nice opportunity to kind of chill through that. So once this war finishes, we'll probably go to war with, start our war with them. To get back Kuban. I think we could use some more, well, we're already building that, but we can use some more convoys. We're working on it, though. Growth is starting to flatten out a little. Don't like that. We want the line to be straight up always and forever. We're just gonna add 20 more construction centers. I think that'll be enough to take us into the negative, which is kind of where we want to be. Why are you so negative, bro? Yeah, these guys wanting to join the Liberal Party means we can't reform anything without, like, making these guys into the Liberal Party. Although, this now makes... I mean, can we do this? What does this look like? Yeah, that's not legitimate. That's not legit, bro. Rousing speech captivates the public. You're telling me. More than happy for them to gain some juice. So... protected speech is perhaps not the most important thing. God, our queue is freaking huge. Kind of want to keep it huge. Want to make money moves. Suppose if we want to up the speed even more, we can. Nej, we're going to swap over their PMs. We'll reset the production methods there. And so now we're kind of in a spot. We're going to slow down a little bit. We're going to fight Russia for returning Kuban. We're going to save before this war. In case, like, if we get dogpiled on, we're just going to load in terms of who joins the war. And we'll also liberate Poland. Put this as primary and add war reparations. And we'll see who we can sway. If we can sway the kebab, we'll go for that. And we will mobilize everyone and put everyone on the front. We might land with this boyo. Petro, or whatever his name is. Can we sway? No, we can't sway, so we'll probably add another liberation. I think on Belarus? I don't think we want to try and bust up the UK. We get protected speech, it's nice. So we're gonna have to get rid of a consumption tax here. I think we might want to get rid of service. Well, no, not services, not yet. Service tax, too good. Now that we're on protected speech, oh, we already have guaranteed libs. I think that, I mean, I don't think we want private schools yet. Oh, I guess it's just chill mode for now. Gold depleted in Transvaal. You'll love to see it. Now we can build some gold mines there. Looks like... So we're gonna bring a guy off of this front. What's his name? Petro. Oh, is this guy... What is he front is he from? He's from the South China HQ. Well, I actually think he's pretty good, so... Let's look to increase him, his barracks. And then we'll probably look to land the Russian capital to try and enforce on them for this. We'll credit the trade unionist. We would like their clout to get up pretty high if we could. Up to 20 to double their bonus. This would be nice. Great Britain's damaging relations. We don't like that. We hate to see that. Alright, war with Russia breaks out, so we're going to try and navally land their capital. With which guy has 30 out of 40? Where's Petro? Oh, we can't land Petro? Oh, we have to land someone from this? That sucks. Alright, we'll take this guy, Mikhail, off of this front. We have a much bigger defense. It's possible we're supposed to just defend on some of these fronts, but I'm not sure exactly what we're supposed to do. Yeah, maybe we're just supposed to defend. Where's the big stack here? Stamp out monarchism is completed. Hell yeah, brother. The last monarchist. We want them to come... elitists. Maybe once this battle ends, we will swap back on the other guy. I mean, maybe we can push him out. Maybe that's just a bad roll from us. But I think we can just hold them off pretty comfortably on defense and look to push the other spots. Maybe? I guess I don't really know. Defense is just so much stronger than offense in this game. I really wish you could queue switching to defense, but you can't. This is a bit unfortunate. A thing that you cannot. We're about to hit the 10-hour mark shortly. And we haven't taken any Russian sand, so maybe a little bit of that. We'll just play defense on this front. We'll push on this other front. Looks like they're already getting a push in. And hopefully our landing goes pretty good. We're pushing here as well. So that's nice. Nice, 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 nice. Alright, looks like things are going good. Except we don't have enough convoys. They're pushing in. We're pushing in. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, we started out with a much bigger troop. I guess we should have defined where we wanted to push a little bit. We want to push into here to release Belarus. But we get this, I guess. It's fine too. Yeah, it looks like we'll be enforcing on them shortly. They're getting minus 10 a tick. Alright, we take... I mean, this was our primary war goal here, Kuban. So I guess we did want to take that, at least. We take Kaban, we liberate Poland, liberate Belarus, and get war reps. Hell yeah. We're gonna bankroll both these guys and try and pull them into the customs union. And I think we could just white peace these boys. Yeah, they're more than happy to white peace out. And the kneecapping has begun. Belarus wants a defensive pact. I don't think I want the defensive pact. I just want you in the customs union, and then I will defend you myself. Could offer them an obligation, but they'll use it to force us into a defensive pact, so we're not going to do that. Can add another 20 in the back of the or 10 in the back of the queue in a lot of these places. I think that'll be fine. I think we have to reincorporate this, or does it stay incorporated? No, it stays incorporated. Cool. We're not using a lot of infrastructure. I don't think we need to add the shipyard in the queue. No, we can't not add it. The red means we can't do anything about it. Okay, fair enough. I think we'll want to make tooling workshops big here. We'll add a couple of railways as well to help pave the way, as it were. And 5 years from now, we'll just clap Russia again. This will be the never-ending clapping. We'll go to declare interest and make sure we have an interest in like all the Siberia stuff as well. Let's take a look at what's going on in the Congo. Yeah, I think they've got malaria tech, which kind of sucks for us. Steam Donkey? I don't think we're going to be able to use Steam Donkey very profitably right now. And let's take a look. Let's also swap all these over to cargo ports for now. And also swap all these over to steel passenger trains. And definitely want to pay the... Oop, can we do vacuum canning? Probably not yet. Don't have oil. Modernizing the arsenal. Hell yeah, brother. Progress towards repeaters. Ironclad's gonna feel pretty nice. We're making a good amount of money now. We can, of course, expand more construction. I think we have a little bit just tucked in the queue. Kind of random spots. So we'll just put more in the queue in random spots? I don't know. Let's take a quick look at our bankrolls. We'll absolve our obligation with Yunnan. They're not friendly with us. Hopefully they get there. Afghanistan we're friendly with. We're waiting on being able to pull them in as a protectorate for them to not be defending the borders. I think that's the same situation here. Cochin, we can just straight up invite them to the customs union, so let's do that. Once you're in, will you accept? No, because you're defending the borders. So let's keep on keeping on with Cochin. Really don't mind paying them a little bit of extra, juicing them up, make them construct a little bit more. This is fine. We could trade agreement with Belarus. We could trade agreement with Poland. Let's export a bunch of consumer goods to them. And maybe this makes them go over the top if they want to come in. So we have a really large volume of trade now. No, not quite. We could just wait until we get an obligation. So we'll just do that, I think. They're in our customs union. The customs union is expanding a bit. Hopefully we can get China in there as well. We were thinking of bankrolling them. It's a really expensive bankroll, though. We can take on their debt one time. And then we would be able to customs union them. So let's take on their debt of 26 million. It's a little expensive. Well, it's actually wildly expensive. Okay, well. We will get them in the customs union, though. Boom, baby. Huge customs union. Now, we can't protectorate them now. But if they're not defending the borders, maybe there's a chance for it down the road. Something like this. We border guard them to death, certainly. Turns out some people are allergic to bullets. Yeah, that's forever ago, though. Alright, we are cranking right along. We do have to wait for nothing. Alright, let's... What kind of war do we want to start? We do want to... We're probably pretty low on the infamy now. Yeah, we're completely decayed. So can we annex Siam? Yeah, this isn't too bad. Let's take a look. Alright, I will be back in 20 seconds. Don't let anything happen without me. Were you guys watching for me? You mind in the store? Hopefully nothing big happened. We're just trying to turn the corner in terms of speed. Also, we got some soda. Because we need caffeine. Let's go, baby. We are going to need to land them. Oh, did our Navy guy die? Terrible. Alright, let's recruit a new admiral. Oh, we have a ton in the Caucasus. That's interesting. I don't actually hate it. We can recruit the convoy raider, maybe. The guy to the far right. We'll promote this guy a couple times. And then we will recruit another admiral for the Caucasus HQ. And we'll use this guy who's a bandit. We'll promote him so he can lead everyone. And we'll have him escort the convoys to Beijing. So wild that we have this guy in the customs union now. Major change to 1.2, so we are going to be able to siphon off pops from Great Qing. Or we are currently, even. So labor is going to stay really, really cheap for us. Doing kind of okay on economies of scale stuff. We get the Ripper, he's dead. Clapton Irons, we got the bastard. Let's take a look in Kiev. We are going to get rid of our problems with the government admins by expanding where we have problems. I think we have that on auto construction. Yeah, this is fine. Kursk, we're going to add a few in the back of the queue. Making tons of money. We do have some construction centers in the queue. We're going to kick him to the top of the queue. And now those will get crushed in a matter of seconds. Native uprising in La Plata. That doesn't quite concern us, but it kind of concerns us. What is this? Austria joins something against France. Our naval invasion failed. We'll just land with both boyos at the same time. That should work. The boyos. We'll increase that so we can tax luxury clothes. Bada bing, bada boom. paying more money to the Intelligentsia, which will give them more clout in our current system. We're kind of like to have the clout of the trade unionists or the rural folk up to 20 to double their bonuses, but this is fine. Definitely want to make the trade unionists happier, so how can we do that? I don't think the trade... Do the trade unionists support this? They do support poor laws, so let's go poor laws, which is going to tick them up into happy mode, which is what we want. We are going to run a bureaucratic deficit, so in the back of the queue, we're going to add some here, and we're going to swap the ironclad once we get a landing here. We do have 2 battles going on, so I'm pretty sure this is going to work. But we're... I said it... I wanted it to work so bad. Maybe the other one would work, though. We could almost take on their debt. Great Mongol state. They're already in the customs union, though. This one might work, though. So it looks like this guy... Ah, the classic unassigned from the front thing. You'll love to see it. Alright, so we assign to some fronts. Hopefully we get a nice little push off and we get it. Now we have this. We finished Ironclad, so we're going to swap over the PMs. I think we want Civilizing Mission, but we're already researching it. We can go Feminism and then into Steel Frame Buildings I like a lot. Actually, I kind of like Steel Frame over Feminism. Let's do that. Steel Frame into Feminism. And then eventually we're going to push Malaria Prevention, so why don't we go into this, into ahead of time Malaria Prevention, something like this. And we're going to swap over our PMs. We need to swap over everything at once, so we're going to swap over that, swap over that, swap over to industrial ports. We will swap over... Ugh, wonder what that's messing up. Can we do steam donkeys anywhere? Yeah, we can do steam donkeys there. And can we do hardwood everywhere, and then... Rail transport? Sure. Rail transport? Sure. And you will go steam trawlers. Of course, you're bugged, so we can't switch you to privately owned. And then we're definitely running not enough steamships, but we'll go steamships. We'll go military, I think. Huh. Yeah, we'll just go military shipbuilding for now, and that should solve this. We research ironclads, doctrine of iron and steam. We'll take the power projection. And now we're cranking out. Really up the speed of what we're doing here. I think it was the lack of calories, and then I ate, and then it kind of hit me, and then I'm like, oh, okay, we're doing good, we're chilling, we're doing it. We're living the dream here, as it were. That's actually profitable, so we'll swap over. Yeah, we'll swap over on a few of these. The wheat farms aren't, well, the wheat farms say they're profitable. Just this one's not profitable, so we'll swap over. Yeah, you know what, screw you guys, Orthodox Church. What have you done for me lately? Colonizing mission unlocked. We will, of course, increase the institution straight away. Same with home affairs. This will be nice. Nice. Big nice. We, of course, are decaying because we don't have a landing. So we're actually going to try and get another landing off. We're going to land with the big boy, the 75 stack. This is a bit yikes because I do think they have independence as the secondary war goal. So this is unfortunate. Been a little bit careless. Maybe we should come down to Speared 4, although it really doesn't matter the Siam War too much. I guess I should have checked their capital. Their capital is here, so... is it? Where's your capital, boyo? There it is? Okay, so we'll land that, actually. With the 75 stack. And we'll land this with the 20 stack as well. Austria-Hungary is out of here. So hopefully we can get this off. I am concerned about our decay levels. It's 5 a tick, so we'll see. We'll acquiesce, try and push this through. Actually, no, we shouldn't have. Core laws, we already have such a high enactment chance on. It's not important. Sitting pretty here, though. Yikes. I think this is a miss. I think we flubbed it. Played a little too fast here. Oh, nope, we got on the front, maybe? No, maybe not. Oh, we got into the capital, so now we're going to be decaying them pretty quick. This is a overrun type of thing. Ooh, we could do this. The Liberal Party wins and the Agrarian Party is doing well. So we could do this and start to chip into some of the laws we want to pass. I don't hate this idea, but we are super legitimate now. I think we just stay on this for now, especially until we get another tick of poor laws and then maybe we swap over. I'm not sure. Ugh, we're getting enforced on so fast here. We can do a little sneaky sneak though to make us get enforced slower. Let's raise all conscripts. And the reason why is it increases, a big part of this is because we have 97 casualties out of 400,000 available. If we activate conscripts, it'll be out of a higher available number. So we're just going to activate all the conscripts to make the decay slower, so we can enforce on them, I think. Maybe not, though. Maybe we just lose. But if not, it's whatever. I think we get this war off, though. So now, you see that it's just -2 because it's out of 700k available, or 800k available. So it's much less, and so hopefully this works out. Now, our conscripts will die very, very quickly once they start getting to the battlefield, so this is the trade-off. But I think that we could do this. Yeah, they're decaying -9, and we're decaying -2.5. I think we got this. I think we righted that ship last minute. Now let's take a look at if we can get them in the customs union. We can get them in the customs union. Can we get Poland? We can get Poland in the customs union. Can we protectorate you? No, we have a truce with you. Otherwise, maybe we take on your debt and then do that. Kiev. Let's do... Ooh, loyalists from lower strata is so good. Or it's just in Kiev, though. Yeah, let's do that anyway. Large number of Ukrainians from Austria-Hungary are migrating here. Yeah, you don't say. That seems very on theme, very on brand. Belarus joins our customs union. It expands once more, and I'm guessing Poland will as well. And we expand Siam. We take Siam, so let's swap over all of their PMs to what we want. And we're gonna also delete the military. I hate how this makes you scroll. I don't want to scroll. Why you make me scroll? Do you love my song? Do you hate my song? I don't want to scroll. They still... Where are the 3 units left here? I think looking the other way is faster. Conscription center. No barracks. Conscripts. Yeah, it seems like fine. I think we will also set everywhere that has... Ooh, Ingor Watt. What does this give? Orthodox Church political strength? Yeah, not exactly what we would want. Maybe incorporating them's a mistake, actually, on the back of that. But we will put opium in auto-expand. And we will look to build some opium of our own. Hell yeah, brother. Now, can we just wipe peace out? They want to ban slavery in Zulu. You know what? You got it, bud. We accept. Now we are making hand over fist. Let's check the Diplo. How long do we have on this? 85? So 2 years. Okay, we can deal with that. We can roll with that. Now, I think we wanted to get these guys in the customs union, right? Do we have enough to bankroll you? Kind of. Let's do it. Having Great Shing in the customs union is so baller, though. So good. Let's see, our infamy is 2.4. This is quite low. That's a lot of infamy. Why don't we try and bankroll you and get you in the customs union, though? And why don't we try and bankroll you and get you in the customs union? And we're gonna check our bankrolls and see if we can pull anyone in. And just when I thought they was... Wait, just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Y'all are in the customs union, but we want to try and protectorate you, but we have a truce, so we don't want to do that quite yet. And we just started bankrolling all you. Trucal states would be something to go after. Egypt cock blocks us. We researched civilizing mission, though. So let's actually build a few more of these boyos in front. And try and get up over 1K so we can afford the Panama thing. And maybe we just go after Costa Rica, we just take the state. Or we can Dominion and then push in. We still have a little bit of infamy to decay. And we'll just put this guy on the front and let's see what they think. And ask for war reps. Maybe we want to bankroll Mexico? No, it's a little expensive. We're also rolling a whole bunch of bankrolls right here to try and expand some stuff out. Can, of course... Ooh, why would we go to 33 when we could go to 51? There's 41, 51. We'll add a couple extra... We'll add one extra railway for that. Second wind time. We get an obligation right away from the shogunate. This is nice. We can absolve it to get to cordial relations, which we need at the minimum to get a customs union. But they are cautious towards us. We can also improve relations. We have a bunch of extra diplo we're floating, so this seems fine. We are moving over here. It looks like no one's joined on their side, so this should be a quick clap, or they back down. Hoping for a back down. Kind of just hoping to expand all the way through here, pretty uncontested. Ecuador, I think, is in our customs union. We can protectorate you by offering you an obligation. And then... How much is this? 5 infamy. How much is it to just dominion you? 10 infamy? So is this even cheaper? I don't think it's cheaper to do this than to dominion. Because when we dominion, it's still going to be 25%. So, no, it'll be a little bit cheaper. Yeah, let's just do it. Alright. You had me at hello. You had me at a free protectorate. North German Federation wants a trade agreement. Hell yeah, brother. We love it. Once these guys join, they refuse. But it says you will accept. We'll try again. I don't see... Seems a little buggy. Maybe they won't accept by offering an obligation. I've always thought it's stupid that they would accept one to do it. Ecuador does accept now. So we'll start damaging relations. We're damaging relations with them, so we can actually dominion them next, I think. Increase colonial investment to 4. Hell yeah, brother. You'll love to see it. Home affairs increased to 5. This war should be over in short order. Looks like pops are starting to grow pretty good here. Netherlands colonize Eastern New Guinea. Let's take a look and see if we have any radicals. No. Reformers. Oh, we have a reformer in the trade unionists. Do they support... They do not support multiculturalism. Damn. Oh, we get a guy retiring. And the new guy's a market liberal. That's not ideal. We want some more radicals up in this bitch. We'll try and get this trade unions to have a bit of a come up. I really wish if you, when you full occupy, that you would get, like, pop off or whatever. We really want more government administration, and we're kind of waiting on some more. Well, so we're going to put a couple at the front of the queue. Do a promotion, sure, bud. You got it. Germany's having some problems. What type of revolt is this? Federation? They want to advance egalitarianism and economic imperialism, and these guys want to unify Germany, and they're conservative. Not gonna lie, kind of like the sound of this queen woman thing. Alternate timeline where Ukraine has got the puppet state of Belarus. What's going on here? Don't think we allow this. Return British Shoju. Great Qing is trying to sway us. Revoke claim on Kuban. So this will renew our thing, but I do think we want to not allow. Russia to do this. I think we do not want to abide by them doing much of anything. Relative strength of the mobilization still not looking very good. Well, you know what? We need more guys, I guess. I don't know. I think at the very least we can hold out until we can force something on them. I don't know, maybe we could push through here and then land Russia. Or land the capital of Russia, so maybe this is the plan. Land the capital with maybe this guy. Surveyor and Pillager, this seems appropriate. Alright, we're approaching the hour. So, up until this point, we have every hour on the hour been dragging Putin, and I think that this is the end of that, because I have run out of presentations or things that I specifically wanted to talk about. Talked a little bit about Alexei Navalny already earlier, that was kind of the last thing I wanted to talk about. He was the opposition leader. When he returned to Russia, or he was poisoned while away from Russia, there was an attempted poisoning, he survived, and then when he arrived in Russia, he was promptly, arrested, kind of put up on sham charges. He's been being arrested, and he's been imprisoned. They're waking him up every hour on the hour, as it were, as a form of torture which prevents you from entering deep REM sleep, so eventually this will kill him. But until then, I don't know. I guess, whoa, what the hell happened? Our general died? Really? Wait, what? What happened to our 110 stack guy? Okay, he's no longer 110 stack. All of our guys got moved over. Our guys did get moved over from that. I think that we land with the supply requisitions expert. I think this guy we want to escort convoys to Beijing. And this guy we're gonna land with this 75 stack. So General Vladimir will land on the capital. And hopefully this works out pretty well for us. I'm hoping they can handle China over there. We didn't put anyone over there. We wanted to, more than anything, make sure that Russia got clapped here. So that's kind of looking good on that front at least. We are making some money despite having built a whole bunch more military that we ramped up. That is winding up. We are having to put more guys in there. I think this will be fine. I'm going to swap these over to rail transport. The steam donkeys? Yep, steam donkeys are profitable. We're going to stop swapping some more of these things over. They're not profitable there, they're not profitable there. Those ones are in China, so that makes a lot of sense. Labor in China is pretty cheap, so we'll swap over on other ones. Oop. We do have a backdoor front over there, so we're going to move this guy over here to try and deal with that. We get steel, and looks like they're going to get enforced on very quickly from this occupation in part. Steel frame buildings, big nice. We're going to start swapping over. I think I do have a steel manufacturer over here, so we're going to 51 it. It's not able to fully employ, really, but, hey, why are you having such a big problem? Do you have an infrastructure issue? You do. Just kidding on that. Oh, why can't you get people here? Gross. Okay, we're gonna build steel somewhere else. Not here, there's not a lot of people here either. Alright, where are we building steel over here? Are we building steel anywhere? Yeah, we got steel here, so, and it's auto building, so we're gonna need a lot more steel. Okay, solid. This is fine. Making sure we get a nice clap on Russia here. Let's check our bankrolls. Can we make you a protectorate? No, we can't. Can we make you a protectorate? No, we can't. Don't have a bankroll from them. We can cast protectorate Calkins. We're gonna do that. We're gonna stop bankrolling them. Then we're gonna damage relations with them. Just getting to slowly integrate them. They declined. Well, you know, if at first you don't succeed. Bukhara, no, no, no. No, no. They say no in Brazil, but we can absolve the obligation. And we can send a bunch of exports to Brazil as well. Kalkin now accepts. Oh, we can't send anything to Brazil because they're in a different thing. So we'll make sure to damage relations with Kalkin now. We unlock rubber. Yeah, Russia's gonna give up here. They want to return British Suzhou and revoke claim on Kuban. Looks like we got a good shot at doing this. Do they occupy the British port? Yeah, they did, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Let's go, baby. Japan wants a trade pact, sure. I think that means they're probably pretty close to getting into the customs union. Yeah, they are. We'll just keep bankrolling them, though. We intercept some convoy raiders. Hell yeah. With this guy. That guy's not doing so hot, though. I think we went up to 51 on the unis. So starting to get some good amount of tech here. Unredacted. I think we will take this, and Sokoto doesn't like us. Definitely like the free approval. can't really do anything until the trade unions become more powerful. We could hop off of wealth voting onto something like universal suffrage if we really wanted to juice them up, like, quickly. But I think we're fine slowly juicing them. This seems okay to me, at least. We are gonna need a lot more glass as well when we swap over. We do get a native uprising. I think this is like our first native uprising. Finished colonization of Ireland. Wait, that's a bug. We have front with, what's his name as well? We'll put this guy over here, because I think that's where he came from. Unfortunate he got auto moved off of this for whatever reason, and we lose our front, which is a bit annoying, because we're forcing on idiots with it. That is where the 20 stack was as well, but we'll put him in on Ireland as well. That'll be really nice, because then we will have a colonization rights in Ireland, I think. As far as tech goes, we want to go malaria prevention pretty soon here. This is actually not spreading to us, so maybe we want to do this. Something like that. We have so much excess bureaucracy. I think I'm gonna increase this a little bit. Can't look at the peace deal that way. They want return Kuban on us? What? No. No way we accept that. Oh, they're occupying it. I understand. How did you guys get there? I didn't realize they'd actually made ingress here. Yeah, we're not biting on that, though. Looks like they split us here in a weird way. We are not saying yes to that. I don't think we're in charge of this. Or are we in charge of this? I mean, we don't accept this war deal. It's a raw deal for us. Especially you can't be enforced below 0 and they're getting a -7 tick. They are gonna get wrecked here. Conflict breaks out with Hero. Let's see if we can establish colonies or see how this looks. I think this one might have regular malaria. I'm gonna start establish colonies on these as well. Wait, we got enforced on? No, what? How do we get enforced on there? Oh, that's so stupid. I mean, I guess we can go for it again and, like, make them release. It also takes us out of this war. Oh my god, that's so dumb. And we have a truce with them and everything. And they get the level 51 tooling workshop. Oh, that's so dumb. I'm actually gonna load. I don't care. I don't even know how they pushed into that in the first place. But the auto remove our guy from this, like, was just, like, cripplingly bad for us. So we'll try landing with Vladimir and Kuban. Or this guy, I guess. And can we white peace? No. Moldova wants a trade agreement. Sure, bud. You want to join the customs union, man? Cool guy? I don't want this peace deal. Is there just not a way for us to get what we want? We're just gonna get enforced on? This is so grim. Ooh, well, if we're gonna get enforced on, I might want to just delete all these tooling workshops, right? Just delete everything. Scorched earth. Don't want to do that to the people of Ukraine yet. I guess we're just gonna get enforced on. God, this fucking sucks. Alright, we do get a landing off. So maybe we could take this out? Okay, okay, okay. I see you. I think we move this guy off as well. Move this guy back home at least. To this mess or whatever. And now it looks like we're not getting enforced on here. I don't know why this is split onto two fronts exactly. The fuck, man. I don't know how that gets enforced on us there. That's really, really, really lame. Oh, and there's no one in... How's this minus 100% for us? What? God, that's so lame. We have to like play fast too, otherwise it's gonna take us like 20 hours to do this shit. Oh my god. Looks like they just peace out or whatever. God, that sucks that we lost that freaking level 51 tooling workshop or whatever. More economies of scale bonus there. Kind of okay running this negative. We will just catch him in the next war, I guess. Once we enforce on hero here, we'll probably look to puppet Persia. Russia's importing clothes. We might be able to in a timely fashion embargo them. Alright, so we can dominion Persia now. Let's do that. The good old Karen succession. You'd love to see it. This guy's now leading nobody. Great Britain's swayed against us in this Persia fight. That's kind of obnoxious. We have 2 succession movements, also obnoxious. Who can we sway? Nobody. Yeah. I think we just gotta... Alright, where's the capital of Persia here? We gotta play this a little bit smart. Is it deep? Yeah, it's deep. Alright. Let's set that as the strategic objective. Or why can't we? We kind of want to go for British Hero Land or something. Just cut them off from getting into the Congo here. If we can. I don't think any one of our war goals cuts them off though. I think Hero Land they resettle over here. So, maybe not for now. Not gonna go after war reps, there's no way we ever enforce it. And we can't decay them below 0 if we have something like that, so... I should have gone for war reps on Persia, but this is fine. Unfortunately, Great Britain's deciding to do this to us now, though. This is gonna be really obnoxious. I need a bigger boat, and by boat I mean army. Or navy. By army I mean navy as well. I think the uprisings decide maybe not. I don't think we have any demand for rubber, but we can create it in just a sec here. So we'll do that. Build a little bit of it out everywhere and set it on auto expansion. What we really need is some oil. Let's switch to covered markets though. That might not be a button we can just click. We did just build a bunch of steel, extra steel and glass though. So maybe it is a button we can just click. Great Britain's doing Great Britain things here. We get our landing off. We are pushing. The Malay uprising. Just kidding, I thought we had no uprising. We do have an uprising. Oh my god. I really need to already have guys there. Oh, I have guys in the South China HQ that... We weren't even using all of our boys, that sucks. Small brain hour. Hopefully they get there in time. Convoys are getting sunk. Yep, sounds about right. Where's the Karen uprising, man? Hopefully, if this boots us out of the customs union, we can't accept it. It barely does not. Where the hell is the Karen uprising, though? That's the Karen uprising. Alright, where's the Malay uprising? That's the Malay. Okay, got it. Sure. move this guy in. He is mountain. We're just gonna move everyone in, especially the mountain guys. And then we'll look to land another front with Valeri. And then we will set this to prioritize here. We get women's rights. Hell yeah, brother. We're researching mutual funds currently, and we will do mutual funds into malaria prevention. Pureland gets occupied, unfortunately. God, it sucks Great Britain's just decided that they fucking hate our guts now. Really would not, rather not have that. Wow, Hungary is gonna get landed. Hopefully we don't get enforced on here. We land another naval invasion. So we're gonna try with this 35 stack. Oh, nope, we're gonna move some guys here. And with the 45 stack we're gonna land, if we can. I don't think we can though, because they're from the wrong place. Oh, nope, they're not. We're gonna try and land yet again. Significant import route for clothes started. Nice. You gotta have a bit of a come up on the glass. What we really need is multiculturalism here. Unfortunately, we can't go it. Because a lot of these places just need labor, and the labor's just not coming because they'll be discriminated against. Hopefully this landing... Well, I assume this landing will work, but then we land here as well. Pump jacks, hell yeah. Oop, we also got publicly traded, so we're gonna swap over all the PMs now here. Okay, you can't do that because we don't have oil yet. We could swap over, I think maybe the labor saving PMs are starting to look good now. Yeah, they are starting to look good. Let's do them everywhere. Of course, this is going to make coal really, really profitable. Let's actually not do all of them just because the coal situation. We're not going to make either of those publicly traded. And we're going to swap all these over to publicly traded. Make sure that's auto-expanding. Gonna need a lot more coal, so... And of course these now use pump jacks. I wish there was another tier of like pump jacks. We're not gonna actually swap everything over. We'll swap silk though. I'm gonna leave a few unswapped. Swap rubber. These places aren't deploying anyways right now anyway, so it's not a big deal. Let's go, baby. We do get a second front here with that, so that is nice. So we are splitting them up. Pavel. Do we already occupy over there? Okay, so we're gonna try another landing with Mr. Pavel here. Over here. And we can't, for whatever reason, have him land, so I guess that's fine. We'll just manually move him over to here, I guess. Hopefully we get, yeah, we're getting a decent push here. Hopefully we get on the capital in just a sec. Really would like to enforce this. Crush the Karen succession. Yeah, let's go, baby. Of course, we'll need to swap the PMs back. Monitor is nice. I think we can swap it over now if we want. Of course, it's going to make our landings harder, but we're not exactly fighting Great Britain. So I think it's fine. Have we gotten onto the capital yet? Oh, we'll surely get here now. Jehoran succession is crushed. So we will go and reset the production methods over there. Yeah, I'm gonna push through here as well. Alright, apologies once again. It's real late here. Have a great stream and fun. Looking forward to the next stream and upload. Yeah, man. I'll see you later. I'll catch you on the flip side. It is starting to get late-ish here. We're trying to pick up the speed here because I don't want to be up till like 1 AM doing this. So... we are floating so much excess bureaucracy, maybe we want to even integrate like one of these countries. One of these states. That's expensive. The 20 years is like pretty uncomfortable as well. Japanese-Qing rivalry has ended. That makes sense. So that might make it easier to get Japan into our market. We can invite them. Let's take a look at all our bankrolls. Brazil, currently a bit antagonistic. We can change Yunnan to a customs union for free. Maybe we can protectorate them after. Probably not. No, they have powerful protectors, sure. We can protectorate Belarus here, so let's do it. Using the obligation. And then we'll start damaging relations with Belarus. Look to integrate them slowly. What is this revolution about? Plus 50? We want wage subsidies? That's not happening. Ukraine will get national dividends, I guess. That's pretty banging. Oh my god, I blanked on what I was doing. Alright, we just talked to Belarus. Got it. Cannot customs union you. Poland, we cannot pull in yet. Cannot pull Bukhara in. Kiva can't pull in. Cool. Now, when is our truce up with them? December 89. Passing laws, we just have multiculturalism to pass. How good is this guy? Not that great, okay. No message will be sent. Hell on Earth. Don't really need the rubber at this point. I don't think we're using it anywhere. We're just ready to use it. Don't know how this chem plant auto-built when this place can't even employ. Gonna have to downsize stuff, but we can't downsize stuff. We subjugated Persia. Monitors is complete. And I assume this peace deal that's proposed. Just white peace. Let's do it. So Persia's subjugated. So we don't need to damage relations with them. Damaging relations with Sichuan. Can dominion them. Could annex these guys slowly. What's our infamy look like? Yeah, let's annex these boyos. This also is a war that I think no one can interfere with here. We'll put this in. Really want multiculturalism, please, my kingdom. We'll trade center throughput. My kingdom for a radical. Alright, we're gonna expand construction here. North German Fed signs with Chiang Mai. You can't even do anything though, bro. Oh, you can fight Austria-Hungary for free? Yeah, I guess you can do that. Well, we're gonna ask for war reps from you. I think we're gonna get him. I don't think this is a battle he wins, so... And we could even ask for something bigger. It's a shame we can't, like, ask him to return Polish land to Poland. Could make him release Prussia, maybe. Let's do that. Let's see what we can pull off of him other than war reps from North Germany. He was offered German leadership. That is fair. That is very fair. But we're gonna bust him up here, so... Now we can liberate Prussia, which would be huge. I think we want to liberate Prussia and go for war reps and lib Prussia. And then look to pull Prussia into our thing we got going on. And revoke claim on Sinai? What? Could liberate Hamburg as well. Don't think I want to conquer any states. I guess open market's okay. And then we can liberate one more if we want. Westphalia is pretty big from what I understand. I think we just want this, and then we're trying to get Prussia into our market thing. Let's expand the navy some more. Liberal Party wins. Let's see if we can reform it and put the trade unionists without everything coming apart. We cannot, so we'll keep on what we got. I'm gonna look to land their capital from behind. Where is their capital? Is it here? Saxony? Yeah, it is. So we will put that as the primary. We will land behind them with Anton, I think. I don't think that's the guy that was over here. Yeah, it's not. Hopefully we get a good battle thing going on here. We get double the troops, but like half the offense. Japan just wants in the customs union. Hell yeah, brother. You're invited. SOL is starting to climb a little bit. Well, I know since labor is really cheap here, maybe we should prioritize building over here. Let's handle this. Oh, are we gonna get it? Oh, yeah, brother. Right in the kisser, right on the capital. Mistake for them. Austria-Hungary is definitely going to be the main power there. And now we don't have to worry about them joining when we fight Russia. So this is a good thing, I think. What a hodgepodge mess. Add some railways there as well. Be off on our way. Let's do speed 5 action. Yeah, we really need the trade unionists in government. Jesus, my kingdom for someone who wants multiculturalism, though. Revolutionary Dixie. Blurst looking thing over there. We will hit the button and change all their stuff. Chiang Mai, all their PMs, over to what we want. And then I guess we need a railroad. It's kind of already building a railroad. We'll just kick it another one to the front. We're pushing it, and our guy bugs out. As they do. Oh no, he's there. Okay. But we're on their capital. We should enforce pretty quick here. Oil discovered in Xi'an. We do need to... Oh, we don't need to keep building more construction centers, actually. We need to start swapping over. I forgot we got steel frame, so let's swap over in a couple places. We are building quite a bit in Crimea, so why don't we swap over in Crimea? Steel's real expensive now. That's kind of what we're building in Crimea. Devil's Railroad. Yeah, full steam ahead. And they should be capitulating pretty soon here. You. Let's get you a throughput bonus on the glass, and a couple of these to go along with it. And in here, let's get you up on the steel. So it's 33, 31, 41, 51. Max bonus. Let's go in here and add some rails to deal with that. And we're going to enforce on Germany here. Bam. And we got the war reps. Now let's start bankrolling Prussia. Oh, why are you not... Oh, we can't invite you to the customs union? Yeah, let's bankroll you. It's part of our block. We'll try and get them. Now we're making mad money, now that we're also got the Diplo pack for that. I think we want to come in here and go naval bases and just fully go all the way. And then for here, I'm gonna do some of that. And I think we want to pop off now here and have one general in that region. We want to delete what we got in Indochina. But we're going to recruit someone in the Poland HQ. This guy's actually pretty good, despite him being not of an IG we necessarily want. And let's get rid of the guy in Indochina HQ. Chiang Mai, of course we can't, because we got a revolution brewing, as it does. And the line is spreading. We have almost 2K construction now. Still cranking up. We are losing some investment pool, but that's fine. We are going to swap some of these onto steel frame, I think. We need more steel, to be honest. I don't think we have a PM for it. Are we close to a PM for it? We're going malaria prevention right now. But after this, let's go open hearth process to help support this great steel expansion. Now, I think 91 is what we're waiting on for the truce here. 89. So we're actually pretty close. I think we can do a little bit of war here with Sichuan to Dominion. Hopefully no one joins in. We'll just send this 35 stack, which I think is somewhat local. Yeah, it is local. It's right there. And now we won't need to damage relations with them anymore. We can protector you, not quite, because you're defending the borders. We will swap the PMs here, because it's not too big a deal right now for this war, and we want to be on them for the next one. Getting close to trench vs trench on the against Russia, which is not good for us. From farms to factories, road to progress. I think we want the loyalists, to be honest. Yunnan declares neutrality. Hopefully no one comes in. We just get a nice little comfortable Annexes. We are on very little infamy, so we would actually love to be able to protectorate someone via bankroll. But I don't think it's going to happen. Because if you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it. Peru, Bolivia, we can almost pull in. They're just not very happy with us. So let's see if we can do more volume of trade with them. So they need steamers. They need ironclads. They need boom booms. They need coal. And luxury goods. You need ironclads and boom booms. And what you got, brother? You have iron, not in high enough amounts. But dyes, meat, sugar, coffee. Dyes, meat, sugar, coffee. And now you're probably gonna come off of this. We can just invite you to the customs. Oh, we have an obligation. We can invite you to the customs union. We're gonna use it. Bam. Bam. They accept. We maybe could have waited to see if they came off of Wary. Sichuan backs down. Fantastic. So now we can start another war. I guess we kind of want a biggish war. But at the same time, not a hugish war. Chempask. We can annex the Boyos. It's just going to cost 2 infamy. We can do better than that, can't we? Can we dominion these guys? 17. That's nice. Let's do that. Let's put a bunch of guys on that front. Just getting a nice bit of expansion off here. We're still making a bunch of money. Kind of don't want to be making money. Are we close to 51 on any of this? Let's 51 the Arts Academy, and let's 51 the food. And let's build up some railways to support that. And then maybe we go after Nicaragua and stuff. I don't know what we do next. This is a pretty big dominion. We get an obligation from Prussia, so we can probably pull them into the customs union. Yeah, let's do it. We're gonna keep bankrolling them though, because we do want to see if we can protectorate them. We have truce, but this is fine. The customs union does expand. War breaks out with Burma. I don't think they got anyone swayed, so the market expands even further. We'll take the minus on the recovery rate, and we get malaria prevention. So now we're all in here. Trying to cut people off from the Congo. And we are on open hearth process. Nice. After this, I think we'll go rotary valve and electricity. And then we'll be pretty well poised to actually go in the tier 4 techs. So I guess we'll go capacitors and combustion engine, something like this. Or maybe capacitors, electric railway. Let's go, baby. Now, we are making a bit of money. I think we do want to make the inputs for steel cheaper, because we have been making a lot of steel. This way the auto queue is a little bit more aggressive with that, I think. So we're going to look and see where we have the most labor, and we're just going to whack all that up. And we're going to do the same with the coal. And I think I have quite a bit coming up in some of these spots, specifically Xi'an. So let's handle that. Roma goes down pretty easily. So now, let's see. So 89, what month of 89 is this up, and should we fight them immediately? December, so we still got a year, basically. We can annex these boyos, I think. Kind of a pretty low infamy war. And then we'll have enough infamy to work with Russia to do something as well. We'll just move someone over there. We'll slow things down a bit and look through this and see if we can get people in our customs union. They're still cautious. That's unfortunate. We can't do a volume of trade with them because they're in a different customs union. They're defending the borders. They're wary of us. They're probably defending the borders. I don't know if we ever get them off of this, so maybe we stop bankrolling. Japan generally seems very defend the borders heavy. And maybe that's just me misinterpreting kind of the way they are, but they seem pretty keen on defending the borders. Radical Scandinavia going. Can we get a radical in our freaking government? No, probably not. There's no radicals here. We can't get a single person to support multiculturalism. What a shame, what a shame. Let's get back up to speed, I guess. And try and build a bit more of this stuff over here. Also put this on auto expand. I guess we'll build up the textile mills. This will just 51. So hopefully we can cut off a good chunk of the Congo here as well. We're just going to push through, enforce pretty quick here. Look to be home in time to declare war on Russia. I think maybe after we come off of Open Hearth process and all this tech, we'll probably want to go mill tech, but we'll probably need to read the room a little bit here. Yeah, I mean, they might be on trench by then, which would be a bit unfortunate for us. Add another 10 of these. We get Costa Rica. I mean, we could try for another war here, but we'd have to annex them real quick. I don't think that's what we want to do. I think we want to just wait. Just chill. Also, we do want some infamy to work with for taking land off them. Let's see how the government looks. These guys are powerful and good, but we would love to get the trade unions powerful and happy. This would be a really big deal. This would help out a lot. Aniline makes dye. I think it was in December. Might have some chow down on some of that pizza that's left over. I guess we want to up construction again. Switch to steel frame. And I think it was December, October, November, December that we're gonna go in on them. Maybe. Let's take a look at their power projection. 2K-ish, and ours is 4K-ish. Yeah. If Poland comes off defensive borders, we can get in on them. I wish there was a way to set it up to notify you if you can ever get someone like that. We are on 2K construction now, so I mean our economy's pretty up, straight up line. I think we're building a lot here, so we'll turn on the steel frame here. Now we're losing a little bit of money. We're really okay with this though. Now, what day is this up? We're gonna make sure we have all the generals. Yeah, so we do not. We're gonna recruit in Danubia. And then in Indochina, we're gonna delete the military because we don't want that there. And then I think we can just promote primarily in this main one. Do we have any offensive guys? You're in South China. You're in Dnieper. You're not. You don't have offensive. You have defender. We have nobody with offensive. That's crazy. Can we find someone with offensive planner? I mean, this guy has it. We'll just promote him all the way then. Oh my god, where are my eyes? Do I not have eyes? Oh, he's reserved, so he can't get a very high level. Okay. I guess we'll promote some guys for... That guy's the wrong center. This guy's in the right spot. Oh, that guy's so good, but he's freaking in the Poland HQ. This guy's okay, I guess. He's in Dimmer. He's in the right HQ. We'll promote him up there. We'll promote him again. I think we're gonna recruit some more guys. As well. Not a whole lot more, but a bit more. They have huge infrastructure problems. Are we not subbing this? Why is it not employing? Oh, Jesus, we overbuilt here. Holy shit. Holy shit, did we overbuild. I think actually we don't want more barracks, and we're actually going to delete some of the ones we have because they can't even employ. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, they can't even fully employ, which is really not ideal for what we have going on. Okay. So we want to return our state. Return Kuban. We will have to fight against Great Britain and Russia. We will have Austria-Hungary on our sides, and maybe we can get the kebab. So we want to do this and war reps. We will mobilize all generals. We'll put everyone but one of the big guys. Actually, we'll put this guy also over here, and then we'll put everyone else on the main front. Now, of course, we're gonna have to fight Great Britain as well. Actually, why don't we move some of these little guys over to Great Britain, friends? There we go. That should handle that. And then we'll probably land with the 45 stack into their back. Great Britain begins conscription, you don't say. Really wish we could sway Kebab. Alright, well, this 17 stack. Actually, this guy. Where's this guy even from? This other 17 stack. We'll put him on that front. Deal with the uprising. Now, can we sway? We cannot. Can we even offer forced recognition? But we're gonna go for war reparations from Russia. And then we're gonna bust Russia up some more. So we're gonna try and liberate, I think, 3 countries. Is Kazan right there? I think Kazan's right there. So Kastan, Lithuania. Yatukia? I don't know exactly where Yatukia is. Yakutia. Yeah, sucks that this place is having a hard time employing. Serious infrastructure issues. Can maybe delete the munitions plant there. Are these employing at all? Probably not. We'll delete all these. Which helps to, you know, take some of the heat off. We really need multiculturalism for the migration. Unfortunately, no one wants it. No one supports it. They hates it. Oh yeah, baby. There we go. Big chat of a dude. We'll land with our 45 stack on the capital, I think. And then we should be in good shape, I think. Great Britain declares rivalry. Yeah, kind of expecting that stuff. That ish. Let's see if we can do some trade routes that are nice. Let's see if we can export some of this. Let's see if we can import. God, this is all stuff we want to be making. I think we land with our 45 stack and back. You know what I'm saying? That is some new tech here. Hell on earth, you're telling me. We'll give in, of course, because we don't actually need the rubber. Moldova wants to join the customs union. Hell yeah, brother, let's get in here. I think we'll just start bankrolling you to maybe protectorate you somewhere down the road. Well, actually, probably not. We probably just forget about you. You're just in the customs union, it's whatever. Can we get you in the customs union? No. Yunnan, can we do something? Nope. Can we do something with you? Nope, not really. How about you with you? Customs? Nope. Protectorate? Nope. Nope, nope. Nope. We could absolve, I guess. This war hasn't popped off yet. So native uprisings pops off faster, it seems. That's kind of a new. We will invade here with our 45 stack, I think. as planned. We get open hearth process. Let's do it. Let's swap over. I don't think we can carry this vacuum canning. Let's see if we have oil in the market, actually. And we have a little bit. I mean, we can do vacuum canning in one place, I think. Let's do that. Some places on the wrong things. It should be just like one place though. So let's swap this. Right, and then we're gonna take a look here. Look here, state actions. Reset in Costa Rica. And then we should be pretty good, I think. A war between us and Russia. We are pushing into them. Nice. Pushing in here too. Nice, nice. I'll show you Hungary's importing steel from us. Cool. Population's going up. Standard of living's starting to climb for the first time forever. Doing pretty well on this front. I think we swap these boyos over. They're on steel already. We'll swap these boyos over to steel frame. We want to be losing a bit more money. We want a deficit spend here. We get the Social Democratic Party. Does that mean we might have a radical somewhere up in this bitch? No, we don't. It's these guys. Blah. We are gonna get a landing, maybe. This will be nice. Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Let's do it. We will move one of those guys out to push one of the big boys out over there. Oh yeah, let's get it. We'll move a couple small guys over as well, so that if the fronts splinter, they'll be in okay shape. But this is a slathering here. Let's make sure all our colonies are working out alright. Let's do this. Yeah. This is fine. Now, is the UK want anything on us? No, they don't. But Bugatti, alright, you got me. We will move this guy over to handle that uprising. Ooh, a revolutionary kebab. Devil's Railroad. We can't afford to brick our construction if it's producing one of those buildings that's minus 50%. So I think with the changes, because we can't control the half the production queue, you just never can pick the lower event because you can't control it. Do we want the free trade party? Let's take a look. For whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. I think we want the trade party to get stunted a little bit. So we're looking for the other party to win, the Liberal Party. Whatever it's called. Definitely want a 51 this. Russia is... Wait, what happened? What happened to our landing? What the fuck? Just magically disappears? That's cool. In like 0 time at all. Oh, if that breaks this war, I'm gonna be so annoyed. We were clapping them there too, so that must have been just a weird, like, unassigning bug. Man. This game sometimes is like pure pain. long have we been even going here? This is a charity stream, by the way. If you look at the, what is it, the #1 link we have in the comments, it is a link to our Tiltify promotion for supporting Ukrainian crisis relief, Project Hope. Our goal is 80 bucks. We've raised, or sorry, 100. We've raised 80 so far. Thank you to everyone who's contributed. Yeah, this is some BS, because we would be decaying them right now, but we can't be, because we don't have the capital, but we had, I don't know, man. We had the capital pretty comfortably. Now we have to reland it, and our naval invasion fails. Oh, this is so stupid. Oh, this is so dumb. This is so dumb. I'm so annoyed right now. We're gonna raise the... Oh my god. Are we at least we're not decaying, right? We're super fast. We're decaying pretty fast, though. Oh, this is so unbearably asinine. Because I know it was just some buggy unassigning. We had so many troops on that front. It wasn't like us getting clapped on that front. It was some buggy ass unassigning. We can take on these guys' debt. We already have the whatever though. I don't know. Is this for real? Is this real life? We're just gonna get bricked off this stupid ass like mechanic because we can't get a landing. We have to mobilize the conscripts to decrease the rate of decay. Especially in the places where we don't have any guys. Oh, this is such a stupid thing. Alright, we get it back on there, so maybe we get this here. We have to, like, full assign max people to this, though. We're gonna assign a bunch of little dudes as well, so that hopefully the fronts don't get bricked to hell. Right, because if they split up and the guys can split up, this is fine. And we just gotta keep an eye on it. We'll slow down the speed. They're decaying faster than us. This is looking okay. We get an obligation from Peru, Bolivia. We're gonna pause while we take a look at what's going on here. Can we protectorate you, boyo? No. Why not, though? Are you defending the borders? You're defending the borders. Cool. We'll just keep the bankroll up. This is fine. This battle's almost over. Russia's almost capitulated. Okay, that was anxiety-provoking. I don't know what brick does. Hopefully Latvia also releases, or Lithuania also releases Latvia and Estonia, but I think it's just going to be this one state here. Alright, here we go. 100. We release Kazan and Lithuania. Now, Lithuania, if we were to try and dominion them, so it looks like it will be faster to try and get them in the customs union. We want to bankroll them. We want to bankroll Kazan as well. Very nice that they're both adjacent. And Yakutia, we will also want to bankroll and get into the customs union. So we have taken huge chunks out of Russia here. I think we just white peace here. With them. Can we reform the government? Not really. We might want to swap off of wealth voting if we ever want to push that through. We could go for women's suffrage though. Let's go, baby. So, a big step for taking all the Russian land. We're gonna get some pizza that we had already. It's starting to get cold. Or, well, it's already like room temp or whatever. Telephone switchboard is coming at you. They're gonna get clapped pretty quick here. All of our guys are there. Return state in South China. Just another chance to maybe get in a clapping war against Russia. Right, because Russia's in on this. Also, they're a non-customs union, so... Let's swap over the PMs here. We do have oil now. So we're going to want to build it up and put it on auto production. Of course, the fishing wharfs are still bugged. And then we are going to want to press the button, the magical button. Kuban. Now for the other places. So now Kuban's probably on all their best PMs. Let's take a look at, can we go rotary valve engine? We can go in a couple places. Let's see if we can get on water tube boiler everywhere first. I think this jump's more significant. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that there, I guess. Says it's profitable. We'll go photographic art. Can't do switchboards. And I think we can go automatic irrigation everywhere now. Pretty standard looking. Cool. We can do this or tech spread for society. I'm not sure which one gives us more tech overall over time. That's some good progress on film, though. Yeah, we'll take the tech spread. I imagine the tech spread's supposed to be bigger, right? It's just less targeted. I don't really know. We are spreading. Oh, we're not even spreading society tech. Rip, 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 rip. Mistakes were made. Can we even join? We can join. We don't want them to back down. We would like them to offer us something. I guess maybe we just load if they don't offer us something and they back down. And the game plan is to join last minute. What's up, Time Dog? Welcome back. Make the Romanovs pay. Indeed. Well, if France is going to join, we're going to join. And we're not going to make the mistake of not assigning enough over here. Again. How you doing? It's pretty late for you, Time Dog. They're from North China. They're from Poland, HQ. Dnieper. You have baked ziti, entered a carb coma? Dude, me with these pizzas and cheesy bread. For real, though. We're getting a nice little back-to-back against war against Russia action here, though. Let me assign this guy over here. So now you're a zombie? I know the feeling. I'm almost 12 hours deep, so I'm starting to feel it now. And Russia still has so much land. This run is so scuffed. I was so worked up about Putin the first 7 hours that I think I played really poorly. But they might back down here. I don't really know. It's just a chance for us to clap Russia a bit more. We gotta try to get some women's rights up in this bitch. I think we want to switch steel frame buildings on. The last, like, vestiges of the home territories. We only want one thing in this fucking construction. No, we gotta take it all. The stream title is Annexing All of Russia in One Sitting. Not annexing half of Russia. Or a quarter. Or the important cities in Russia. This is what the people want. Actually, it's just kind of what I want. It's really for the memes. Let's be real. Serpent minus its head. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have a pretty comfortable push on this war. Ooh, we're just gonna get clapped on all the Great British front. I guess I'm kind of okay with this. Why don't we move these guys? Oh, they're already in a battle. That would be a reason not to move them. I'm gonna move these guys over here. And these guys over here as well. This guy can raid convoys right now. I mean, maybe we can even land Great Britain proper, right? Oh, we'll take the legitimacy all day, baby. Now we can actually... No, we still can't reform to put the trade unionist in. Damn it, not ideal. I guess this 99 stack can maybe go somewhere else. Not really needed over here, it seems. what's his name? Pavel? Well, we have Pavel land the UK. If he can. Or actually, we'll just have him mess up Russia here. That's the real plan. Yeah, I've got to get it all. Do the Brits have war goals that matter here? No, we can just capitulate anytime we want. So I think we're just going to look to mess up. I mean, they have war goals for the rest of this state here, which we'd kind of rather they didn't get. But it's not too big a deal for us. But we could even just land this, and, like, it just auto-enforces on them. It looks like they're actually just going to get the push here, though. Let's just add this to the queue and add some here. Not going to come in useful yet. But yeah, no war goals that matter. Just keep adding construction. We will swap all these to vacuum cannon. I think we do have the oil on auto construction. No. Now we do. Want this on auto consume. And this as well. We have electric saws, but can't get to them, or don't want to activate them yet. I think we maybe can do the full... No, Jesus, that's so much more to swap over. Oop, I didn't even see what we selected. Did we select anything? No, we didn't. Maybe we can land the UK right now, because they have everyone tied up trying to deal with this. Just weird pushing over here, though. Do we just have things that aren't advancing? Do we have generals? Why do we have so much in the Grand Colombia HQ and the Indochina HQ? What the fuck? Oh, because we have raised conscripts, which we never got to lower, which is unfortunate. We don't want those conscripts raised. Yeah, this is bad for Russia. All units to the Russian front? Yeah. I don't mind the sound of that. Just full damage. We'll put someone on the back side of this, and we'll put someone to deal with the native uprising. Taswana. This is the most annoying thing ever, where you guys just get automatically unassigned and your front gets bricked to hell. This is so aggravating. And you can just like lose your landing and like lose a war off that. We get women's suffrage, hell yeah. Let's go, brother. Let's go, brother. SOL is not high enough for us to want private schools. Still can't go multiculturalism. Big Sag. We could maybe go universal suffrage. Probably don't want to do that yet. All units to the Russian front. Basically. They're probably going to have to capitulate in just a second here. So, I mean, there is some reasoning to, like, starting to land the UK now. Where's this boyo? He's in the North China. Alright, we can... Oh, no, wait, we can't land with him. He's in a battle. He's up here, doing his thing. Clapping Russia a little bit. Luongo also has a native uprising. Come on, guy. I guess this must be it. And we'll take one guy off of this front to have him on here. Looks like both the 99s have fused together. So why don't we land here? One of them. Look to occupy the home countries. We also like would prefer that China collapse Great Britain, because China's going to be one of our subjects soon. They're inside of our custom union, which is new. That it's possible to get China inside your customs union, so this is a thing. The British market is also pretty caked up. So, I mean, maybe we have to fight Great Britain to get through Russia. I mean, it's looking like it, because Great Britain's allied with Russia. Pretty obnoxious, if you ask me. We have a bunch of auto construction. We have unused construction, actually. I think we might just do some of this action. Hey Yiddy, how's it going? How's it hanging? Just having our handy-dandy out anti-Putin stream. Because, fuck Putin. If you're having a good time in chat. Put a help, I opposed Putin, and then I slipped and fell out a window in chat. As you do, of course. Here's maybe our naval landing. Russia capitulates here. Yeah, baby. We will start moving guys to other fronts, I guess. It's going pretty good. That's good. You can annex Russia even though it's a great power. Is it even a great power? I don't think they're a great power at this point. But major powers you can no longer puppet. So we gotta... There's actually only 4 great powers now. But we have to clap them into the Shadow Realm down here. Which they're pretty far off of that. You actually shot yourself in the back of the head twice. Hopefully with nothing too high caliber, because that's not ideal. Yeah, Yiddy, this is the type of sweaty strategy game I play. And then we got the high mechanics games to play with you guys. Let's see if we can declare a rivalry to deal with our stuff. Spain's fine. Do we not have a guy on the Luangno front? Thought we put a guy there. That's a bit annoying. We did put a guy there. They must have gotten bricked off the front. Weird. I mean, I'm guessing the UK is probably pretty close to capitulating, right? They don't have the war goal. Why do they have so much enforcement on Beijing? I don't understand. We're starting to finish quite a bit of these, so we're going to start swapping on the electric sawmills, right? I think we have a bit of those power. Yeah, we have 10 finished, so let's start swapping these up to electric. And this will let the place employ, and then we'll swap them all up. Madagascar, there we go. Can we get a landing off, bro? No, I guess we're about to lose a lot of guys in this battle. So we're just gonna see our way out of this war, I think. Because there's no war goals on us. Right? I mean, I'm pretty okay with a white peace, but France doesn't want it. We'll just capitulate. We'll see our way out of that one. So can we protectorate you? No, not quite. Just because of the truce, it looks like. And we're going to enforce on that guy pretty quick. We then do have the nice little cutoff. France from the thing. from the Congo. So when is our truce up? Oh, now we have a renewed truce with Russia. It's another 5-year. So I guess that was a reason to not fight them, is we lost out on war reps. Yeah, we probably shouldn't have fought them there, I guess. I don't think we caused enough damage to justify it, because we really didn't cause any damage. Spain declares rivalry, cool. Let's review our bankrolls and see if we can pull any of them into the market, slash protectorate them. We're actually going to pause for this. Oh no, wait, we don't need to pause because we're in the middle of a conflict, right? Oh, we can protectorate you. So let's do that. Cool, and then we'll damage relations. Nice. And then we want to go after Carthage here. And then maybe after Persia? I don't know. Probably have very little infamy. Maybe we go after Persia next. I don't think it's been enough time since we vassalized them or whatever. Once these electric things start to finish, we're going to swap up. Let's swap this over. Let's swap all these over to electric sawmills. We're now running electricity shortage for now. Cockend, we can try and... Oh, we gotta get... Yeah, we can't dominion them because we don't have access through Afghanistan, because Afghanistan is not yet subject. They're defending the borders. So it's going to be a bit of a difficulty getting them. Okay. We could go after Kalat and dominion them. I think this is fine. Oh, I don't think this is fine because we don't have access through anyone. Well, shit, we're just gonna load, because that's gonna be bricked and we can't, like, back down or whatever. Yeah, that's embarrassing. Do androids dream of electric sawmills? Hell yeah, brother. I dream of electric sawmills, TBH. I think we undid the electric sawmills thing. Why don't we swap off some of these to rotary valve engine, yeah. And then, yep, we undid that. And now we need to find ourselves a nice little war. Yeah, we're gonna swap this as well. Need to find ourselves a civilized war. Probably annex Burma. Nope, can't do that yet. Can annex these boyos. That's just 1.7 infamy. This is kind of a nice little number. Just send this guy over. Red Rover. Send that guy over. A gentleman. Rip the dream. Rip the dream indeed. We're gonna turn on some more construction. Panama, let's steel frame you. Steel frame you. Steel frame you. Losing money now. Hell yeah, the way we love to see it. We cannot... We are fine with the plantations rubber throughput being decreased. They don't really do anything yet. Looks like synthetic plants popping off. We'll swap these to rotary valve. We'll swap these to rotary valve. And then we're going to need quite a bit more coal, I imagine. So we're going to look where we have the most labor and add a smattering of coal in all these places. Or in most of these places. I think we need probably rails here to support that. Looks like we got some coming in anyway. AutoQ does such a nice job of building rails though, let's be real. Let's be real. We can do a trade agreement with Kazan. We can't bankroll them. I wonder why. We can bankroll... Oh, because we don't have enough Diplo. Alright, let's see. see who we can rival. We can rival Little North Germany. I think we... Well, actually... Well, no, we don't want to rival the UK because we don't want them sticking their finger in our pie. We'll just rival Little North Germany. The Little North Germany that could. Ooh, they don't even have access to the ocean. Clapped. Actually, maybe we don't want to rival these guys. Because we could maybe get these guys in their market. They're so weak. Yeah. We can maybe get these guys. So... I guess we are just gonna rival either the CSA or... Yeah, let's rival the CSA. And then look to get Kazan in the market. We'll bankroll them first. Actually, we'll take on their debt. It's a tiny little debt. We will propose a trading agreement with these guys, and then we'll start bankrolling them. And look to get them in the customs union. I mean, Russia's pretty chopped up right now. Kazan accepts our proposal, so we can invite you to the customs union. Use the obligation. We are losing money at a pretty good clip now. I think we can put in the queue. God, my kingdom for freaking multiculturalism. Like, we have fucking problems because we don't have that. Like, with the labor, it would be so much better if we could freaking just get onto multiculturalism, but we can't because we have no radicals. Terrible. If we had a movement for multiculturalism too, this would also work. I mean... Maybe we're supposed to go universal suffrage? Maybe that increases the likelihood? We have Bengala uprising. Nice, I guess. Get an obligation from Afghanistan. So can we... Nope, you're defending the borders. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Everyone's defending the borders. Tragic. We're gonna export some finished goods to them and hope that they join our market. We have a native uprising against us. Let's take a look at Lithuania. We can get the trade agreement, and let's see if we can get them in the customs union. Oh, let's start bankrolling them. Herpa derpa. We're not even bankrolling. Oh, we need more Diplo. How do we get more Diplo? I don't think... Let's stop damaging relations with them, and instead bankroll them. And we'll just keep in mind that we want to go after... No, wait. Let's start damaging relations with them again. Expand the rubber industry. What are we even using? I don't even know what we're using the rubber for. Normally you can't pop that event unless you're using the rubber. Maybe one of our subjects is using it? I don't know. Jabal Shabar backs down. Damage relations with them again. We have another little war with them. When our truce with Russia is up at 97. You just always have to choose that event. Sucks. Sucks, sucks, sucks. Pushing some silk. Should be good. Let's see what we can stir up around here. You're kind of... auto expanding correctly. There's just no labor. There's no labor here either. They're fully employed though. Ooh, we have elastics. That's what's going on. So, in addition to that, I guess we're going to need to swap or to build a bunch of... Oh, I think we can do electric fences now. Well, we gotta fix some stuff. Don't want to fuck up the construction thing though. We'll just do this by hand, I guess. And then on the rubber, we wanted to put everything on auto expand and just go through here and make sure a lot of it gets used now. It's probably more than enough. Alright, we get an uprising. Kinda sucks. Kinda not a big deal. What? How did our guy get unassigned from the front? Fuck, man, I hate this so much. We put a guy on the front, he pushed, he occupied near everything, and now he's unassigned? Beautiful, right? How we drew it up, he's just gonna push through all of this, and we're probably gonna get him forced on? God damn it, dude. I really hate this game sometimes. We're just trying to chill and play on a fast speed, you know what I mean? Try to play on a fast speed so we can get this done. Better than reassigning to the front on the opposite side of the world. I mean, that's kind of effectively what happened. Because when they go home, that's like halfway across the world for us. That's like real far. But yeah. Electrical capacitors is a big one. We will turn on the PMs in the capital. Is this? Nah, it's not coming up yet. Oh wow, we don't have clothes in the capital. Yeah, this is not fully employed. So let's see about turning these on to electric sewing machines and automatic power looms, which is going to create big demand for electricity. Ukrainian mass migration. Hell yeah, brother. We get an uprising. Looks like we're kind of putting this down. Just make sure we're really on everything. Let's make sure we're also colonizing everything. Or we can colonize this. Yikes. It's gonna be border gory, but whatever. I think we want to start swapping over some more. And we almost got everything on steel frame at this point. Construction's really popping off though. Let's go for buildings. The PMs are all kinds of messed up. A rotary valve and breech loaders, I think. Can't do electric streetlights yet. Can't swap those. I think yeah, let's do brine electrolysis. Steel tools. Rotary valve, publicly traded. Rotary valve, publicly traded. Publicly traded. Rotary valve. Publicly traded. Precision tools. These ones we're going to need to swap over slowly. Whew, baby. Oh yeah, baby. This is what we want. Combustion engine, 8K progress. The progress they've buffed on these things. I think since we're so close to finishing combustion engine, we want to do this and then electric railways. Or since we got all that juice on it, as it were. Let's go in here. Make sure we have all the mines on auto expand, which I think we do. Definitely auto expand all the opium. Looks like it's already been done. All the chops, fine. All these, fine. Let's add to the queue a little. Nope. Our kingdom for fucking multiculturalism though. Holy shit. I think that's 51? Maybe. Can't do math though, so there's that. Oh, pain. So much pain. So much Russia left. Alright, we're gonna look through our bankrolls, try and see if we can pull anyone into the customs union. We can almost with you. Why can't we with you though? Prussia needs to be at peace? Okay. Fair. Okay, Prussia. Once Prussia's at peace, we can make them a protectorate. Really fighting Baden? Yeah, that's not a big deal. And everyone's at here, so just a whole ton of units. Looks like we will be cutting off France entirely, but not the UK. Although we can try and get this land from the UK at some point. I think this is incorporated, right? Yeah, it is. Electricity is a bit of a problem, and so are engines. So we're going to try and 51 engines here. Stable supply of power. We're looking at progress on electric railways, because we are going to be doing for that next. After the current tech we're working on. Yunnan became a protectorate of the North German Federation? What the fuck is that about? Or Yunnan became the protector of the North German... Wait, what? That's wild. Okay.